warmer for the low. Welcome to lovely Las Vegas for Coast to Coast Hoops with myself, Greg Hoops Peterson, now part of the VSiN Family Podcast. We've got an excellent podcast for you. It's the Saturday tradition to where we're not going to be doing a recap of the Friday games. We're not going to be having a guest because we've got a trillion games on the college basketball board to break down, so it's bank shots all day long. Now, there are going to be a few skips along the way because the Las Vegas rotation order is set a few days in advance. A few of the games that were supposed to be on Saturday got moved to Friday, so there are going to be a few skips along the way. If you get lost with anything throughout the podcast, I actually list the games in time order with the time markers to be able to keep things all straight, whether you're checking this out on the old Twitter/X, Apple Podcasts, Google Play. It'll all be right there. After I upload this, it takes about an hour or two to be able to get those time markers all up to date because I personally listen back to make sure that they are all inserted in there and that the times are correct. So that is actually done personally by myself, but that will be provided for you guys because it's a especially strange board today, but the way that we're going to be doing this, the games on the normal Las Vegas betting board, these are the bigger conference games. They're going to be in the first segment, and then in the final two segments, we're going to have the extra games board. That'd be the America East, the Northeast Conference, the Big South, the MEAC, the SWAC, the Patriot League, the Southland. I believe that I have got them off. I didn't say Atlantic Sun, but that's the way that things are going to work today. And on days where I don't have over 120 games to break down on the college basketball betting board, as we were supposed to have like 155, I think we're down to something like 136. So still a nice smorgasbord of games, but still a ton. Well, when I don't have those 100 million billion games, you can ask me a question, comment, segment idea, what have you, for this podcast one of two ways. First one is my Twitter/X feed at GNet_D1. Keep in mind, letters EM, they mean does not matter. So, as per usual, please do send these into the timeline. And the other way is find an Apple Podcast review. If you rate this podcast 5 stars, it is very much appreciated. From there, you're able to fire in whatever you'd like to hear on this podcast via that 5-star review. I believe that we have done all the formalities. You're going to have only 2 breaks and probably about a 5 or so hour podcast, so it's relatively commercial free. Thanks to our good folks over at VSiN for that. And how about if we do get things started? Picks and analysis on all these games with some bank shots starts right about now.
Most financial establishments close at a certain time, but not here. It is time for a side and total on every game on today's betting board bank shots.
601, 602. NC State is on the road against Pittsburgh. Pittsburgh is a 5.5 point home underdog, seeing a 5 out there as well, 145.5 to 146.5. Also, we'll go a little bit faster than normal since, well, we've got so many games. But that said, I'm going to be willing to lay with NC State. I did set them as a favorite of 6 points. You do have a Pittsburgh team that's going to be very much looking to slow this game down. In terms of total possessions, hovering right around about 341st in all of college basketball. And NC State has been a good offense. Top 30 team in terms of points scored on a per possession basis. Fast but not too fast, 127th in the country in terms of total possessions per game, and a really good three-point shooting team. In games played away from them, they shoot 43.1% from three-point range. That is number 3 in all of college basketball. And it's a Pittsburgh team that they themselves have not been too bad from three-point range. They're about 130th in the country with regards to their three-point shooting percentage. And Cam Corn has been able to do a solid job down low for them. He's supplying 12.5 points, 8 rebounds per game. Additionally, you've got Braden Cummings, who's been able to give you about 13.5 points per contest. But Cummings has dealt with a little bit of injury, should be good to go here, but has been a little bit off with his shooting over the last few games. You've got DeMarco Minor, who's been major with about 9.5 points, 3.5 assists. Does a good job in terms of being able to hit his threes as well, shooting 39.5% from 3. Not the deepest rotation, but for Pittsburgh, really the big issue for them is that they give up a lot of good looks from three-point range. They are outside the top 275 in terms of opponent's three-point shooting percentage, with this NC State team shooting as well as they do from 3. I do think that they're going to be able to chew them up. Darian Williams has been a little bit up and down, but still, Sachi suffered 14 points, 5.5 boards, 3.5 assists. It's an NC State team that does a solid job taking care of the ball. Top 30 team in terms of fewest turnovers on a per possession basis, while they're a top 75 unit in terms of turnovers generated on a per possession basis. Kadir Copeland with his versatility, 6 assists to 2.5 turnovers, 13.5 points, shooting 49% from 3. Ray Holloman has been able to shoot 40% from 3. I do think that there's just a little bit too much here for NC State. I do think that they find a way to get the job done, and I think that those main threes help you out with the over. Semi-total 148, so I do like the over, and with NC State, I'm willing to lay up to 5.5 with them. Made them a 6-point favorite, 6-3, 6-4. It is Nebraska on the road against Minnesota. The state with the small strengths in the union, Minnesota, is a 5.5 to 6-point home underdog, 136 147.5 is the total, and I made my line 5.5. 6 is my absolute bare bones minimum buy point on Minnesota. This is a Minnesota team that just has such dramatic home and road splits, and it really has been this way for a very long time. You take a look at Minnesota, and overall they are a team that's just outside the top 100 in terms of points scored on a per possession basis, or more around about 130th, but it's really striking what you've got from the defense. They are 349th in the country in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis in a road or neutral court venue, 14th at home. I think that should balance out a little bit, but you do have a Nebraska team that they struggle to be able to grab second and third chances. They're about 267th in the country in terms of percentage of missed shots to become an offensive rebound, but they do have a great versatility. Rank Mass, 17 points, 4.5 boards. He's shooting 42% for three. Brandon Frager, he's been coming in off the bench, giving you 12 points. And for Nebraska, if you do find yourself in a pressure spot, each of your top four scorers do shoot at least 77.8% at the free throw line. Nebraska is doing a great job playing turnover-free basketball. A top 10 team in terms of fewest turnovers on a per possession basis, and Nebraska dares you to shoot from three. About 51% of opponents' shots in a road/neutral court venue come from three-point range. Top 10 mark in all of college basketball. In Minnesota, they're outside the top 225 with their three-point shooting percentage, hovering right around about 33%. Kate Tyson has been tremendous, 20.5 points. Shoots 39.5% from three. Jalen Crocker-Johnson, good versatility out of him as well. 14 points, 7 boards, shoots about 34% from three. Lone two guys on the roster, though, that shoot above 32% from three, though. You do have Langston Reynolds, Isaac Kusama combining for about 8.5 assists per contest. It's a Minnesota team that they've been a top 125 team. There's fewest turnovers on a per possession basis. They'll give up a little bit from three. They're a little bit stronger on the inside, but they're pretty solid in terms of the rebound battle, being a top 125 team there. I do think that Nebraska finds a way to get the job done, but I do think that going to the barn is difficult, and once you get to a 6+, that does become my buy point on Minnesota. So going to be looking at 6+ here with Minnesota, and I did set a total here of a 137.5. We're going to be waiting upon a little bit of line movement. I was seeing a 136.5 a little bit earlier. If we can get back down to a 136.5 as I made my total 137.5, I'll be in on the over. 605, 606 on the card. It is Kentucky, and they play us Ole Miss, and Ole Miss does find themselves as a 9.5 point underdog total on this game. It is 143.5 to 144.5. Made a total of 146.5. I do like the over. For Kentucky, they've been a relatively mid-tempo team thus far this season. In terms of total possessions per game, 189th, and I do think that they're going to be looking to push tempo a little bit more here moving forward. That's really the style for them. And Ole Miss, they're more around about 232nd in the country in terms of total possessions per game. It's an Ole Miss team that has been neither here nor there with their three-point shooting at 34.3%, but it does drop down to about 30.8% in a road under core venue. And for Kentucky, this team shoots only about 35.5% from three-point range at home. That's taken a little bit of drop off, but even with Kentucky not being a great three-point shooting team and dealing with the injuries like they have to Jalen Lowe and company, they still do rank 32nd in the country in terms of points scored on a per possession basis, and it's an Ole Miss team that has been good in taking care of the ball. They're a top 75 team in terms of fewest turnovers on a per possession basis. Just not the defense that we've seen in the past from a Chris Beard team. 98th in the country in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis, and AJ Storr has been able to shoot over 40% from three-point range. He's done a great job in terms of helping the team out. You just don't really have anything down low for this unit, as Malik Dia, 13.5 points, nearly 7 boards per contest. He does shoot 37% from three. Peyton Prinkins, he shoots 34.5% from the outside, but this is a Kentucky team that they should be able to win that battle down low, even with dealing with the injury to Jalen Quantitz. You saw have Malachi Moreno along with Mohamed Diabate, who've been able to combine for about 12 rebounds per game. Denzel Aberdeen has been an underrated number 2 man, 12.5 points, 3 assists, shoots 39% from three, and Ortega Owe was a little bit shaky to start the season from three-point range. Here in SEC play, he's been shooting 37% from three in the 6 SEC games, 19 points per contest. I think that he's the X factor that allows Kentucky to get the job done and helps you out with the over. So I told 146.5. I do like this total over, and I'm willing to lay up to 10 with Kentucky. Made them a 10.5 point favorite. 607, 608 on the card. It's Clemson on the road against Georgia Tech, and the Ramblin' Wreck of Georgia Tech, 7.5 point home underdogs. 144.5 to 145.5 is the total line. I'm in on the under. I set my total at 138.5. You've got a Georgia Tech team that surprisingly is playing very up tempo. Right now, they rank 47th in the country in terms of total possessions per game. Clemson is the opposite at 304th in the country, and both of these teams, their forte is defense. Now, Clemson, the far better offense as Georgia Tech. Right now, in terms of points per possession, they are 246th. You've got a Clemson team that's in the top 80 there, and for this Georgia Tech team, they've been actually a relatively okay three-point shooting team, but outside the top 250 in terms of ball security. Clemson is not going to generate a lot of turnovers, for 23rd in terms of defensive rebound percentage, so no second and third chances to be had here. And for Clemson, 26th in the country in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis. Georgia Tech, meanwhile, is 45th, and neither of these teams really grab a lot of second and third chances. Georgia Tech 198th in terms of offensive rebound percentage. Clemson is more around about 166th, but this Clemson team is one of those holes greater than the sum of its dispersed teams where you've got essentially now 9 different guys, if you include the injured Zach Foster, who give between 5.4 and 12.2 points per contest. So you really don't have that one headline guy. You've got Carter Welling, RJ Godfrey, who combine for about 11.8 rebounds per game, and really the only out of your top 8 scorers that shoots above 36% from 3 is Dylan Hunter, 8.5 points per contest. It's Clemson team that they're about country average, shooting 33.5% from 3-point range, but they do a nice job in terms of taking care of the ball. They're a top 40 team in terms of fewest turnovers on a per possession basis. If you do get them in a tight spot, we have seen Clemson be a bit shaky at the free throw line. Overall country average shooting about 72.5% at the free throw line. Georgia Tech, they're a disaster at the free throw line, 68.8%, but they do have good rebounders on their side. Bate and Ndongo, along with Mohamed Siala, have been able to combine for about 14.5 rebounds per game, a combined 22 points per contest, and Georgia Tech does shoot 36.3% from 3. That is a top 65 mark in all of college basketball. They just really don't execute on the inside. They're well outside the top 225 in terms of their 2-point shooting percentage. They've been an okay team in terms of grabbing second and third chances, but not necessarily amazing there. And with this Georgia Tech team, top 100 team in terms of opponents' 2-point and 3-point shooting percentage. Again, they are just getting destroyed by turnovers, but Clemson is not necessarily a team that forces the issue too much there. I think that this is going to be a slowdown game. Kawasi Reeves, 16 points, 4 boards, shoots 38.5% from 3. I think Georgia Tech is going to hold in there. I do think that this game is going to be a slowdown slog. So I set my line at 6.5. I'm going to be willing to take the 7.5 with Georgia Tech, and I do like this under. I set my total at a 138.5, 609, 610 on the card. You've got Maryland on the road against Michigan State. Michigan State is a 17.5 to an 18.5 point favorite. 139 to 139.5 is the total, and I'm going to be in on the under. So my total at a 136.5. Maryland has been playing uncharacteristically fast this year. Typically, Buzz Williams teams like to play a little bit more slow and controlled, and they've been slowing down much more here in conference play. They're down to about 140th here in total possessions per game. Prior to the start of conference play, they were a top 100 team, and I think much of it is because they now have Solomon Washington, who's able to help them out on glass. He was missing for quite a few games to begin the season. Since he's come back, he's only played 11 of the team's 19 games, 9.8 points, 9.5 rebounds per game, has been solid there, and they found their go-to scorer in David Q at 15.5 points, shoots 39.5% from 3. They've been dealing with the pain train, Pharrell Payne, dealing with a bit of an injury, so that has really slowed down this offense. As for this Maryland team, they just have not been able to get a lot going on the offensive side of things. They have been a team that from 3-point range has been right around about 31.5% away from them. Overall, they're 231st in the country with regards to their 3-point shooting percentage, but the real concern for them is what they've been doing down low. Right now, their 2-point shooting percentage is currently 310th in all of college basketball. Michigan State should be able to eat them alive down low. Michigan State, number 1 in the country in terms of defensive rebound percentage. Teams grab under 20% of their missed shots as an offensive rebound. It's not like Michigan State is the world's greatest shooting team, just outside the top 100 with regards to their 2-point shooting percentage. With their 3-point shooting percentage, they actually only shoot 31.5% from 3 at home, compared to over 40% away from home. Riddle me that, but for Michigan State, I do think that they should be able to win this game quite comfortably. I did set my line here at 18.5. Right now, we're seeing 17.5. That's pretty much my max lay, but for Michigan State, this team is just excelling once again, as they always do. You've got a pair of guys in Cameron Carr along with Jackson Kaler who have really been able to excel down low. Kaler is shooting well above 40% from 3-point range. He's been the team's main scorer with about 15 points, 9 rebounds per game. You've been having Jeremy Fears give out over 8.5 assists to fewer than 2.5 turnovers per game as well, so they've been able to do a great job in tandem. And for Michigan State, it's not necessarily even a team that's going to generate a lot of turnovers. They're just tough with regards to their overall just shooting percentages on defense. You are not going to get good looks whatsoever. Michigan State currently 10th in the country in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis, interestingly giving up about 2.5 points more per 100 possessions at home rather than away from home. But being able to find good looks for this Maryland team, I don't think is going to be coming very easy. I do think that this is going to be very much a slowdown game. Michigan State currently 275th in the country in terms of total possessions per game, so set a total here of 136.5. I like the under, and with Michigan State, made them an 18.5 point favorite, willing to lay up to 18 with them. 6-11, 6-12 on the card. It is Niagara. They're on the road against Sacred Heart. Sacred Heart is a sizable favorite here of 9 points, so on this game, going to be finding it at a 143, and I am going to be willing to lay with Sacred Heart. I set them as a 12.5 point favorite. I wish I could put it any other way. Niagara just does not have a lot going for them right now. 293rd in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis on defense, 337th in terms of points per possession on offense, 357th in terms of rebound percentage, and for Sacred Heart, I recognize that they have not been the world's greatest inside. They're 304th in terms of opponent's 2-point shooting percentage, but now you get Anquan Hill back. He's their top rebounder with about 6 rebounds per game, 12 plus points in each of the last 5 games that he's been back there for, and Niagara just has absolutely nothing down low. Right now, Josiah Sabino with his 4.4 rebounds per game, he's the top rebounder on this team, and for Niagara, Niagara. They're a team that's built around three-point shooting that really doesn't shoot. They shoot as collected about 30.9% from three-pointers. You're well outside the top 275 in all of college basketball at that regard, and it is a Sacred Heart team that they could be a little bit hit or miss from three. Anquan Hill last year shot over 40% from three. He's below 35% this season, and it's a team that they very much are looking to pop and unlock it from three-point range. Over 52% of their field goal attempts in their home games come from three-point range. That is a top 20 mark in all of college basketball, and overall for the season, Sacred Heart has made about 36.5% of those, but now you face off against an Niagara team that is not guarding the arc to save their lives as well. They are right now well outside the top 300 in terms of opponents' three-point shooting percentage, so that's going to be a massive issue for you. And for Niagara, outside of one player in Mr. Justin Page, who gives you 12.7 points per contest, nobody else gives you more than 9 points per game, with Trent Walters being that number 2 guy with 9 points per game, but now he's dealing with an injury as well, so a bad offense gets even worse. And for Sacred Heart, you've got the likes of Deshaun Gittins, Niall Ralph Byer, who've been able to combine for 28 points per contest. Both of these guys shoot over 41% for three. Jan Farrell shoots 43% from three-point range. Makai Connor, 6 assists to 2.5 turnovers per game. Sacred Heart has been hurt by turnovers, as right now in terms of turnovers on a per possession basis, they are outside the top 275 in all of college basketball, but Niagara really doesn't generate those. Niagara, a very slow and controlled team as well, and Sacred Heart isn't even playing fast themselves. Sacred Heart 210th in terms of total possessions per game. Niagara 362nd. I don't think Niagara does a part with this total. Semi-total 134.5. I like the under, and with Sacred Heart, want to lay up to 12 with them. 613, 614 on the card. It is Georgetown. They are on the road against Providence. Providence is a 5.5 to a 6.5 point favor. 161.5 to 162.5 is the total. I made a total of a 165, so I'm going to be in on the over. Have a Providence team that certainly has been leaving a lot to be desired on the defensive side of things. They're well outside the top 250 in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis, but now they get to go up against a Georgetown team that is not excelling with their three-point shooting. Georgetown overall shoots 31.4% from three, 27.6% in a road or neutral court venue, and for Georgetown, they do get back their 7-footer. That is going to be massive for them, as Vincent Ayuchuku has been able to give you like 4 rebounds, a block, a steal per contest, so he's been a really nice stat sheet sufferer there. Julius Alafana has been able to do a nice job in terms of contributing for this team as well, but it all comes down to KJ Lewis and the Mac attack and Malik Mack. These two guys combine for about 20.5 points per contest, but between the two of them, they shoot just a hair above 30% from three-point range. It's a Georgetown team that they do a really good job in terms of taking care of the ball. They're a top 30 team in terms of fewest turnovers on a per possession basis, and it's a Providence team that has actually been quite good with their interior defense. They're a top 75 team in terms of opponents' two-point shooting percentage, and Georgetown right now, while they don't shoot it well from three, well, they also don't shoot it well from two-point range. They're outside the top 250 with their two-point shooting percentage as well, and having Oswin, can't pronounce the last name, give you about 2.5 blocks, 7.5 rebounds, 7.5 points per contest, should be able to own the paint. You've got two dominant guards that should be able to take over this game for Providence in Jason Edwards and Jalen Sellers. These two guys combine for about 33 points per contest between the two of them. They shoot about 37% from three, and all of a sudden, Jameer Jones is able to give you 12.5 points. He's shooting 47% from three-point shooter. In conference play, he's been averaging 16 points per contest, so even though the Providence defense certainly has been rough, they have been able to find some good, clean offense, and this is going to be a little bit of tempo war. Georgetown is a bit more of a mid-tempo team, 223rd in the country in terms of total possessions per game. Providence is just all of a sudden gutting it. They are number 3 in the country in terms of total possessions per game. I think that Providence is going to look to maintain this up-tempo style, and I do think that this Georgetown team is going to be able to find some good looks from three-point range, because while this is a Providence team that has actually been quite good down low, where they've been getting gashed all season long, is with that three-point shooting defense. 335th in the country in terms of opponents' three-point shooting percentage. They let teams at home shoot 39.6% from three-point range, and that's a big reason why I could only set this line at 5. I think that Georgetown, with the way that they protect the ball, is going to be able to get a little bit warmer from three and hold in there, so I set a total of 165. I like the over and the points here with Georgetown. 615, 616 on the card. Villanova is on the road against UConn. UConn is a 9.5 to a 10.5 point favorite. 135.5 is the total. Set Connecticut as a 10-point favorite. Between the 9.5 to a 10.5, I personally would rather lay the 9.5 rather than take the 10.5 in this ordeal, just because UConn has been that good defensively. They are not going to allow you to get good looks from three-point range right now. UConn is number 3 in the country in terms of opponents' three-point shooting percentage. If you look just overall in terms of the points allowed on a per-possession basis for UConn, a team that has really slowed it down outside the top 250 in terms of total possessions per game, they are number 7 in the country. And Villanova's not been too bad themselves. You look at their defense and how they've been able to play away from home. In a road/neutral venue, it's a Villanova team that is in the top 40 in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis. They have been getting gashed from the outside. They are outside the top 200 in terms of opponents' three-point shooting percentage. Don't generate a lot of turnovers, but they're strong inside. This is a Villanova team that away from home, they have been a top 75 team in terms of opponents' two-point shooting percentage, but even with that, I do think that UConn is going to be able to do a good job down low, even though Villanova has a top rebounder in this game. That'd be Duke Brennan, 12 points, 10.5 rebounds per game, but nobody outside of him gives you over 5 rebounds per game. Tyler Perkins has been solid with about 12.5 points, 4.9 rebounds per game. He shoots 35% from 3. And Bryce Lindsey has been the height of the snake for this offense, 14.5 points, shoots 40% from 3. For a Villanova team that is a top 80 team in terms of fewest turnovers on a per possession basis, are good at not putting you on the free throw line, but they themselves have really taken a drop off with their own free throw shooting percentage. Typically one of the best teams at the line in all of college basketball. They have now fallen outside the top 210. They're shooting only about 72% and change at the charity stripe. Meanwhile, for this UConn team, it just feels like you've got 2 of everything, as right now you got 5 different guys give you double figures. Silas Emery, 6 assists, 10 points per contest, and then off the bench you get 3.5 assists out of Malachi Smith. Harris Reed, about 8 boards, 14.5 points per contest. Alex Caravan, 13.5 points, 5.5 boards. He shoots 42% from 3. It's a UConn team that hasn't even necessarily shot the world's greatest from 3 at 34.5%. Just a hair inside the top 175 with that regard, but they're excelling down low. They're doing a great job in terms of owning the paint. Top 50 team in terms of their 2-point shooting percentage, and in a tight spot, this team also only shoots about 71% of the free throw line, so relative equals there, but I think that the UConn defense holds up here. I do think that this has a propensity to be just close enough for late game fouling, and I do think that UConn is able to exploit a Villanova team that gives up a lot of looks from 3-point range. So to set a total of 136 at the 135.5, I like the over, and with UConn, willing to lay up to 9.5 with them. 617, 618 on the card. It is Mercer. They're going to be on the road against Wofford. Wofford is a underdog here of a point total on this game, 163.5. Mercer is your top cover team in all of college basketball. They have covered all but 2 of their games thus far this season. I think that continues. I set them as a 5.5 point favorite. I'm going to be willing to lay. This is a Mercer team that their interior defense away from home has actually been quite rock solid in terms of opponents' 2-point shooting percentage in a road/neutral venue. They're a top 80 team in all of college basketball. Now, where they really go wrong is that they give up a lot of second and third chances. They're outside the top 3 in terms of defensive rebound percentage, and this is a Wofford team that they've been able to do an okay job in terms of giving themselves some offensive rebounds. They're a top 175 team in terms of offensive rebound percentage. Wofford is a relatively mid-tempo team, 220th in the country in terms of total possessions per game. Mercer are looking to bump it up a little bit, but they're not playing out of sorts or anything like that. They're about 124th in the country in terms of total possessions per game, but this is a Wofford defense that is just getting absolutely shellacked right now. 327th in the country in terms of opponents' 3-point shooting percentage, 41.4% at home. That is a bottom 12 mark in all of college basketball. It's a Wofford team that has Niles Malachowski, who comes on over from Central Florida, and he's been able to give the team 14 plus points per contest. He and Mr. Kamari Holmes have been able to do a really good job of helping out this offense, as you've had Holmes be able to give you about 19 points per contest, with Malachowski shoots 39% for 3. Holmes shoots more around 33% from the outside, but it's also a Wofford team that's outside the top 250 with regards to opponents' 2-point shooting percentage. For Wofford, they do a great job protecting the ball. They're a top 55 team in terms of fewest turnovers on a per possession basis, and they do face off against a Mercer team that one of their fortes has been being solid in terms of generating turnovers. I'm not going to call it amazing, but I mean, it's a top 135 team in terms of turnovers forced on a per possession basis, but even though this is a Mercer team that they give up a lot of second and third chances on the defensive glass, they themselves have been a top 100 team with regards to their offensive rebound percentage, and you got Baraka Okoji, the top scorer in this game, 18 points, 5.5 assists, only shoots about 30% from 3, but Brody Shoulders, 9.5 points, 7 boards, 2 assists, 2 steals, really nice stat sheet stuff for there. Kyle Cuffey hasn't necessarily been able to give you a ton this season, but he's able to be a nice ancillary scorer for the team as well. Armani Mighty, he has been very mighty with his 8 rebounds per game, and it's a Wofford team that I just really do not trust in a nip and tuck spot. You've got a first-year coach in Kevin Glittner that had to take over in the process. They only shoot about 71% at the free throw line. This is a Mercer team that if you do find them in a little bit more of a pressure spot, more around 72.8% at the free throw line, so relative equals there, but Mercer also a top 125 team with regards to their 2-point shooting percentage. I think that they win this game from within. I did set a total here of a 155.5. You've got a pair of teams that have not done the world's greatest job with regards to their defense, but I just don't know if you get enough possessions here for the over, so I'm in on the under, and I'm going to be willing to lay the point here with Mercer. 619, 620 on the card. Indiana State is going to be playing against Drake, and the Drake is an underdog of 2 points. 148 is the total, and with Drake, I set them as a 1.5 point underdog. 2 is my minimum buy point here, but I'm willing to take the 2 with Drake. Drake has been a top 125 team in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis away from home, top 75 team in terms of opponents' 2-point shooting percentage away from home, and that's big against an Indiana State team that they have just fallen off a cliff with their 3-point shooting. Indiana State was actually a good 3-point shooting team last season. Right now, they are checking in 320th in all of college basketball. They shoot 29.8% from 3-point at home, even though great Scott Ian Scott has been able to shoot 39% from 3, 14.7 rebounds per contest, and then you got NL St. Barney, who's been able to give you about 3.5 rebounds per game, so he's been able to help out a little bit more down low. But for Indiana State, just too much sloppiness in this game for them. They generate, in terms of turnovers on a per possession basis on defense, not a ton of them. Meanwhile, on offense, they rank right around about 244th in terms of turnovers on a per possession basis, and it's a Drake team that they do a nice job keeping things clean. They're about 53rd in the country in terms of fewest turnovers on a per possession basis. They're outside the top 200 with regards to their defensive rebound percentage, but this is a unit that they shoot it relatively well from three-point range, country average team with regards to their interior shooting, but from three-point range. Right now, they shoot about 35.7% from three. Word of caution, though, that goes down to about 31.1% when they are away from home. And for Indiana State, you do bring back the likes of Camp Wagner, Sterling Young. These two guys have been able to combine for about 23 points per contest, but outside of Wagner and Scott, you really don't have anyone else that shoots above the mid-30s from three-point range. And for this Drake team, you've got Jalen Quinn, who comes over from Loyola Chicago. He's done a nice job headlining things with 18 points, 4 boards, 3.5 assists per contest. It is a Drake unit that has been pretty strong with regards to not allowing good looks inside, and they themselves are a team that is not going to generate a lot of turnovers. They've been outside the top 275 in terms of turnovers generated on a per possession basis, so should get more clean possessions here. But Oku Frederico being able to give you 11 points, 5.5 rebounds per game. Wilkins Exacte being able to give you 5 boards per contest. I do think that Drake finds way to hold in this game. I do think that Indiana State on their own floor, they deserve a little bit of an edge here. Both of these teams relatively equal in terms of their free throw shooting percentage, so I did set up a line of 1.5. I'm going to take 2+ here with Drake, and I did set my total 149.5. So right now, seeing a 148 in on the over and the points with Drake. 621, 622. Southern Miss is going to be on the road against Coastal Carolina. Coastal Carolina is a 2.5 to a 3-point favorite. 142.5 is the total. Set a total of a 142. I'm going to be in on the under. You do have a Southern Miss team that is looking to play at a relatively mid-tempo pace, 154th in terms of total possessions per game. Coastal is playing a little bit faster, about 156th, much faster than a season ago in terms of the national landscape, about country average. But for Southern Miss, what kills them is their 3-point shooting. They shoot 25.6% from 3-point range in a roadside neutral court venue. That is a bottom 20 mark in all of college basketball. Overall, 27%. That is 360th. Not that this Coastal Carolina team is necessarily a flamethrower from 3 at 32.4%, but that does go up to just hair above 35% in their home games. And where Southern Miss has really been able to excel is giving themselves some second and third chances in terms of offensive rebound percentage. Southern Miss is a top 175 team in all of college basketball, but if you actually look in a road or neutral court venue, they rebound about 31.1% of their misses as an offensive rebound. That is a top 110 mark in all of college basketball, and Coastal Carolina's not going to generate any turnovers. They're outside the top 330 in terms of turnovers forced on a per possession basis, but they're a top 85 team in terms of defensive rebound percentage. For Southern Miss, they've been dealing with an injury to really their number 2 scorers. Right now, their main man has been able to give you 17.6 boards and Tyreek Wilkes, but that said, Isaac Tavares was averaging about 16 points, 6.5 rebounds per game. He's been out of the fold for pretty much the entirety of conference play, so that means that Dylan Brumfield and Dejai Benoit, who are both giving you about 9.5 points per contest, they really need to step up. And Kurt Lewis does shoot 39.5% from 3, but very low volume, and outside of he and Chante Tremble, and Tremble does shoot 46% from 3, but only gives you about 4.5 points per contest. You really have no shooting whatsoever. The team looks to pile drive the ball inside. They're a top 50 team in terms of percentage of their shots that come from inside the 3-point arc, and Coastal Carolina has been able to do a great job in terms of holding up with regards to their interior defense. This is a top 150 team in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis, and for Coastal Carolina, 13th in the country in terms of opponents' 2-point shooting percentage. Meanwhile, you've got a Southern Miss team that, it's been a relatively okay defense for this team. They're about 108th with regards to opponents' 2-point shooting percentage, but I do think that Coastal Carolina is going to be able to find a way here because they do have the better backcourt, in my opinion. You've got Joshua Beadle, who comes over from Boston College, along with Rashi Jones, combining for just under 32 points per contest. Jones shoots 36.5% from 3. Reggie Hill, A.J. Dantzler, they combine to shoot about 37% from 3. Hill's able to give you 6.5 points, 5.5 rebounds per game. Dantzler, 14.5 points, 5.5 rebounds per game. Bit of a top-heavy team for Coastal Carolina with regards to their overall scoring, but that said, for Coastal Carolina, shoot about 73.5% the free throw line. Just a team that does a great job locking down low. I do think that they get the job done here, and I do think that Southern Miss not being able to get those good looks inside, that costs you an over. So set my total 142. I'm in on the under of Coastal Carolina. I'm willing to lay up to 3.5 with them. 623, 624. Georgia is on the road against Texas. Texas is back to being a slim 1.5 to 2.5 point favorite. So on this game, 169.5 to 170.5. I'm seeing a 3 out there as well. And between a 1.5 and a 3, I would rather lay the 1.5 here with Texas because I do think that home court is going to be reigning supreme. And you do have to have a little bit of question mark with the fact that Georgia has been giving up a lot of second and third chances. This is a Georgia team that overall is a top 75 team with regards to their overall rebound percentage. But you look at them on the defensive glass, they do find themselves right around around about 280th in terms of defensive rebound percentage, over 31% of opponents' missed shots become an offensive rebound. Meanwhile, you've got a Texas team that's been much better with this regard. Texas, they find themselves 47th in the country in terms of defensive rebound percentage. At home, teams are only grabbing about 23.3% of their misses as an offensive rebound, and it is a Georgia team that's in the top 35 in terms of turnovers forced on a per possession basis. They've been dominant there, and Georgia is looking to play at warp speed right now. Depending upon the day, they're either number one or number two in terms of total possessions per game. Texas, they're more around about 150th, and for Georgia, you do have Blue Kane along with Jeremiah Wilkerson leading the charge with a combined about 32 points per contest. Wilkerson shooting 37% from three, Kane down to about 26% from three, and we're starting to see Georgia shoot it a little bit better from three-point here in conference play, but still stuck on about 32% for the season, and they do shoot 76% at the free throw line in a little bit of pressure spot, and this team does a solid job as a collective of getting things done down low. Samatu Surreal long can of catchings combined for about 20 points, a little bit over 11 rebounds per game, but Matos Vaqueros, I'm sure I got that name incorrect, but he's been for this Texas team coming over from Florida Atlantic, giving you 15.6 rebounds per game. And then Dalen Swain, he comes over with Sean Miller from Xavier. He's been Mr. Do-It-All. 3.5 assists, stealing 16.5 points. Doesn't necessarily pop it well from three. In Texas, they only shoot about 33.5% from the outside. But one thing that Texas does a great job of, they get to the free throw line. They're a top 10 team in terms of free throw attempts on a per possession basis. And while this has been a Georgia team that I would say that they've been a pretty solid defense. You look at them in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis. Georgia is right now checking in 23rd in all of college basketball. With the way that they play, with the way that they're looking to generate a lot of turnovers, this is a team that's going to be willing to put you on the free throw line. If you look at free throw attempts per every field goal attempt that you have, Georgia is a team that does fall outside the top 50 with that regard, and this is a Texas team that they themselves, they are going to give you some looks at the free throw line as well. So I do think that you're going to get a lot of marches to the charity stripe. I do think that that is going to be an interesting dynamic in this game, but I do think that for Texas, they're going to slow things down a little bit. It's a Georgia team that continues to be suspect with their three-point shooting, so I feel like the total is a bit high. Semi-total 166.5. I'm in on the under. And with Texas, I'm going to be willing to lay up to 2 with them. 625, 626. Quinnipiac is on the road against Marist. Marist does find themselves as a favorite here of 2.5 to 3 points. 141.5 is the total. Saw this open up at a 137.5, and I said my total at 137.5. So now that we're up to the 140 plus I'm seeing right now, I'm in on the under. You've got a Quinnipiac team that's looking to push a little bit of tempo, not like warp speed, but 118th in terms of total possessions per game. Marist is a little bit faster than they have been in the past, but not much. 290th in the country in terms of total possessions per game, and for this Marist team, they will put you on the free throw line. 297th in terms of free throw attempts per field goal attempt, but you're not going to get too many good looks against this Marist team. For Marist, in terms of turnovers forced on a per possession basis, they are 23rd in all of college basketball, top 10 team in terms of opponents' three-point shooting percentage, and Quinnipiac has been good with their turnovers as well. They are now 90th in the country in terms of turnovers forced on a per possession basis. Quinnipiac was dealing with a little bit of an injury to one of their top scorers in Jaden Zimmerman. He's back in the fold as he's been able to supply 17 points, shoots 35% from three. And Quinnipiac all of a sudden shoots 37% from three. That's the top 50 mark in all of college basketball. In a pressure spot, though, they do shoot just 69.5% at the free throw line. It's been a Quinnipiac team that they themselves have had a little bit of a tough time with their perimeter defense. They are outside the top 210 in terms of opponents' three-point shooting percentage. Marist has traditionally been a top 10 team in terms of opponents' two-point shooting percentage. They're not quite there this season, but they're still a really strong team. They're still a top 20 team in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis, top 50 team in terms of opponents' two-point shooting percentage. And for this Marist bunch, they do struggle a little bit from the outside. They're outside the top 250 with their three-point shooting percentage, but they're doing a good job winning that turnover battle with having Justin Bernard in the backcourt giving you about 3.5 assists, 1.3 steals, 7 points per contest. And then main two scorers, Elijah Lewis, Rajon Blackwell, they both give you 12.3 points per contest. You don't necessarily have a ton of three-point shooting outside Justin Bernard. You've had Miles Parker give you about 5.5 points, shoots in the mid-30s from three-point range, but just the overall defense for this Marist team, and for Marist in a pressure spot, they shoot 79% at the free throw line. That is a top 10 mark in all of college basketball. I do think that they're going to be able to cover this summer. So I'm out line at 5.5. I'm going to be willing to lay with Marist, and I'm going to be in on anything of a 138 or higher to the under. 627, 628 was supposed to be Louisiana Monroe versus Appalachian State. They played yesterday, so we go 629, 630. Hofstra is on the road against William and Mary. You don't just get William, you don't just get Mary, but you get both, and you get to lay 2 to 2.5 points with them. Total on this game, it is 158.5, and I made Hofstra the 4-point favorite. I'm going to be willing to take a shot on them on the money line. I feel like this Hofstra team has been very undervalued all season long. And for William & Mary, talk about a team that's been very dominant with regards to just being able to lock down on defense. They are 20th in the country in terms of turnovers forced on a per possession basis, and you are not getting good looks from 3-point range whatsoever against them. William & Mary, 18th in the country in terms of opponents' 3-point shooting percentage. Hofstra, a top 30 team in terms of opponents' 2-point shooting percentage. They will allow a few solid looks outside, 201st in the country in terms of opponents' 3-point shooting percentage, and it is a William & Mary team that they very much do like to go bombs away from 3-point range, but they've also been a top 200 team in terms of turnovers forced on a per possession basis away from home, and William & Mary is just not a great 3-point shooting team. They shoot 32.7% from the outside. That's about 233rd in all of college basketball. Meanwhile, Hofstra, they are absolutely lighting it up from 3-point range. They shoot 38.9% from 3-point range in a road/court venue. That is a top 30 mark in all of college basketball, and they cruise to having the best player out there on the floor. That'd be Cruz Davis. He has been one of the best mid-major guards in all of college basketball right now, supplying the team with 22.5 points, 3.7 boards, shoots 44.5% from 3-point shows in their 5 assists per game. Now, they've been dealing with a little bit of an injury to James Boogie Patterson, who comes over from Iona, but he returned in that game against North Carolina A&T. Did not look like himself, but just being able to get him back out there on the floor, I think, is big. It's a Hofstra team that only has one guy that really gives you over 6.5 rebounds per game, Victory Otinu. He's been able to give you 5.5 points, 8 rebounds per game, but it is a Hofstra team that I think is going to be able to control the boards. William & Mary outside the top 260 in terms of their overall rebound percentage. Hofstra, they do find themselves in the top 125 with this regard, and for this Hofstra team, they're a team that in a pressure spot, they do shoot about 74.5% of the free throw line. That's a top 125 mark in the country, and William & Mary, when they get to the free throw line, they shoot about 73.5% at the free throw line. They execute quite well down low. They're a top 40 team in terms of their 2-point shooting percentage, but again, now you go up against an Hofstra team that's been able to do such a great job locking down low, and for William & Mary, it's very much a whole's greater than the sum of its parts sort of approach. You've got 8 different guys. They give you between 6.3 and 11.7 points per contest, with Tunde Valberg Fasasi giving you about 11.5 points, 4 boards. He shoots 34% from 3, but out of your top 5 scores, none of them shoot above 34% from 3. That's really the way to be able to hurt this Hofstra team. I think Hofstra is going to take good care of the ball, and with William & Mary, they themselves outside the top 270 in terms of turnovers on a per possession basis. I think that helps you go out with the under, even though you're going to have a tempo war. Hofstra 291st in terms of total possessions per game. William & Mary 15th, set a total of 156. I like the under. Made Hofstra the 4-point favorite. I'm taking them on the money line. 631, 632. Florida International is going to be on the road against New Mexico State. New Mexico State does find themselves as a 7 to an 8-point favorite total on this game, 155.5, and I did set a total here of a 154. So I'm going to be in on the under, and with New Mexico State could only set them as a 6-point favorite. With this New Mexico State defense, it just feels like it's taken a big giant fall off from where it has been in past seasons. It's not the world's worst defense by any stretch of the imagination, but for New Mexico State, they now find themselves right around about 169th in the country in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis. And with this Florida International team, this has been a team that's been really good in terms of generating turnovers. They find themselves back in the top 75 in terms of turnovers forced on a per possession basis. As a matter of fact, they're in the top 50 in the country in terms of turnovers forced on a per possession basis. For Florida International, they will allow some good looks from 3-point range, and that's a big reason why they are 243rd in the country in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis. But Florida International, they themselves have been able to do a better job from the outside. Right now, they shoot 35.6% from 3-point range. That is 77th in all of college basketball. And for Florida International, it's the former Meet Me Roadrunner who's been able to help them out, as you've got former Roadrunners on both sides, as Corey Stevenson, 17.6 boards per contest, and then Jamel Jones is the top scorer for New Mexico State, so another Meet Me, 15 points per contest out of him. But for Mr. Stevenson, he's got a little bit more help around him. Julian Mackey gives you about 13 points, and Stevenson and Mackey combined to shoot about 41% per threes. Wade Jackson, 10.5 points, 3.5 assists per contest. It is a foreign national team that's outside the top 290 in terms of defensive rebound percentage, but they're also a top 80 team in terms of offensive rebound percentage. So they grab a lot of second and third chances. Their opponents grab a lot of second and third chances. That's why you get airbrain games, and you're going to have a little bit of tempo war here for Florida National. They're about 42nd in the country in terms of total possessions per game. This New Mexico State team hovering more around about 288th, and for New Mexico State, you've been able to get some relatively good rebounding out of Julius Mims. He's like the only other double-figure scorer on the team, 10.5 points, 7.8 rebounds per game, and it is a New Mexico State team that does rank in the top 125 in terms of their overall rebound percentage. They've been a top 100 team with regards to opponents' 2-point shooting percentage, but still, they've been getting gashed a little bit more from the outside than what we've seen in the past. With regards to a nip and tuck spot, Florida National, they're outside the top 300 with your free throw shooting percentage. New Mexico State more around country average at 73%, but with how big this spread is, I don't know if that's necessarily going to be coming into play. You do have Elijah Elliott for the New Mexico State team along Jalen Randall combining for just under 19 points per contest, but I do think that in this ordeal with New Mexico Mexico State being a team that does a good job taking care of the ball, top on our team in terms of fewest turnovers on a per possession basis, but seeing the defense deteriorate, that Florida National going to be able to hold in this game. I do think that gets slowed down a little bit. So my total 154. I'm in on the under, and I'm going to take the points here with Florida National. Made them a 6-point dog. 633, 634. West Virginia is on the road against Arizona, and Arizona is a 17.5 point favorite. 144.5 is the total. And for Arizona, I did set them as a favorite of 14.5 points. I'm going to be willing to take the points with West Virginia. West Virginia is going to look to slow down and ugly up this game. 350th in the country for West Virginia in terms of total possessions per game. Arizona, they're playing still quite fast. They're 44th in the country in terms of total possessions per game, but both of these teams, they have a forte of defense, with this West Virginia team currently 20th in the country in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis, albeit they're giving up over 20 points more per 100 possessions away from home rather than at home. Arizona, they are currently 9th in the country with this regard, and it's an Arizona team that has just become a really well-rounded team. They're a top 20 team in terms of points scored on a per possession basis. They're a much better three-point shooting team now that Caleb Love is out from a season ago. They shoot about 38.3% from three-point range in their home games, but I do think that West Virginia is going to do a nice job in terms of being able to just lock down in general around the outside, as this has been a West Virginia team that's been about country average team in terms of generating turnovers, and they do allow a few open looks from three-point range, but on the inside, this West Virginia team is a top 30 team in terms of opponents' two-point shooting percentage. They've been a top 75 team in terms of defensive rebound percentage. Arizona has Toby Awaka and Monte Uvas-Kurivas, who combine for about 18 rebounds per game, and West Virginia doesn't quite have one of those guys, but it's been a whole is greater than some of its parts approach with them. You've got three different guys, Chance Moore, Brandon Lorient, and Harlan Obiana, give you between 5.2 and 5.5 rebounds per game. With Moore and Lorient, they both give you between 10 to 10.5 points per contest. And Trayson Eaglestaff, who was a little bit of a disappointment to begin the season, he's really come alive in the 6 Big 12 games that this team has played. 13.5 points, shoots 48.5% from three. West Virginia is shooting 38% from three-point here in conference play. I do think that that's going to go downward a little bit, and it is a West Virginia team that is shooting just 68.5% at the free throw line. That does rank outside the top 275 in all of college basketball, but for Arizona, even though you've been able to have Jaden Bradley now shoot well over 40% from three-point supply, 13 points per contest. Kobe Pete, Braden Burris, they combine for 29 points per contest. Burris shoots it okay from three-point at about 35%. Pete really does not. I do think that West Virginia is going to do just enough to bother this Arizona team to be able to hold in there. It is an Arizona team that's hovering more around about 100th in terms of opponent's three-point shooting percentage. I do think that West Virginia gets some good looks there. I think that West Virginia finds a way to be able to slow this game down. I set my total at a 144.5. Right now, with regards to this total, I was seeing a 145 out there a little bit earlier, 145 or higher. That becomes my buy point on the under, and I'm going to take 15 plus here with West Virginia. 635, 636 on the card. It is Virginia, and they play us in North Carolina. North Carolina, a 6.5 to a 7.5 point underdog. 149.5 is a total line with North Carolina. Made them a 6.5 point underdog, so I'm going to take 7 plus with Virginia. They're doing such a good job in terms of being able to own the glass, and for Virginia, even though you no longer have the old Tony Bennett style, it's still a relatively slow team, 233rd in the country in terms of total possessions per game. That's actually warped by their multiple overtime game against Virginia Tech. So if you look at just their home games and their home games only, this is a team that's checking in closer to about 300th in the country in terms of total possessions per game. And North Carolina seems to be speeding up a little bit, but they're slower than they have been in the past as well. But around 48th in the country in terms of total possessions per game. It is a Virginia team that has been able to shoot it quite well from three-point range. 32nd in the country. They shoot about 37.1% from three, but the real, shall we say, forte of this team has been grabbing second and third chances. 6th in the country in terms of offensive rebound percentage, but now you do have to go up against a North Carolina team that has a duo that combines for about 19.5 to 20 rebounds per game in Caleb Wilson and Henry Vassar. Between the two of them, you're getting about 37 points per contest. Wilson does not shoot it well from three, but Vassar shoots 48% from three-point. Now you're getting back Seth Trimble in the 10 games that he's played, 14 points, 3 assists, 4 rebounds per game. It is a backcourt of North Carolina that leaves something to be desired from scoring pop, but they take care of the ball, top 50 team in terms of fewest turnovers on a per possession basis. Now, in terms of generating turnovers, they're outside the top 345 with that regard as well. And interestingly, for this North Carolina team, they shoot 67.5% the free throw line outside the top 3 on there, but they've been a top 15 team in terms of opponents' two-point shooting percentage as well. Meanwhile, for Virginia, you've got down low the Diaz to Ritter, give you about 16.6 half rebounds per game. Jonah Grunlow is able to give you 7 boards per contest, and this Virginia team is a top 5 team in terms of block shot percentage, with having Grunlow and Ogana Oyesu combined for 5 blocks per contest just between the two of them alone. And then you've got some good 3-point shooting. Jakari White has been out of the fold for quite a bit, but you've had Sam Lewis shoot 36.5% from 3. Devin Tillis, whenever he's been out there, he's been able to give you some pop from 3-point range. He's dealt with a little bit of injury as well, so you want to be noting those two guys. But with this Virginia team, I do think that they should be able to own the paint a little bit more in this spot, but with the way that North Carolina does a good job in terms of just really defending things inside, I think that that's going to keep them lively, and I do think that late game follows you just enough to be able to push you over. So my total at a 150.5. I'm looking at the over and at 7+. I'm going to take the points with North Carolina. 737, 738. It's Northeastern on the road against Drexel, and the Dragons of Drexel are a 5.5 to a 6-point favorite. Total on this game 143.5 to 145.5. With Drexel, I set them as a 4.5-point favorite. So I'm going to be willing to take the 5+ here with Northeastern. It is a Northeastern team that's really just not gotten good production at all down low. They're currently 278th in the country with regards to their offensive rebound percentage, and it's a bunch that's really just fallen on tough times on defense. Right now, 330 in the country in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis. It's a Drexel unit that is currently 78th in the country with this regard, but for Drexel, you'd think that they'd be a really good team in terms of the interior with their just 2-point shooting percentage. They aren't this year. They're right now 301st in the country in terms of their 2-point shooting percentage, so the main kryptonite of Northeastern being so bad down low, that's not going to be as unearthed as you would think. Drexel has only been about 203rd in terms of defensive rebound percentage. You're grabbing a lot of second and third chances. Drexel top 100 team in terms of offensive rebound percentage, but I do think that Northeastern is going to be able to lively in this game because you've got a guy in William Kamori who's been able to do a nice job in the backcourt, give you about 12 points, shoots 44.5% from 3-point range. Yuri Fritz has some versatility, steal, block, 11.5 points, 4.5 rebounds per game, and Xander Alari. He's been a guy that's been dealing with quite a few injuries. He's been giving the team about 10.7 rebounds per game when he's been out there. He's been another guy that they have been missing for quite a bit, but in his understudy, he has been able to step up in a big way. You've been able to get about 4 boards, 8.5 points per contest out of Mike Lagane. And on the flip side, you've got a Drexel team that it's just really by committee how they're rebounding right now, as you've had Mr. Garfield actually be your top rebounder for this team, as you're getting about 5.5 points, 5.5 rebounds per game out of Garfield. Turner down for what? Lone guy on the roster that gives you over 5 rebounds per game, but then you have a by committee, just 5 different guys in Josh Reed, Eli Beard, Victor Panov, Kevon Vanderhorst, and Shane Blakeney, all between 8.2 and 13.1 points per contest between Blakeney, Vanderhorst, and Beard. You're able to get about 8 assists per contest, so they kind of work in a by committee sort of system there, but Drexel outside the top 250 in terms of turnovers on a per possession basis, and here's the kicker. For Drexel, they've been a good defensive team, top 80 team in terms of opponents' 2-point and 3-point shooting percentage. In a tight spot, though, they shoot 63.6% at the free throw line. Bottom 10 mark in all of college basketball. Can't trust them in a tight spot, so I did set my total here at a 140.5. I'm in on the under, and with Northeastern, we'll take 5+ with them, made them a 4.5-point dog. 639, 640 on the card. St. Thomas is on the road against South Dakota. South Dakota, a home underdog of 8 to 9 points, 164 to 165 is the total, and I said St. Thomas as an 11.5-point favorite. I'm going to be willing to lay the number. It's a St. Thomas team that's not going to give themselves any sort of second and third chances. Out of 365 Division I teams, 363rd in terms of their offensive rebound percentage, but this is a St. Thomas team that all of a sudden has been able to shoot it quite well from 3-point range. You're back in the top 130 with this regard. They shoot 34.8% from 3. They're a top 20 mark in terms of fewest turnovers on a per possession basis, and they're a top 25 team with regards to their 2-point shooting percentage. So they're back in the top 80 in terms of points per possession, and South Dakota last year was so good in terms of taking care of the ball. They have fallen outside the top 10 with that this season. They're now 162nd in the country in terms of points per possession, and they are going to have a nice advantage down low. Cameron Fentz is a true 7-footer and has been able to haul in there for the team, 13.8 rebounds per game, and then the Bruns burner, Isaac Bruns, 20.5 points, 5 boards. He shoots about 39% from 3-point range, but for this bunch, even though they're going to be able to pull in their more second and third chances, just the sloppiness, I think is going to be getting to them, and it's a St. Thomas team that's been a top 150 team in terms of turnovers forced on a per possession basis. With this South Dakota team, they're also just getting absolutely bludgeoned down low. They are a bottom 10 team in terms of opponents' 2-point shooting percentage. That is going to be a big giant issue, and you've got a St. Thomas team that, while they do like to be able to pop it from 3, they're good 2-point shooting percentage. That should be able to win out in this spot. With St. Thomas, they are in a road/neutral venue, about a country average team, allowing teams to shoot about 34% from 3-point range, and after a rough start to the season for so many of these guys from the outside, they've been able to find it. Nolan Minsale is still shooting less than 30% from 3, but he's been able to supply 20.5 points, 4 boards, 4.5 assists per contest. Nick Jankowski, Isaac Johnson, Agriu, these two guys combined for about 27.5 points per contest, shoot 35% from 3, and then Carter Bejerke, he gives you 9.5 points, he shoots 42% from 3. Austin Hero, that is of relation to Tyler Hero, shoots 45.5% from 3, with the St. Thomas team doing such a great job in terms of turnover battle, and they don't allow you to get second and third chances. They've been a top 85 team in terms of defensive rebound percentage. percentage. I do think that St. Thomas going to be able to go on the road, get the job done here. Set my line at 11.5. I'm going to be willing to lay it in. I recognize that South Dakota is a very up-tempo team in terms of total possessions per game. The South Dakota bunch right now, they check in 27th in the country. St. Thomas, they're a fast team, but they're not necessarily a warp speed team in terms of total possessions per game. They are checking in more in the neighborhood of about 151st, but I think that the turnovers of South Dakota cost you an over. So in on the under, and I'm going to be willing to lay of St. Thomas, 641, 642. UW Milwaukee's on the road against Youngstown State. Youngstown State is a 5.5 to a 6.5 point favorite total on this game, 154. And with Milwaukee, I set them as an underdog of 9 points. I'm going to be willing to lay with Youngstown State. For Milwaukee, the injuries have just absolutely piled up for this team as you're without your top scorer and two main guys in the front court, as right now they're dealing with an injury to Danilo Jovanovic, 12.5 points, 6 rebounds per contest. Seth Hubbard, their leading scorer with 16 points per contest, is out for the season. And then Faison Field, 7.6 rebounds per game. He's down due to injury. So Amar Uyagard, he's right now the main guy that's out there for the team, give you about 13 points per contest. Josh Dixon has been able to give you about 10 points per game. But other than that miracle cover that they were able to have against IU Indy in the 3 games since then without having Jovanovic in the fold, they have lost all 3 of those games by double figures. They have been a completely different team, as the forte of this UW Milwaukee team is being a good rebounding team. They're a top 150 team in terms of rebound percentage, top 100 team in terms of offensive rebound percentage. They don't allow a lot of second and third chances themselves, and then they get blitzed from the outside. They're outside the top 320 in terms of opponents' 3-point shooting percentage, outside the top 3 in terms of opponents' 2-point shooting percentage. For Milwaukee, they're still doing a great job taking care of the ball, top 100 team in terms of fewest turnovers on a per possession basis, but they're also a team that's not going to put you under too much duress as well. They're outside the top 275 in terms of turnovers forced on a per possession basis, and going against a Youngstown State team where their weakness is their, shall we say, guard play. They're about 260th in the country in terms of opponents' 3-point shooting percentage, and it has been a team that's had a tough time taking care of the ball. For Youngstown State, 306th in terms of turnovers on a per possession basis on offense. That is going to be a big upgrade for them, and for Youngstown State, they are caroling all the way with their top scorer, Chris Carroll, giving you 17.5 points per contest, shooting 44% from 3, and it's a Youngstown State team that is slightly above country average, shooting 35% from 3-point range. They're excelling inside a top 80 team with regards to their 2-point shooting percentage as well, and Youngstown State will generate some turnovers themselves. They've been a top 125 team in terms of turnovers forced on a per possession basis. They really push you inside in terms of percentage of opponent shots that come from inside the 3-point line. Top 30 team in all of college basketball. That's because they want you to. Emmanuel Zugulov, he's a true 7-footer that's giving you a pair of blocks per contest. He's been able to do a nice job with that regard with this UW Milwaukee team. If they had their bigs out there, I'd be willing to trust them here, but they're just so banged up that I think that Youngstown State does a good job getting the job done here. It's a Youngstown State team that is either fast or slow in terms of total possessions per game, 209th in all of college basketball. And for UW Milwaukee, they're around 179th, but I think that Milwaukee missing their top scorers just does not allow them to have the firepower to help you out with this total. So made a total of 151. I'm in on the under, and I'm willing to lay up to 8.5 here with Youngstown State. 643, 644. It's Oklahoma on the road against Missouri, and Missouri finds themselves as a 4.5 to a 5-point favorite. Total on this game going to be getting it at a 152.5, and with Missouri, I did set them as a favorite here of 4 points. So at 4.5 plus, I'm going to be willing to take the points with Oklahoma. It's been an Oklahoma offense that has been really good in terms of protecting the ball, and Missouri, throughout the years, they've typically been a relatively good team in terms of generating turnovers. Their games in general just involving a lot of turnovers this year, as Missouri has had a tough time taking care of the ball. In terms of turnovers on a per possession basis, they do clock in 258th in all of college basketball, and for Missouri, they've been a little bit of a rough defense, 114th in the country in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis. Oklahoma, they themselves have taken a big giant step back with their defense, 167th in the country with this regard. They've been a much better interior defense than they have been around the outside, as Oklahoma last year was one of the best 3-point shooting defenses in all of college basketball, well outside the top 225 this season. For Missouri, they're not generating quite the same amount of turnovers that they did 8 seasons ago in terms of turnovers forced on a per possession basis, 175th in all of college basketball, and Oklahoma really not generating too many themselves, 281st in the country. So I'm going to be liking the over here. I did set my total 156 because you are going to be getting so many clean possessions. It's a Missouri team that's still a top 60 team in terms of points scored on a per possession basis, and they do have quite demonstrative home and road splits as well. You've got Mark Mitchell who's been able to supply 17 points per contest, and then a pair of 42+% 3-point shooters in Jaden Stone, Jacob Cruz, who've been able to combine for about 26.5 points per contest, 9.5 rebounds between the two of them, and Anthony Robinson, Sean Phillips. They've done a nice job mixing and matching with Robinson in the backcourt, 10 points, 3.5 assists per contest. Phillips, he's able to give you a block and a half per contest, as the rebound percentage has been much better for this Missouri team than it has been in past seasons, even though the turnovers are a bit up, and it is a Missouri team that averages about 22.3 points more more per 100 possessions at home rather than away from home. And for Oklahoma, they have been 35th in the country in terms of points scored on a per possession basis, and that's a big reason why I think that they hold in there. And also can't lay it here with Missouri because they shoot less than 69% of the free throw line, outside the top 280 in all of college basketball there. Meanwhile, for Oklahoma, more around 73.5% of the free throw line, with Nigel Pack, Xavier Brown combining for about 31.5 points per contest. Both shoot over 84% at the free throw line, 6.3 assists, 3.5 turnovers per game. Out of those two guys, Muhammad Wagiu has given you about 7 points, 7 boards, blocking at per contest, hold up down low, and Tay Davis gives you about 6.5 rebounds per game. It's an Oklahoma team that has been a top 75 unit in terms of percentage of their missed shots that result in an offensive rebound, with them being a top 45 team in terms of keeping things clean. I do think that keeps them lively in a better scoring game against two teams that have not been great on the defensive side of things. So did set my line at a 4. We'll take 4.5 plus here with Oklahoma. Like the over, so my total 156, 645, 646 UW Green Bay. They're on the road against Robert Morris, and old Bobby Morris is a 6.5 point favorite. 145.5 is the total. Set my total at a 145.5. Was seeing a little bit before a 147. We can get to a 146 plus in on the under, but I'm going to be able to take the points here with the Green Bay. You got a Robert Morris team that is going to be looking to play a little bit more slowly along with the UW Green Bay. UW Green Bay is 341st in the country in terms of total possessions per game. Robert Morris more around about 216th, but Robert Morris specifically in their home games outside the top 250 with that regard. And really the forte of this Robert Morris team, offensive rebounding, going into their game against UW Milwaukee a few days ago, 10th in the country in terms of percentage of missed shots. They become an offensive rebound, and Robert Morris a pretty efficient offense at 99th in the country in terms of points per possession. UW Green Bay is 122nd, and it is a Robert Morris team that their kryptonite is turning the ball over in terms of turnovers on a per possession basis. Who are 93rd in the country. Good news is they don't have to deal with that against a UW Green Bay team that's forcing no turnovers whatsoever. UW Green Bay is outside the top 350 with regards to their offensive rebound percentage, outside the top 355 in terms of turnovers forced on a per possession basis. But I do think that UW Green Bay is going to be able to do an okay job on the defensive glass. You take a look at them in terms of their defensive rebound percentage. Green Bay is not allowing a ton of second and third chances, or a top 95 team with this regard. Games played away from home, 25.4% of opponents' missed shots do become an offensive rebound. That is a top 75 mark in all of college basketball. And for UW Green Bay, they now have a quartet of guys that are able to give you double figures. Marcus Hall has been that main man with about 15 points per contest, versus in their 5 boards. He's been very versatile for them. But then you've got Justin Allen, CJ O'Hara, and Preston Rudinger, all between 11.4 and 13.1 points per contest, all between 3 and 4.5 rebounds per game. It's a Green Bay team that they shoot about 35% from 3. That's the top 175 mark in all of college basketball. For Green Bay, they've been also doing a good job executing inside. They've been a top 100 team in terms of their 2-point shooting percentage, while you've got a Robert Morris team that it's been about country average in opponents' 2-point and 3-point shooting percentage. Robert Morris is also knocking down darn near 36% of their threes, with Deshaun Good being Mr. Good, 15 points, 9 rebounds per contest. He shoots 64% from 3, and then Nicolas Shatakulis, he throws in there about 7 rebounds per game as well. It's a little bit of a sloppy Robert Morris team, and in a tight spot, they shoot just 69.8% at the free throw line. That is outside the top 250 in all of college basketball. We saw late free throws, and UW Green Bay being able to hit those, be able to get them a cover a few days ago against Youngstown State. I think that that's going to do just enough to keep them lively here. With the lack of second and third chances in this game, I do think that that is going to be just enough to keep you under as well for UW Green Bay. So semi-total 145.5, 146 plus in on the under, and we'll take 6 plus here with Green Bay. 647, 648. Loyal Chicago plays host to Duquesne, and Duquesne finds themselves as a road favorite here of 2.5 points. 154.5 to 155.5 is the total, and I said a total here of a 149. So I'm going to be in on the under. You've got a Duquesne team that has been allowing quite a few second and third chances away from home. About 32.5% of opponents' missed shots become an offensive rebound. That's outside the top 225, but I do think that gets cleaned up with John Hughley now returning to the fold. He was missing for 6 games, 13 points, 5 boards. That should be a lot about this team down low. And it's been a Duquesne team that has really been slowing down their tempo here recently. If you look at them in terms of total possessions per game this year, they're about 25th in the country, but it has been a team that here in conference play, they've been looking to be able to rein it back in because the turnovers have been unsightly. They're outside the top 315 in terms of turnovers on a per possession basis, and you've got a loyal Chicago team that's playing at one of the slowest paces in all of college basketball, 326th in the country in terms of total possessions per game. They've dealt with injuries to the likes of Xavier Amos and company, so it's been hurting them. Well, for this Duquesne team, really outside of Hughley, everyone's been healthy. Jimmy Williams, Terrence Gunyard, they combine for 32 points per contest between the two of them. They're shooting about 37.5% from 3-point range, and for Loyal Chicago, one of your main constants has been DeWolk Tavares. He's been a solid scorer for the team, being able to give you about 9.5 points per game. He is shooting from 3-point range about 32%. And then you have had Cade Dodson and Xavier Amos be two guys that will be able to give you double figures, but Amos, he's been dealing with injury once again. Cade Dodson, he's a guy that has been out of the lineup over the last 2 to 2.5 weeks, so that is a big blow for this offense. You still have Miles Rubin down low, give you about 2.5 blocks per contest, but even though it is a Duquesne team that leaves a little bit of something to be desired on the glass, Loyola Chicago, they at home are allowing putters grab about 31.5% of their missed shots as an offensive rebound. That's been all sorts of unsightly. Loyola Chicago outside the top 3 with regards to their own free throw shooting percentage out. They are unlucky. Teams are shooting 80% at the free throw line against them. That is dead last in college basketball, so it's been a year from HV double hockey sticks for Loyola Chicago, but Loyola Chicago, they're outside the top 3 in terms of turnovers on a per possession basis on offense. They are a bottom 25 team in terms of turnovers generated on a per possession basis on defense, so that means good clean possessions for Duquesne. I think that allows Duquesne to be able to get the job done on the road. Semi-line at 5-1 to lay with Duquesne, and on the under, semi-total at a 149, 649, 650. It is Towson on the road against North Carolina A&T. A&T finds themselves as a home underdog here of 7 to 7.5 points. 138.5 is the total, and I did set my line at 6, so I'm going to be willing to take the points with A&T. Towson is just a really hard team to trust because the offense has just been once again all over the place. They turn games into a slog, 352nd in the country in terms of total possessions per game. And for A&T, this is neither a fast nor a slow team, about 155th in the country in terms of total possessions per game. And they've been solid on the glass. North Carolina A&T is the line teams only grabbed 24.1% of their missed shots as an offensive rebound, and that is very much a lifeblood of this Towson offense. Towson, they are outside the top 340 in terms of their three-point shooting percentage. They are the 16th in the country in terms of offensive rebound percentage and games played away from them. They rebound 37.3% of their misses as an offensive rebound. That is 6th in the country, and you do have a pair of guys in the backcourt for Towson that have been able to give you 14-plus points per contest in Dylan Williamson along Tyler Teata. These guys combine for about 30.5 points per contest. Williamson shoots 34% from 3, and then you've got Tyler Coleman, who does shoot 40% from 3, but attempts less than 1 3 per game, so it's been leaving a lot to be desired there, and this is a Towson team that's good in terms of guarding the three-point arc. They've been a top 75 team in terms of opponents' three-point shooting percentage. They're outside the top 235, though, in terms of opponents' two-point shooting percentage, and for the North Carolina A&T team, they're not a good three-point shooting team. They themselves outside the top 270 with their three-point shooting percentage. They've been a little bit closer to country average with their two-point shooting percentage, but that's well outside the top 225 as well. But with A&T, they are a top 100 team with regards to their rebound percentage. They're still dealing with the injury to Luron Walker. That's their number 2 scorer, who's averaging 16.5 points per game, but the other Walker, Lewis Walker, 18 points, shoots in the mid-30s from 3. Trent Middleton has been able to shoot about 35% from 3-point. Bryson Ogletree shoots 36% from the outside, so you do have a little bit of firepower from the outside. It is an A&T team that is a top 75 team in terms of percentage of their shots that come from inside the 3-point arc, and the big kryptonite that this A&T team has, they just turn the ball over a little bit too much. In terms of turnovers on a per possession basis, they are outside the top 280 in all of college basketball, but this is not a Towson defense that's going to put you under duress. They're currently outside the top 240 in terms of turnovers forced on a per possession basis. It's an A&T team that themselves are a bottom 30 team in terms of turnovers forced on a per possession basis, so you're going to be able to get clean possessions here, and I think that A&T's rebounding keeps them in this game, and I do think that you get some late game fouling and a lot of clean possessions for the over, so my total 142, I like the over, and I'm willing to take the points with A&T. Made A&T the underdog of 6 points, 651, 652. Brown is on the road against Princeton. What can Brown do for you? Well, if they don't get blown out, they're going to be able to make you some money. They're 4.5 to 5.5 point underdogs. 132.5 to 133.5 is the total, and I said a low total of 129. I'm going to be in on the under. Neither team is pushing any sort of tempo whatsoever. 323rd in the country in terms of total possessions per game for Princeton. Brown is actually 230th, but that's a net result of having a few overtime games. So that does need to be taken into account. And this is a Brown defense that has been very rock solid. They're a top 105 team in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis. You take a look at them in a road or neutral court venue, that goes into the top 75 in all of college basketball. And they've been pretty solid in terms of generating a few turnovers as well. This Brown team in games played away from home, top 80 team in terms of turnovers forced on a per possession basis. Brown also well outside the top 275 in terms of points scored on a per possession basis. They do get back their big man in Mr. Landon Lewis, who's been able to supply about 14 points, 6.5 rebounds per game, but he's out with injury throughout the season. In the backcourt, Isaiah Langham along with Edri Ochidino have been able to combine for about 19.5 points per contest, with neither of these guys shooting over 30% from 3. That's been a little bit of an issue, though Jeremiah Jenkins, Mr. Do-It-All, 2 steals, 5.5 assists, 9 points per contest, shoots 40% from 3-point range. That's been solid. And for Princeton, they have been well outside the top 200 in terms of points scored on a per possession basis themselves. They've been a rather mediocre team with their 3-point shooting at 33.7%, but Dalen Davis was missing for 9 games, and he's been their top scorer, 15.5 points, shoots 38.5% from 3, so they're elevated a little bit with that regard. And Princeton is still doing a solid job in terms of their 3-point shooting defense. They can be had a little bit more down low, but they've been a top 125 team in terms of opponents' 3-point shooting percentage, and not a lot of second and third chances should be had in this game. For Princeton, they are allowing teams attempts grabbed is 24.2%. Their misses as an offensive rebound, 30th in terms of defensive rebound percentage. Meanwhile, it's a Brown team that's a top 140 team in terms of defensive rebound percentage away from home as well. And I do think that as a result, you get yourself a grimy, gross game. I did set my line here at 5. I think the Brown is going to be able to hold in there. So at 5.5 plus, we'll take the points with Brown in on the under. I set my total at a 129, 653, 654. Arkansas State is on the road against Georgia State. Georgia State is a home underdog of 5.5 points, 157 to 157.5 is the total. So Arkansas State is 4.5 point favorite. So at 5 plus, I'm going to be willing to take the points. Now, one thing that Arkansas State does have going for them is in a tight spot, this is actually a really good free throw shooting team. Right now, they're shooting as a collective 76.5% the charity stripe. That's a top 50 mark in all of college basketball. What's not going for them is the turnovers. Outside the top 320 in terms of ball security, 14.3 turnovers per game. It's very much a whole is greater than the sum of its parts sort of collective. And right now, you've got 8 different guys that give you between 6.9, very nice, and 11.9 points per contest. Joey Chema, who was missing for about 10 games earlier in the season, he's really your top 3-point shooter at 40%. Jackson Ellingsworth shoots 39% for 3. Pretty much every one of your other top 7 scorers shoots below 32.5% for 3. That's a little bit of an issue. They do a nice job rebounding by committee, top 55 team in terms of offensive rebound percentage. They don't necessarily execute from 3-point range. You're outside the top 240 with that regard. And if you look at Georgia State, overall for the season, they are outside the top 310 in terms of points scored on a per possession basis. But all of a sudden, you're in Sun Belt play, they've been able to find a little bit of offense. This is a Georgia State team that in Sun Belt Conference play, they have really seen a little bit of an uptick there. And as a matter of fact, you want to take a look at their last 6 games. They have gotten past the 80-point barrier in 4 of them. They were held down a little bit more against Southern Miss. Southern Miss is a little bit more of a slow and controlled team, but Jelani Hamilton has been the difference maker for Georgia State. 18 points per contest, shoots 36.5% for 3. He was missing for 5 games, and without him, their offensive numbers just completely went into the tanker. Now they've got him back. You've got Ja'Kai Newton along with Jonah Chappelle, who've been able to combine for 14.5 points, 10 rebounds per contest. They don't necessarily pop it and lock it from 3, but Malachi Brown does. 10 points, 3 assists, shoots 35% from 3-point range for a Georgia State team that has country average in terms of generating turnovers. It's a bunch that has been pretty solid with their interior defense, top 100 team with regards to opponents' 2-point shooting percentage, outside the top 350 with their own 2-point shooting percentage, and this team is getting ballroom blitzes on the glass outside the top 275 in terms of their rebound percentage, but I do think that they hold in there. It is an Arkansas State team that gets very sloppy with the ball, and this Georgia State offense here recently has been much, much better in a game that I think is going to have quite a few possessions. Georgia State is a relatively country average team in terms of total possessions per game at 141st. Arkansas State, they are very much content to gun it in terms of total possessions per game. Right now, they check in 24, so set a total of 160.5 in on the over, and at 5 plus, I'm going to be willing to take the points with Georgia State. 655, 656, Northern Illinois. It's on the road against Ball State, and Ball State does find themselves as a favorite here of 6.5 points total on this game, 139.5 to 140.5. Set by total 138, I'm going to be in on the under. Now, you do have a Northern Illinois team that has been a top 150 team in terms of offensive rebound percentage. They're giving up lots of second and third chances. 263rd in the country in terms of defensive rebound percentage. They're actually much better away from home on the defensive glass than they are at home, but you also have a pair of teams that are just not really lighting it up from 3. For this Northern Illinois bunch, they shoot 31.8% from 3. That is 265th in all of college basketball. Ball State, they say, hold my beer. They shoot 30.9% from 3. That is 309th in all of college basketball, and this is a Ball State team that's not looking to push any tempo whatsoever. 332nd in the country in terms of total possessions per game. Northern Illinois, not a fast team, not a slow team, about 132nd in terms of total possessions per game, but sloppy is this Northern Illinois team. They're outside the top 320 in terms of ball security. They are turning the ball over 15.8 times per contest. As a matter of fact, they're a bottom 20 team in terms of turnovers on a per possession basis, but you do have Mekhi Valentine along Dylan Dukaman, who've been able to combine for about 27 points per contest. They combine to shoot about 33% from 3-point range. It's a Northern Illinois team that one thing that they've been able to do an okay job of is their 3-point shooting defense. They've been a top 175 team with that regard, getting absolutely blasted down low. They're outside the top 340 in terms of opponents' 2-point shooting percentage, and you do have a guy in G&I Cobb who's been around the block. He's able to give you about 8 points, 4 assists, 2 steals per contest, but Ball State, they should be able to win the battle in terms of turnovers, and I do think that there's going to be a lot of sloppiness in this game because for Ball State, they have been a top 125 team in terms of turnovers generated on a per possession basis in their home games. You look at them on offense, they're okay in terms of taking care of the ball, 118th of the country in terms of turnovers on a per possession basis on offense, but they're really not excelling with regards to anything at all inside 321st in the country in terms of their own 2-point shooting percentage. So that big weakness that you've got for Northern Illinois not going to be as unearthed in this game. And for Ball State, you really don't have anyone that gives you over 5 rebounds per game. Amani Ziegler, 12.9 points, 5 rebounds, 3 assists per contest. He leads the team in all 3 categories. And then Davion Hill, 12.5 points, 4 boards per contest. And These are the lone two guys that give you over 4.5 rebounds per game. They've dealt with the injury to Joey Hart, who was supposed to be one of their main three-point shooters, and for Ball State in a little bit of a pressure spot, they only shoot about 70.3% at the free throw line. It is a Ball State team that they themselves have been outside the top 275 in terms of opponents' 2-point and 3-point shooting percentage. They make up for it with their turnovers, and I do think that you get just a sloppy slog of a game. I set my line at 6, so at 6.5 plus, I'm willing to take the points with Northern Illinois, and I like the under. I set my total at a 138, 657, 658. It is Penn, and they're going to be playing also Yale. Yale is a 6.5 to a 7.5 point favorite. 158.5 to 159.5 is the total. I like the over. I set my total 161.5. This is despite the fact that you're not going to get a lot of possessions in this game. Yale's 294th in the country in terms of total possessions per game. This Penn team is rather mid-tempo this year in terms of total possessions per game, 195th with Fran McCaffrey taking over, but you've got a Yale team that they are just a really, really good offensive team in general. Top 10 team in terms of points scored on a per possession basis away from home. This is a team that is very much based around three-point shooting. Right now, if you look at Yale, they shoot over 41% from three-point range. That's a top 5 mark in all of college basketball. And to the credit of the Quakers of Penn, this has been a really good three-point shooting defense. Right now, Penn is allowing teams to shoot only about 20% from three-point range at home. But that said, you've got this bunch also being in the top 75 in Yale in terms of two-point shooting percentage away from home. Yale's going to give up some looks from three away from home. They allow opponents to shoot 34.1% from three. And Penn, they themselves are 8th in the country in terms of their three-point shooting percentage. But it is a Yale team that they just do a little bit of a better job in terms of taking care of the ball. This Penn team has been sloppy with it. They turned the ball over 12 times per contest, and for Yale, they're the better team on the glass. You've got Nick Townsend give you 17 points, 7.5 rebounds per game. Shoots 53% from three. Isaac Salazar throws in there 6 rebounds per game. Sam Altinen has been able to give you about 6 boards per contest. So these guys have been relatively rock solid with that regard. Yale's a top 150 team in terms of rebound percentage, and this is a Yale bunch that they've been a top 250 team with regards to opponents' two-point shooting percentage. They're a team that they themselves, Yale, is outside the top 225 in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis, and for this Quakers bunch, they only shoot about 70% in the free throw line. So if it comes down to late game fouling, that's an issue, and they are outside the top 3 with their own two-point shooting percentage. Ethan Roberts, 20 points per contest. He shoots 44% from 3 points. TJ Power, Michael Zanoni, these two guys combined to shoot about 39.5% from 3 points between the two of them, about 27 points per contest. But you also have a Penn bunch that they find themselves hovering right around about 150th with regards to rebound percentage. They're not really going to force the issue on you on defense, being outside the top 230 in terms of turnovers on a per possession basis. I think both of these teams knock down their threes. I think the Yale's just a little bit more well-rounded to be able to get the job done. So I did set my line at 7.5, willing to lay up to 7 with Yale, and I'm in on the over, so my total at 161.5, 659, 660 on the card. Columbia is going to be on there against Dartmouth. Dartmouth finds themselves as a home underdog of 1.5 points, 157.5 is the total. I made a total here of a 148. I'm going to be in on the under. Now, this is a Dartmouth team that has been an absolute flamethrower from three-point range. Right now for Dartmouth, they are shooting right in that neighborhood of about 38.5% from three, but that goes down to 33.3% at home, 42% away from home. I do think that that's going to iron out a little bit, but both of these teams are actually doing a really good job in terms of guarding the three-point line as well. Dartmouth is a top 65 team in terms of opponents' three-point shooting percentage. You got this Columbia bunch who is allowing teams to shoot about 35.5% from three-point range away from home. That is outside the top 235 in all of college basketball, but this Columbia team has been very dominant on the glass. They're a top 30 team with regards to their overall rebound percentage. One thing that Columbia does need to iron out is the turnovers, and really, I think that that's what's going to cost you the over in this spot. Is this is a Columbia team that's outside the top 3 in terms of ball security. They turn the ball over about 13.5 times per contest. Dartmouth, right now, they are 268th in the country in terms of turnovers on a per possession basis on offense, and neither team is playing really fast or slow. Dartmouth is about 174th in the country in terms of total possessions per game. Columbia is 183rd, and with this Columbia bunch, I do think that player Thompson is going to be a big X factor in this game. 11 points per contest, 5 boards. He shoots 45% from 3 as a 6'8", little bit of a combo player. And then Kenny Nolan, 16.5 points, 94% free throw shooter. He's been able to give you about 3.5 assists, shoots 38.5% from 3-point range. Just Columbia team that they can also execute down low. They're a top 80 team in terms of opponents' 2-point shooting percentage, top 75 in terms of their own 2-point shooting percentage. And in a pressure spot, they shoot about 73.5% at the free throw line. Meanwhile, you've got a Dartmouth team that they've got Brandon Mitchell-Day. I love him at about 6'7", 6'8", being able to give you in that neighborhood about 9 boards, 11 points per contest. And Kareem Thomas, he shoots 50% from 3, 18.5 points per game. But in a pressure spot, it is a Dartmouth team that they shoot 71.5% at the free throw line. Dartmouth not going to give themselves a lot of second and third chances, and I do think that Columbia wins this game from within. I think that the overall sloppiness is going to be costly to an over. So I'm going to be in on the under. I set my total at 148. I'm with Columbia. Made them the 4-point favorite. I'm going to be willing to lay the number 661, 662. It's Temple. We give our Lake. If it go Owls, they hit the road. They're facing off against UTSA. Meet for the San Antonio Roadrunners, who find themselves as a double-figure underdog at home. Right now with San Antonio, you're going to be catching 10.5 to 11.5 points with them. 145.5 to 146.5 is the total. I set my line at 13. I'm going to be willing to lay it with Temple. This UTSA team is right now a skid mark on the underpants of college basketball. Man, this is not good for UTSA. They're not taking care of the ball. 273rd in terms of turnovers on a per possession basis. They're giving up second and third chances. 353rd in terms of their defensive rebound percentage. And I mean, it's a Temple team that's not going to give you any sort of second and third chances. They're really not generating a lot of turnovers, but Temple also prevents you from getting second and third chances. Temple, 53rd in the country in terms of defensive rebound percentage, and this Temple team is a top 20 team in terms of fewest turnovers on a per possession basis. They're doing a nice job keeping things clean and easy. And for Temple, they shoot from three-point range about 35.5% for the outside. Now that goes down to about 30.9% away from home. And that's a big reason why I'm in on the under. I did set my total at a 143. Additionally, Temple, not a up-tempo team at all, 296th in the country. In terms of total possessions per game, UTSA, they're 109th. But UTSA, even though they're playing relatively fast, I would say they're not executing at all. 361st in the country in terms of points scored on a per possession basis. And if you look at their home games and their home games only, Mississippi Valley State and Maine are scoring fewer points on a per possession basis. Jamar Simpson has been solid for this UTSA team, 15.5 points, 4 boards, comes over from Southern Utah, shoots about 31.5% for three, which doesn't sound good, but he and Dorian Hayes are the lone two guys on the roster that shoot above 29% from three-point range. Justin Nunez is your lone other double-figure scorer, 10 points, 2.4 assists per contest. For UTSA, they've been outside the top 225 in terms of turnovers generated on a per possession basis, which is always supposed to be their strong suit. They're actually a top 275 team in terms of two-point shooting percentage, so yay, verily there, but man, things are just not going great for this team. Outside the top 3 with regards to their free throw shooting percentage, and for the Temple team, I'm not going to call them like some sort of a lockdown defense or anything like that. They're not really generating any sort of turnovers, but I mean, still, you've got Darian Bill Ford Tough along with Aiden Tobiason, who've been combining for about 31.5 points per contest and post shoot 35% from three-point range. You've got Jordan Mason, who's done a nice job giving you 11 points, 4.5 assists, fewer than 2 turnovers per game. So that way this offense stays nice and clean. It is a Temple team that's outside the top 225 with their own 2-point shooting percentage. And in terms of opponents' shooting percentages, country average in terms of opponents' 2-point and 3-point shooting percentage. But one of the way that UTSA is just really not providing much of anything whatsoever in terms of offense or on defense, I think that Temple has their way in this game. Set my line at 13. So willing to lay the number here with Temple. Made my total at 143, so I'm also in on the under. Go Owls, 663, 664. George Mason is on the road against Rhode Island. Rhode Island does find themselves as a home underdog, as you're going to be catching with them anywhere between 2.5 to 3 points. So on this game, it is 136.5, and set George Mason as a 5-point favorite. I'm going to be willing to lay the number. The George Mason defense has been a little bit more wobbly here over the last few games, but the offense has actually really accelerated. You look at this George Mason team, in games played away from home, they're actually a top 15 team in terms of points scored on a per possession basis. They're still playing a very slow and controlled tempo, 322nd in the country in terms of total possessions per game. Rhode Island right there with them, 321st in the country in terms of total possessions per game. So not going to have a lot of clean possessions there, but that's it for George Mason. They are currently shooting 38.9% from three-point range away from home. That's a top 35 mark in all of college basketball. And you've got a Rhode Island team that they're just not great with regards to their perimeter play. They are shooting at home 27.1% from three-point range. That's outside the top 330 in all of college basketball, and they do a great job generating turnovers. Top 15 team in terms of turnovers forced on a per possession basis. They don't protect the ball themselves, so 319th in the country in terms of turnovers on a per possession basis on offense, and it's even worse in their home games. Meanwhile, for George Mason, right now they're about 57th in the country in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis on defense, and they should be able to do a pretty solid job down low in this game. As for George Mason, you've got a guy that's able to provide you with about 6 rebounds, 13.5 points per game in Riley Allenpatch, and he was actually a good 3-point shooter over at St. Miami a season ago. But Corey Mincy, Jahari Long, these have been your main 2 outside shooters. As Long, 4 assists, 11 points, shoots 40% for 3. Corey Mincy shoots 42% for 3, 16.5 points per contest at a pressure spot. George Mason shoots about 73.7% of the free throw line, top 130 mark in all of college basketball. For George Mason, they've been a top 125 team in terms of their 2-point shooting percentage. Really don't pull in there a lot of second and third chances. They've been outside the top 200 with regards to their offensive rebound percentage, not allowing too many second and third chances though, and they have been protecting the ball quite well. Top 60 team in terms of fewest turnovers on a per possession basis. While for Rhode Island, you got two main guys in Tyler Cochran and Jonah Hinton, hitting it hard with a combined about 26.5 points per game. And for Hinton, he shoots 33% from three. Cochran only shoots about 27% from three. And really, the lone guy other than Hinton that shoots above 33% from three-point range is Jamari Tripp, who's been able to give you about 11 points per contest. Now, Cochran generates about 3 steals per contest, and it's a Rhode Island team that's been solid down low. They're a top 75 team in terms of their own two-point shooting percentage, top 135 team in terms of opponents' two-point shooting percentage, top 150 team in terms of their overall rebound percentage, where the whole is greater than the sum of its parts. Nobody is giving you more than 5.6 rebounds per game, and that main guy, Mohamed Sow, is currently dealing with injury, but we have a lot of guys, 4 different guys between 3.8 and 5.4 rebounds per game. I think that you get a little bit of a slowdown game, a little bit of a sloppier game, but I think that in the end, George Mason finds a way to pull this one out. Semi-line at 5, won a lay with George Mason and made a total of a 135, so I'm also in on the under. 665, 666. Cornell is on the road against Harvard, and the smart kids of Harvard do find themselves as a favorite here of 2.5 points. 163.5 to 164.5 is the total. I set my line at 4. I'm going to be willing to lay the number. It's going to be a massive tempo war in this game, as Cornell, right now, they are a team that ranks 14th in the country in terms of total possessions per game. Harvard is about as polar opposite as it gets, 346th in the country in terms of total possessions per game, and it's a Harvard team that has been a solid defense, top 150 team in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis. Cornell is all gas, no breaks. They're 351st in the country in points allowed on a per possession basis, but they shoot 38.9% from three-point range away from home, overall a top 20 team in terms of their three-point shooting percentage, 47th in the country in terms of points scored on a per possession basis, but you look at their road and neutral court numbers, they're a top 20 team with this regard, and it's a Harvard team that is solid on offense. They're about 167th in the country in terms of points scored on a per possession basis. Harvard not really a team that's going to put you under too much rust whatsoever, and Cornell, well, they're providing no defense whatsoever, but you do have Cooper Norad and Jake Feigen, who have been able to combine for 36.5 points per game between the two of them. They shoot about 41% from three, and both the guys shoot over 85% the free throw line in a pressure spot as well. Adam Hinton, he's hitting it hard with 12.5 points, 2.5 assists. He shoots 40% from three-point range. They've got a little bit more rebounding than in the past with Kepper Sepp coming on over from Valparaiso, 5 points, 5 boards, 2.5 assists per contest. I do like what he's able to bring to the table, and with this Cornell team, they also do a great job on the inside as well, top 30 team in terms of opponents' two-point shooting percentage. And for Harvard, it's just a really nice quartet that you've got. You've got 4 different guys that give you at least 12 points per contest. Not a lot of depth on this team, but Thomas Beatty, Tay Barber, they combine for about 9.5 rebounds, 24.5 points per contest. And then Robert Hinton, he's in an order with 16 points, 5 boards, steal and a half per contest. Chandler Piggy, about 14 points. He shoots only about 32% from 3, but Beatty shoots 53% from 3. Tay Barber, 40.5% from the outside. Then Austin Hunt, who's been dealing with a little bit of injury, he's been able to give you about 7.5 points per contest. It's a Harvard team that is a top 125 team in terms of taking care of the ball. They don't give themselves any sort of second and third chances outside the top 275 in terms of rebound percentage. And Harvard, in a pressure spot, they shoot 78.5% the free throw line. That is a top 15 mark in all of college basketball. They give it up on the inside, but they haven't been a bad perimeter defense. They allow teams to shoot about 32% from three-point range, and with Cornell taking darn near 50% of their field goal attempts from three-point range, that becomes all the more important in this game, and I think that it allows Harvard to be able to dictate this game, slow it down a little bit more, and get the job done. Set my line at 4. I'm willing to lay with Harvard and made a total of 160, so almost went on the under. 667, 668. It is Syracuse, and they're going to be playing us with Miami. Miami does find themselves as a small favorite here of 1.5 to 2 points. 150.5 is the total. So my total 146. I'm going to be in on the under. You've got a Miami team that is going to be looking to push a little bit of tempo here. 104th in the country in terms of total possessions per game. Syracuse, neither fast nor slow in terms of total possessions per game. They're about 182nd in all of college basketball, but this is a Syracuse team that has stepped up in a big way with regards to their defense. They're a top 45 team in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis, but Miami's even better. 18th in the country in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis, and the way that you can really undo this Miami defense is really via the outside. They allow opponents away from home to shoot 38.8% from three-point range, and having Donnie Freeman back is absolutely massive for the Syracuse team. Syracuse has been, overall for the season, outside the top 160 in terms of points scored on a per possession basis, much of that being without Freeman, who's been supplying about 19.5 points, 7.5 boards per contest, and he shoots about 34% from 3, but team as a whole, they shoot about 33.8% from 3, hovering right around about country average there. They're looking to pound the ball a little bit more on the inside, and for the Syracuse bunch, they are allowing a lot of second and third chances as well. They are well outside the top 200 in terms of defensive rebound percentage. Miami's not allowing a lot of those second and third chances. They're a top 40 team with regards to their defensive rebound percentage. Now, what Syracuse does a good job of blocking shots. William Kyle, 2.7 blocks, 9.5 points per contest, and for Miami, they're a top 10 team in terms of block shot percentage, so Miami not going to be able to get too many clean looks down low, though. They do have on their side Malik Renew, 19.5 points, 6.5 boards, pair of assists, shoots in the mid-30s from three. Shelton Henderson has shot about 38.5% from three-point range. They lost Marcus Allen early on during the season, but Ernest Uday is able to give you 10 rebounds, block per contest. It's a Miami team that they do a pretty solid job keeping teams off the free throw line, which is honestly a good thing for Syracuse because they're a bottom 5 team in the country shooting less than 63.5% at the free throw line, and this is a Miami team that has been a top 75 unit in terms of turnovers generated on a per possession basis. Really, both of these teams have been top 125 teams in terms of turnovers forced on a per possession basis. It is a Miami team that's looking to get the ball inside themselves, top 30 team with regards to their own 2-point shooting percentage, a top 100 team in terms of percentage of shots that come from three, but Syracuse, top 40 team in terms of their own 2-point shooting percentage defense. So I think they get a little bit of a lower scoring game. Semi-line at 2 with Miami. Want to lay up to 1.5 and not a half a point more with them. And I'm going to be in on the total under as well. 669, 670 on the card. St. John's is on the road against Xavier, and the X-Men find themselves as a home underdog here of 8.5 to 9 points. Totals between 161.5 to 160, and I did set a total here of a 158.5. I do like the under. You have a Xavier team that has done the little things well. They're a top 40 team in terms of defensive rebound percentage, fewest turnovers on a per possession basis, and they've cranked up their tempo a little bit more, 68th in the country in terms of total possessions per game. St. John's is playing at an even faster pace, as currently they are 37th in the country in terms of total possessions per game, but Xavier just can't shoot. I wish I could put it any other way. They are currently outside the top 185 in terms of points scored on a per possession basis. And for the Xavier team, they are a team that allows you some good looks from three-point range at home. They're outside the top 225 in opponents' three-point shooting percentage. And this is a St. John's unit that they do allow opponents to shoot over 38% from three-point range away from home. And Xavier, not a bad three-point shooting team. Their real issue has been down low. Like, this is a Xavier team that right now with their two-point shooting percentage is hovering right around 300th in all of college basketball. They're a top 75 team with their three-point shooting percentage, as Jovan Mimoselvic has been able to give you about 11 points, 4 boards. He shoots 43% from three-point range. Phil Brochovin has been able to give you about 10 points, 8 boards, 4.5 assists. Good versatility there. And it is a Xavier team that, with regards to their interior defense, it's just not good. They're outside the top 250 in terms of opponents' two-point shooting percentage, hovering more around about 200th in terms of opponents' three-point shooting percentage, and well, Xavier does a great job in terms of taking care of the ball. They don't put you under duress either, about a country average team in terms of turnovers generated on a per possession basis, and it's going to be a little bit of strength on strength because this is a St. John's team that they are going to put you under duress. They do a great job on the glass with Zuby Ejiofor being able to give this team right around about 7.5 boards, 15.5 points per game, and then Bryce Hopkins, Josiah Sellers, they combine for 25 points per game. Sellers has been shooting 40% for 3, Hopkins 5 boards, 2.5 assists per game, but it is a St. John's team that is a top 45 team in terms of turnovers generated on a per possession basis. They do a pretty solid job in terms of guarding things inside as well. Top 65 team in terms of opponents' two-point shooting percentage. They do allow some second and third chance opportunities, but I do think that in the end, St. John's, they should be able to get the job done. They shoot about 73% of the free throw line, but I think the way that Xavier does not allow second and third chances, the way that they protect the ball is just enough for them to cover this number, and I do think that this is going to be a game that involves a lot of dead possession. So by total 158.5, I like the under, and with Xavier, I'm going to be willing to take anything of 9+ with them. 671, 672 on the card. It is UNC Wilmington on the road against Hampton, and Hampton finds themselves as a home underdog here of 3.5 to 4 points. So on this game, finding that in the high 130s, 135.5 to 136, and I did set my total here at a 136, so 135.5 or less. I'm in on the over, and I'm willing to lay it here with UNC Wilmington. I set them as an 8-point favorite. This Wilmington team just absolutely taking it 2 teams on the glass in terms of overall rebound percentage. This UNC Wilmington team is a top 30 team in all of college basketball, and this Hampton team is solid on the glass himself, but they're just 129th in the country. They're not going to be able to compare, and this Hampton team is getting absolutely nothing going on offense. 277th in the country in terms of points scored on a per possession basis, and 352nd with their three-point shooting percentage. You do have a few guys in the backcourt that I like, as Kyle Gaines Long, along with Michael Ealy, have been able to combine for 25 points per contest, but between the two of them, they shoot less than 30% for 3. Xavier Long, well, it's a long shot that anyone's going to be able to give you more rebounds than him. 10 rebounds, 9.5 points per contest, pair of assists. He's been able to do a nice job there. And then Daniel Johnson, shooting 34% from 3s right now, your top 3-point shooter, as he gives you about 9.5 points per game. It's a Hampton team that has had some difficulties with regards to being able to guard things on the inside as well. They're outside the top 100 with regards to opponents' 2-point shooting percentage, and for this Hampton team, they've been able to do a very good job in terms of shutting you down from 3-point range, but that's really not the name of the game for UNC Wilmington. Wilmington is there's a bunch that they only shoot about 34.5% for three, country average. They're a top 55 team in terms of percentage of their shots that come from inside the three-point line. And for this Wilmington team, just a lot of guys are hitting the glass. Patrick Wessler, who comes over from Virginia Tech, being the main, 13 points, 9.3 rebounds, a little bit over a block per contest, but then a trio of other guys, Gavin Walsh, Christian May, Nolan Hodge, all between 5 and 6.5 rebounds per game. Now, Gavin Walsh has been dealing with a few injuries, probably going to be out of the full once again in this game, but even without him, this team has been just fine, as they've only got 3 straight-up losses all season long, and then you've got Noah Ross, who's able to do a nice job just giving the team a little bit of this and that, pair of assists, 9.5 points, 5 boards. Doesn't necessarily pop it well from three-point range, but his team's depth with being able to replace what you lost with Gavin Walsh in terms of being able to get a little bit more out of Christian May. Madison Durr coming out off the bench, giving you about 12 points, shoots 37% from 3. I think that Wilmington is able to get the job done, being the more well-rounded team in a game that I don't think is going to be involving a lot of possessions. With regards to total possessions per game, UNC Wilmington 312th in all of college basketball there, and they're a top 45 team in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis. Hampton 318. So set a total of a 136. I think that this is going to be just close enough for late game felling. 135.5 is my absolute max buy point on the over, but I think that the Wilmington second and third chances on the offensive glass gets you that over, so in on the over, and I'm going to be willing to lay up to 7.5 here with Wilmington. 673, 674 was supposed to be Louisiana Tech against Kennesaw State Go Owls. That was played on Friday, so 675, 676 it is Purdue. They playoffs to Illinois, and Illinois does find themselves as a underdog of 4.5 to 5.5 points. 151.5 to 152.5 is the total. Set Purdue as a 5.5 point favorite, so I'm going to be willing to lay up to 5 with them. It's a Purdue team that has been a lot better with their defense actually away from home rather than at home, but I mean, everyone talks about the Purdue offense, top 10 team in terms of points scored on a per possession basis, having the guys that are able to light it up from three-point range. Purdue has been sneakily getting better on defense, 59th in the country in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis, and Illinois, they have actually been number 1 in the country in terms of points per possession, but they themselves 47th in the country in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis, and you're not going to get a lot of possessions in this game. Illinois has really slowed themselves down to about 293rd in the country in terms of total possessions per game. Purdue is pretty much right at that same pace, 297th in the country, and you're going to have both teams be able to have just really good offense in general, but I mean, the way that they do it is completely different. It's not that Illinois is a bad three-point shooting team, but it's really the strength of this Purdue bunch. They shoot about 38.5% for 3, top 25 mark in the country, with Braden Smith leading things, 9 assists, 14.5 points, shoots 42.5% for 3. Fletcher Lawyer off the ball, shoots 37.5% from the outside with 13 points per game, but the commonality is both of these teams have some really good bigs. Illinois has a little bit more depth, but Husker Clough, 8 boards, 12 points per contest. Trey Kaufman-Wren, 12.5 points, 9 rebounds per game. It's a Purdue team that is not going to block a lot of shots. Illinois is going to do a little bit of a better job there, and you've got David Marosic, who's been really good for the team, being able to give you about 12 points, 8 boards, 2.5 assists per contest, and with having the injuries to Tomislav Ivicic, he's been a little bit limited this year, 10.5 points, 5 rebounds. I expect a little bit more out of him moving forward, but Ivicic, along with Marosic, you've got Big Z, all shooting between 36 and 37% from 3. Good versatility. Keaton Wagler shoots 39.5% from 3 with 16 points per contest, and they're going to need it because Kylan Boswell is right now dealing with a little bit of injury. Did have to downgrade Illinois a bit for that, and Illinois, if they do get themselves into a tight spot, they shoot 79.8% of the free throw line. That is a top 5 mark in all of college basketball. They're a top 5 team in terms of keeping you off the free throw line, but they do give up a little bit from the outside, and I do think that that is going to be just enough for Purdue on their own floor to be able to find a way to get the job done. I think that this is going to be a little bit more of a defense-oriented game than expected, with a lot of, shall we say, slower possessions. So I told 149.5, I'm in on the under, and I'm willing to lay up to 5 here with Purdue. 677, 678 on the card. It is Merrimack, and they're going to be playing us to St. Peter's, and the Peacocks of St. Peter's, who find themselves as a 2.5 point underdog. Total game 133.5, and I set the Merry Men of Merrimack as a 1.5 point underdog. I'm taking St. Peter's here outright on the money line. For St. Peter's, they've actually become the better team in terms of generating turnovers. Typically, the name of the game for Merrimack is generating turnovers, and they're still solid. They're still a top 70 team in terms of turnovers forced on a per possession basis, 172nd overall in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis. Meanwhile, for St. Peter's, they're checking in 77th in the country in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis. They become a top 25 team in terms of turnovers generated on a per possession basis, and for St. Peter's, not a lot of offense. They are outside the top 300 in terms of points scored on a per possession basis, but where you know that this team is going to have a nice edge is on the board. It says, for St. Peter's, Peter's, they give up a lot of second and third chances, but they themselves are a top 100 team in terms of offensive rebound percentage, overall 198th in terms of their overall rebound percentage. Merrimack got a 365 Division I teams, 364th with regards to rebound percentage. You've got a St. Peter's team with Brett Bland leading the way with about 14.5 points, 5 boards. He shoots about 37% from three-point range. Other than really Abakumbo, Barake, nobody else on this roster that sees meaningful minutes is really shooting above 30% from three, but in a pressure spot as well. It is a St. Peter's team that they shoot about 75.5% at the free throw line. That is a top 75 mark in the country. They've been outside the top 3 in terms of their own 2-point shooting percentage, but it's not like this is a Merrimack team that's necessarily excelling on offense. They're darn near 300th in terms of 2-point and 3-point shooting percentage. They're getting killed on glass. They take care of the ball. Merrimack, a top 75 team in terms of fewest turnovers on a per possession basis. Ernest Shelton, 16 points, shoots 36.5% for 3. KVR Kennedy shoots 39% for 3, but attempts less than a 3 per game, 17 points, 4.5 boards, right around about 4 assists per contest, but the team is going to get blasted down low. We'll say you've got Keisei Okozie, who's been able to give you 2 blocks per contest, Bragna, a block per contest, so they're not necessarily the world's worst team there, but I think that St. Peter's, with the way that they generate turnovers and the way that they dominate the glass, goes on the road, gets the job done in a really low possession game. Both of these teams outside the top 300 in terms of total possessions per game, so set a total of 149.5. I'm in on the under, and I do like St. Peter's here on the money line outright. 679, 680 on the card. Central Florida is on the road against Colorado, and Colorado does find themselves as a 2.5-point favorite. Total on this game, 158.5 to 159.5, and with Central Florida, I did set them as a 2-point favorite. I'm going to be willing to side with Central Florida here on the money line. It is a Colorado team that has been able to do a nice job in terms of not allowing a lot of second and third chances. They're not giving themselves a lot of second and third chances, though, so they're 114th in the country in terms of overall rebound percentage. Central Florida, they're 24th, and Central Florida in games played away from home, they're a top 30 team in terms of offensive rebound percentage, and this has been a Central Florida team that has been really good with their 3-point shooting. Really, both of these teams have been. Central Florida, 37th in the country in terms of 3-point shooting percentage at 36.9%. Colorado, meanwhile, they're about 115th in the country. They shoot 35% from 3, but with having Themis folks, along with Jermichael Stilwell coming over together with them both being at UW Milwaukee a season ago, you have some nice chemistry there, and folks has been one of the better facilitators in the country. 7 assists to 3.2 turnovers, 13.5 points, shoots 46% from 3 points. Riley Kugel, 14.5 points, 38% 3-point shooter. Stillwell gives you 8 boards, 12.5 points. He shoots in the mid-30s from 3 points. Jean Bull is able to give you some rebounds. So you got a lot of good sides with this team. For Central Florida, one of the main kryptonites is turning the ball over outside the top 160 in terms of turnovers on a per possession basis, but that's a little bit less of a fear here against a Colorado team that they themselves have been able to do a nice job in terms of taking care of the ball. For Colorado, top 35 team in terms of fewest turnovers on a per possession basis outside the top 275 in terms of generating turnovers. So, and then you've got Isaiah Johnson, a nice go-to scorer, 16 points per contest, shoots 42.5% from 3. Barrington Argris continues to shoot over 50% from 3 with 14 points per contest. You really only have 2 guys that give you over 5 rebounds per game. Sebastian Rencic, who's been able to give you 5.5 boards, 13 points per contest, and Bingu Doc, 11 points, 7.5 rebounds per game with a block and a half per contest. But this is a Colorado team that they also just get absolutely blasted from the outside with a Central Florida team. I'm not necessarily going to call them the world's greatest 3-point shooting defense, but they have a massive edge there. This is a Colorado team that right now is allowing teams to shoot from 3-point range more than that neighborhood, about 35.5% from 3, 268th in all of college basketball. Central Florida, meanwhile, they're checking in more around 111th. They allow teams to shoot 31.3% from 3 away from home, and I think that Central Florida gets the job done here. I think that you get some late game fouling, and this is a game where I think that you're going to get plenty of possession. Central Florida, 72nd in the country in terms of total possessions per game. This is a Colorado unit that is hovering more in that neighborhood above the 120 range, so I did set a total of 162. I like the over, and Central Florida on the money line, 681, 682. Richmond is going to be on the road against George Washington. Our nation's first president is an 8.5-point favorite. Total on this game, 159.5. Set George Washington as a 7-point favorite. I'm going to be one take the points. Richmond upchuck defeat from the jaws of victory a few days ago, but I think that this could be a little bit of a bounce back for them. This is a Richmond team that's been really good with regards to their perimeter offense and defense. For Richmond, they allow teams to shoot 30.8% from 3-point range. That's the top 60 mark in all of college basketball. And for Richmond, they shoot away from home 43.1% from 3-point range. Only Nevada has a better 3-point shooting defense away from home. And for George Washington, this has been a very high-powered offense. Top 75 team in terms of points scored on a per possession basis. George Washington strangely shoots 33.5% from 3-point range at home compared to 38.5% away from home. And it's a George Washington team that's going to be looking to bump up their tempo 100th in the country in terms of total possessions per game. Richmond started out the season playing fast. They're down to about 157th in the country in terms of total possessions per game. So I did taper down the total a little bit to a 155, so I'm going to be in on the under. You've got a George Washington team that they should have a nice little bit of an edge on the glass here. I know that Richmond doesn't allow a lot of second and third chances, but Rafael Castro, 16 points, 8.5 rebounds per game. Tyrone Marshall gives you 4.5 boards. Garrett Johnson, 13.5 points, 4.5 rebounds. Shoots in the mid-30s from three-point. So all these guys have been pretty rock solid there, and this is a George Washington team that where they really can be had is on the inside. They're a pretty good three-point shooting defense. They're outside the top 225 in terms of opponents' two-point shooting percentage, but they themselves are a top 55 team with their own two-point shooting percentage. Meanwhile, for Richmond, it's a whole greater than some of its parts collective. One guy that gives you over 10.6 points per contest is AJ Lopez with 12.5 points, shoots 41% from three, but then you've got Michael Walls giving you 6.5 rebounds per game. Jonathan Beagle, 5 rebounds. So these two guys combined for about 13.5 points per contest. Jaden Daughtry, 10 points. He actually shoots 50% from three-point range. And for Richmond, they do a nice job valuing the ball. Top 75 team. In terms of fewest turnovers on a per possession basis, they can be out inside. They are outside the top 240 in terms of opponents' two-point shooting percentage, but they really force you to the outside. They're a top 55 team in terms of percentage of opponent shots. They come from three-point range, and I think that that's just enough for Richmond to remain lively. So I did set my line at 7. I'm going to be willing to take the points with Richmond, and I did set my total at a 155, so I'm also in on the under. 683, 684 on the card. It is Troy, and they're going to be on the road against Georgia Southern. Georgia Southern is a home underdog here of 4.5 points. So on this game, 157.5 to 158.5. Set my line at 4.5. So at a 4, I'm going to be willing to lay it with Troy. This is a Troy team that's looking to play quite fast in terms of total possessions per game. They're hovering in that neighborhood about 22nd in the country. A little bit of a warp stat. They play that triple overtime game against USC, double overtime against San Diego State. So if you look at possessions per 40 minutes, still in the top 100, but not quite that fast. Georgia Southern, they are just that fast in terms of total possessions per game. 17th in the country, so you're going to have very nice and up and down just sort of flow in this game. And for Troy, this has been a good three-point shooting team. 84th in the country, shooting 35.6% from three-points. Georgia Southern, they shoot at home 30.3% from three. That's outside the top 3 in all of college basketball. And it is a pair of teams that they do a solid job in terms of being able to generate turnovers. For Georgia Southern, they've ascended in the top 125 in terms of turnovers forced on a per possession basis. Meanwhile, the men of Troy are not necessarily the same guys that they were a season ago in terms of generating turnovers, but still, in terms of turnovers forced on a per possession basis away from home, they are a top 100 team with that regard. And this is a Troy team that if you look at them in terms of points per possession, they're a top 100 team in all of college basketball. It's a Georgia Southern team that they're more pedestrian. They're right around about 172nd, despite the fact that you've got Tyron Moore being able to give you more. He was over at UAB last season after being the top scorer for the team 2 seasons ago. He's been their number 2 guy with about 14 points, shoots from three-point range 36.5% to various Spud Webb, 16 points, 4.5 boards. He's been able to do a nice job there, and it is a Georgia Southern team that's going to give up a lot of second chance as well, aside the top 275 in terms of their defensive rebound percentage, but they're a top 50 team in terms of getting to the free throw line. And then on the flip side for Troy, you've got the Campbell brothers, as Kobe and Cooper Campbell have been able to do a nice job in tandem in the backcourt, with Kobe Campbell shooting 44% from 3, 10.5 points per contest. Cooper is more of your main facilitator, 4 boards, 5 assists, 13.5 points. He shoots 42% per 3. Thomas Dowd, really good versatility, 10 plus rebounds while being able to shoot 40% from 3, 15.5 points per contest. And then Victor Valdez, he throws in there 16 points, 4.5 assists as well. And Troy, they are outside the top 200 in terms of their ball security. They turn the ball over 12.5 times per contest, but with them also being a top 100 team in terms of offensive rebound percentage, I think that they're going to be able to do just enough to be able to get the job done, even though they do shoot at the free throw line about 73%. That's right around country average. I think they give very much an up and down game. I'm in on the over, set my total 164.5, and with Troy, I'm going to be willing to lay up there 4 with them. 685, 686 on the card. Oakland is going to be on the road against Detroit, and the Titans of Detroit do find themselves as a 6.5-point home underdog. 168.5 is the total line. With Oakland, I set them as a 5-point favorite, so I'm going to be willing to take the 6+ with Detroit. Detroit has been able to do a really good job in terms of giving themselves second and third chances, and that's big because this has been an offense that hasn't been that great, 219th in terms of points scored on a per possession basis, and this Oakland team is back in the top 80 in terms of points per possession. A lot of it is because the Oakland games are very much making it take it. They're a top 75 team in terms of fewest turnovers on a per possession basis on offense. On defense, they're 9th in the country in terms of turnovers generated on a per possession basis. You got a Detroit team that's generating no turnovers whatsoever. They're 19th in the country with that regard. And for Detroit, it's been a little bit wobbly in terms of their overall shooting, but they value the ball. They're a top 140 team in terms of just turnovers on a per possession basis. The big thing for this Detroit team is that they have been outside the top 275 with their 3-point shooting percentage, with TJ Nedu being like the lone guy that's able to shoot above 34% from 3-point range for the team, shooting 45% from 3, main scorer with about 13.5 points per contest. But this team is a top 75 team with regards to that offensive rebound percentage, even though you don't have a single guy on the roster other than Legend Gator, who has been dealing with a little bit of injury, give you over 4.3 rebounds per game. So they're really doing it by committee. You've had someone like a Orlando Lovejoy give you 13 points, 4 assists, 2 steals. He just does a little bit of everything. And then Tyler Spratt, 8.5 points, trio of boards. He's been able to do a rock-solid job there as well. And this is an Oakland team that, after Lovejoy being able to get out of Brody Robinson, comes over from UT Arlington, 16 points, 6 assists, shoots 36% from three-point range. Bari Navarula has been able to add a three-point shot to his game, as he, Michael Hoagie, have been able to combine for 11 boards, combine about 26.5 points per contest, and then Isaac Garrett throws in their 7 rebounds per game as well. So Oakland doing a nice job in terms of just being able to get the ball down low, be a top 175 team in terms of their 2-point and 3-point shooting percentage, but they get absolutely lambasted with regards to their 2-point shooting percentage, outside the top 340 in all of college basketball. And with this being a Detroit team that really doesn't shoot it well from three, they're looking to pile drive that ball down low. Oakland has been a top 75 team in terms of getting to the free throw line. They keep you off the free throw line. That's really been their forte, but I do think that in the end, Oakland is going to have enough firepower to be able to get the job done, and in a pressure spot, they do shoot about 74.9% in the free throw line. But interestingly, with Oakland, even though they're outside the top 3 in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis, they do slow down away from home by about 3 possessions compared to their home game. So I did set just a little bit of a lower total here out of a 165. So at a 168.5, especially with Detroit not necessarily shooting well from 3, I think that we've gone a little bit too far. So in on the under, but won't take anything above 5 points here with Detroit. 687, 688. Kent State is going to be on the road against Eastern Michigan. Eastern Michigan is a underdog here of 4.5 to 3.5 points. 155.5 is the total. Make Kent State the 3-point favorite. So I'm going to be willing to take the points with Eastern Michigan. Now, Eastern Michigan is one of those teams that was very much affected by the gambling scandal, as Carlos Hart was giving the team 12 points per contest. He was really one of their main 3 scorers. So now you're left to 2 other guys in Addison Patterson along with Mohamed Habhab. Habhab has been able to give you 14 points, 8 boards, 3 assists. Great versatility there. Patterson, he only shoots about 30% from 3, but 12.5 points, 5.5 boards, 2.5 assists. So these guys in tandem are able to do a nice job. But now it's all about who are you going to be able to have to step up in the backcourt for the team. Probably a lot of Mac Seal with about 5.5 points per game. Shoots 40% from 3, was very rock solid over at Detroit a season ago. Makai Ellison, who comes over from Stetson, he's been able to give you 4 points, career mid-30s 3-point shooter. And for Eastern Michigan, it has been a team that overall for the season has been outside the top 240 in terms of points scored on a per possession basis. Relatively good with their defense. Top 185 team in terms of opponents' 2-point and 3-point shooting percentage. They've ascended into the top 225 with regards to their overall rebound percentage. And this is a Kent State team that they can get a little bit sloppy with the ball outside the top 240 in terms of turnovers on a per possession basis. Kent State has been a really good 3-point shooting team. They shoot about 36.5% from 3-point range. And for Kent State, they're all of a sudden looking to gun it. They're a top 15 team right now in terms of total possessions per game. But their 3-point shooting goes from 39.1% at home all the way down to 30.6% in a road or neutral court venue. Now Kent State is going to be able to own things down low. Delreco Gillespie, 12.4 boards, 19.5 points per contest. Top 3 rebounder in all of college basketball. Sion Medley, 7 assists, 11 points, shoots in the mid-30s from 3. And Morgan Stafford shoots 36.5% from 3. So do you think that in the end, Kent State gets it done outright? And Kent State does shoot 75% at the free throw line. But also with Kent State, they're outside the top 275 in terms of opponents' 3-point shooting percentage, outside the top 200 with regards to opponents' 2-point shooting percentage as well. Do you think that you can get a little bit more of an up and down game here? But I do think that the overall sloppiness might be a little bit costly with regards to this total. I set my total at a 155. So at a 155.5 in on the under end, we'll take the points here with Eastern Michigan. 689, 690 on the card. Western Kentucky is going to be on the road against Sam Houston State. Sam I am Houston State is a 4.5 to a 5.5 point favorite. 159.5 to 161.5 is the total, and I set my line at 7.5. I'm going to be willing to lay with Sam Houston with Western Kentucky. Just a really banged up team. Brian Selbungwe, who came over from Tulsa and a few other stops, he was giving the team 5+ rebounds per game. He's been dealing with a little bit of injury. You've been having Terry Murdu, who's been giving you about 3.5 assists per contest out of the fold as well. So that means that Grant Newell and Armello Boone, who combined for 23 points per contest, have really need to be the ancillary guys to Tegan Moore, who has been able to give you more. 17 points, 6 boards, 2.5 assists, shoots 35% from 3. Newell shoots 35.5% from 3. And Ryan Myers, nice go-to scorer, 40% 3-point shooter, 10 points per contest, has been rock solid. And we know this, Western Kentucky, they're going to be looking to gun it in terms of total possessions per game, 38th in the country. But all the injuries have caused them to play a little bit more slowly here recently. So I did set a total of 159 after. Now that we're getting above a 160, I'm in on the under, even though you had a Sam Houston team that they themselves looking to push some tempo. They're 52nd in terms of total possessions per game, and Sam Houston, they're a really good 3-point shooting team. They shoot 37.1% from 3 overall. That does go down to 35.9% at home, but I just really like the collective that you've got for the Sam Houston team. Just a lot of guys playing off of one another. Kashai Knott has been a do-it-all guy with about 11 points, 2 and assists per contest. And this guy has been able to do a great job shooting 48% from 3-point range. You've been able to get some good production out of Isaiah Manning, the TCU transfer, with about 10.5 points per contest, which is dealing with a little bit of injury towards the beginning of conference play. Probably is going to be out for this game again, because even when he's been out there on the floor the last few games, he hasn't been effective. But Po Boy King, 12.5 points per contest. And losing Manning, well, it's a little bit easier when you've got 8 different guys, if you include Manning, that give you between 7.8 and 12.8 points per contest for the Sam Houston team. They've also been incredible in terms of giving themselves second and third chances. They pull in more than 14 offensive rebounds per game. If you look at just the raw offensive rebound percentage right now, Sam Houston State, they check in 65th in all of college basketball. And this despite the fact that you don't necessarily have that one dominant rebounder for this team. Right now, the guy that leads the way in terms of rebounding is Vakalo Ilic, who's been able to give you about 7.3 rebounds per game. But all these guys, they just do a great job knowing their role. And I think that that's going to be able to get the job done for this bunch. So that's a big reason why I'm going to be willing to lay with Sam Houston State. I did set Sam Houston State here as a favorite of 7.5 points. And I do think that Western Kentucky going to continue to slow themselves down with all the injuries, and it is Western Kentucky team that does find themselves now outside the top 140 in terms of their offensive rebound percentage, which was really the main thing that got their offense going. So I'm in on the under, and I'm going to be willing to lay it with Sam. I am Houston State, 891, 892. It's Eastern Illinois. They're going to be on the road facing off against Morehead State, and Morehead State finds themselves as a very slim favorite here, as you're going to be laying with them 3.5 points on this game, 134.5 to 135.5, and I made my line 1.5. I'm going to be willing to take the points with Eastern Illinois. Now, I don't necessarily want Eastern Illinois here on the money line, because these guys can easily just make a boneheaded play, and both of these teams are really sloppy with it. Both of these teams outside the top 290 in terms of turnovers on a per possession basis. This Eastern Illinois team is right now outside the top 275 in terms of both their 2-point and 3-point shooting percentage. They actually shoot it well at the free throw line, about 100th in the country, 74.5%, but this team has been elevated ever since they got Andre 3000 Washington in the fold. He's a transfer from Long Island who's now giving the team about 12 points per contest, shoots about 34% from 3. He helps out Zion Brewster, who's been that do-it-all guy, 15.5 points, 3.5 boards, 2.5 assists per contest. You don't have a ton down low with this bunch, but Cooper Jacoby still gives you about 6 rebounds per game. Terry McMorris has been able to step up with about 5.5 rebounds per game. Eastern Illinois is well outside the top 275 in terms of offensive rebound percentage, and the one thing Morehead State goes for them is the fact that they do a great job on the offensive glass. As a matter of fact, 46.3% of their missed shots at home become an offensive rebound. Only Florida and Tennessee have a higher home percentage. That falls off quite a bit when they're away from home, and they give up a lot of second and third chances. They're 25th in the country in terms of defensive rebound percentage, so nothing lost there. And for Morehead State, this is a unit that has really sped themselves up from past years. They're up to about 200th in the country in terms of total possessions per game. Eastern Illinois is still a pretty slow and controlled team at 260th in the country in terms of total possessions per game, and Eastern Illinois is the better team in terms of generating turnovers. They're a top 125 team in terms of turnovers on a per possession basis generated, and for Morehead State, they are well outside the top 230 with this regard. And for Morehead State, you do have 2 guys in the backcourt they like in George Marshall and Davion Cunningham. Both give you 13 points per contest. Between the two of them, they shoot about 32.5% from 3, but also in a pressure spot. This team only shoots 70.5% at the free throw line. That's lower than Eastern Illinois, and you've only got one guy for Morehead State, for as good as they are on the offensive glass, give you over 4.6 rebounds per game. John Carroll is caroling all the way to about 8 rebounds, 10 points per contest, so do like what he brings to the table. But for this Morehead State team, they have been outside the top 275 in terms of opponents' 3-point shooting percentage, outside the top 200 with both their own and their opponents' 2-point shooting percentage as well. Do think that Eastern Illinois is going to be able to hold in there. Do think that you get quite a few turnovers in this game as well. Think that it's going to be a little bit sloppy, but also think that you get some late game fouls. So I did set my total here at a 135.5. At the 134.5, I'm willing to go in on the over, and I'm willing to take the points with Eastern Illinois. 683, 684 on the card. Western Carolina is going to be playing also VMI. VMI is an underdog of 8.5 points on this game. It is 150.5, and with Western Carolina, I did set them as a favorite of 8.5 points. I'm going to be looking for an 8 here on Western Carolina. When you saw this open up, a lot of places they did initially post an 8.5. I think I saw a few straight 8s, so this will be one that I determine in the AM, but I'm going to be looking for an 8. I would rather lay 8 rather than take 9 in this spot, despite the fact that you have a Western Carolina team that's well outside the top 3 in terms of turnovers on a per possession basis, but VMI is just getting blitzed on the glass. In games played away from home, 39.3% of opponents' missed shots become an offensive rebound. They are 354th in terms of their defensive rebound percentage. Western Carolina actually does a great job on the glass. Top 125 team in terms of offensive rebound percentage overall, and if you look specifically at their home games, over 35.5% of their missed shots do become an offensive rebound. For VMI, they've just been so badly missing Ricky Bradley all season long, as they've had to rely upon TJ Johnson to really be the head of the snake for this team. And he's been solid, 18.5 points, 7.5 boards per contest from three-point range, shoots about 35% from three. And then 10 Yezaglu has been a good facilitator with about 4 assists per contest. VMI, they do an okay job taking care of the ball. They're a top 150 team. There's a few turnovers on a per possession basis, but they're outside the top 3 with regards to their own 2-point and 3-point shooting percentage. And then for Western Carolina, you do have some nice guys that are able to just lead the way in Marcus Kell and Court Sainsbury, who combine for about 26.5 points per contest. Neither guy really shoots it well from three, but Julian Swarmo, the Gardner-Webb transfer, 11.5 points. He gives you a pair of assists, shoots 36% from three. CJ Hyland has been shooting 44.5% from three when he's been out there, has been dealing with quite a bit of injury, but he returned in that game against Mercer, looked a little bit better than his first few games coming back, so I think that you're going to be able to get a little bit more out of him moving forward. And then you've got a lot of, shall we say, non-primary scorers. They're doing a great job on the glass. Abdul Fantakeba has been able to give you a 5.5 points, 6.5 rebounds per game. Samuel Dada is able to give you 6.5 points, 7 boards per contest, as well. It is Western Carolina team that they get blitzed from three. They're outside the top 335. Third opponent's 3-point shooting percentage, but they're able to dominate the glass. The turnovers aren't as big of an issue with a VMI team that really doesn't force the issue. So with Western Carolina, would rather lay 8 with them rather than take 9 with VMI, but I did set my number at an 8.5. And with regards to total, set mine at a 154.5. You've got a Western Carolina team looking to push tempo 76th in the country in terms of total possessions per game. VMI more around 229th, but VMI ghastly on defense. So in on the over, and we'll lay 8 here with Western Carolina. 695, 696 Texas A&M. They are going to be playing us to South Carolina, and South Kakalaki is a underdog here of 8.5 to 9.5 points. Total last game 156.5, and with Texas A&M, I made them an 8-point favorite. So here at 9+, I'm going to be willing to take those points with South Carolina. It's a South Carolina team that they are not a good 3-point shooting team, despite the fact that over 44% of their shots come from 3-point range, but they execute inside, and this is a team that they do not turn the ball over. So this is going to be an interesting dynamic, as you've got a Texas A&M team that's a top 25 unit in terms of turnovers forced on a per possession basis. Meanwhile, you've got a South Carolina team that's 56th in the country in terms of fewest turnovers on a per possession basis. It's an A&M team that they themselves are 77th in terms of fewest turnovers on a per possession basis. They're not going to be put under duress. South Carolina is outside the top 3 in terms of generating turnovers, and for Texas A&M, this is a team that's based around 3-point shooting. They are 38th in the country in terms of their 3-point shooting percentage. That goes up to about 38.5% in their home games. And one thing South Carolina does a really good job of, guarding the 3-point line. Number 7 in the country in terms of opponent's 3-point shooting percentage at 28.3%. And I do think that South Carolina going to be able to hold in there, despite the fact that Texas A&M has a lot of depth. You've got Rashawn Agee, Ruben Dominguez, your top scorers, combined for 27 points per contest. Agee is your main low post presence with a steal, 9 rebounds, a block per contest, and then Dominguez shoots 45% from 3-point. And then Rylan Griffin has been able to shoot 43.5% from the outside, but they're dealing with the injury to Mackenzie Mbakbo. Pop Isaacs, he's been coming alive a little bit more here recently in conference play, 12.5 points per contest. You can tell that he was very limited towards being any part of the season, so that's good for this team. But for South Carolina, I really like the versatility that you get out of Mongolian Mike, because Michi Johnson is that main scorer. He's going to be your main 3-point shooter, 15 points, shoots 35% from 3, but Mr. Mike, he shoots 90% the free throw line, 5.5 boards, 2.5 assists, a block, a steal per contest, does a little bit of everything. It's not necessarily a team that's going to give themselves a lot of second and third chances. They're well outside the top 250 in terms of offensive rebound percentage. That said, they've been able to do a solid job with regards to their interior offense, being a top 40 team with regards to their 2-point shooting percentage. Kobe Knox, along with Eli Ellis, both give you between 9.5 to 10 points per contest. Elijah Strong throwing in there about 11 points per game. And in a pressure spot, South Carolina, they shoot 78% at the free throw line. That's pretty rock solid. Texas A&M, if they need to cover at the free throw line, more around 74.5% of the charity stripe. So I did set my line at 8. I'm going to be willing to take the points with South Carolina. Did make a total of 154. I think that A&M going to be able to force some turnovers. South Carolina, not necessarily a super up-tempo team, 222nd in terms of total possessions per game. So in on the under and the points with South Carolina, 697, 698. Virginia Tech is on the road against Louisville, and Louisville does find themselves as a favorite of 11 to 11.5 points. 157 after 159 is a total, and I set my total at a 159. So 158.5 or less in on the over for Virginia Tech, 83rd in the country in terms of total possessions per game, and Louisville 77th. Louisville just has such massive home and road splits right now. That's not even funny. You have to almost look at this team completely differently based on the venue that they're in, because for Louisville, they currently, in terms of overall 3-point shooting percentage, rank 110th at all of college basketball. They shoot 37% from 3-point range at home, 31.8% in a roadside shoot score venue. Now, for Louisville, they've been surprisingly surprisingly a really good rebounding team in terms of overall rebound percentage. It's a Louisville team that they're checking in 21st in all of college basketball, and this has been a Virginia Tech team that's been just 170th, but you're now getting back Toby Luell, who's been able to give you a double-figure amount of points, right around about 9 rebounds per game, so that elevates the team. And then you got Nicolas Avadeus, who's been able to do a bit of everything, 13.5 points, 5 assists, 3.5 rebounds, doesn't necessarily pop it well from 3. And Virginia Tech overall, they only shoot about 34% from 3-point. They've had a rough go of it here in conference play. They're 16th in the ACC with their 3-point shooting percentage, but I said they still keep the ball clean. A top 55 team in terms of fewest turnovers on a per possession basis. But for this Louisville team, you look at them in terms of points scored on a per possession basis. They're overall 13th in the country, but they score about 12 points more per 100 possessions when they're at home. This Virginia Tech team, they've been a team that has been hit or miss with their defense. I think that that's very fair to say. With Virginia Tech right now, they're checking in about 86th in the country in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis. But I do think that them being able to do a nice job guarding the arc, they've been a top 35 team in terms of opponents' 3-point shooting percentage. That is going to be just enough for them to remain lively. I set my line at 11, so right now we're seeing a lot of 11 after that. I'm going to be willing to take the points, especially with Louisville still dealing with the injury to Mikhail Brown. They do have Ryan Conwell back. He was dealing with a little bit of ailment. Still give you 20 points, shooting 37% from 3. Isaac McNeely is able to shoot 38% from 3, and this Louisville team should be able to hold things down low. Sandra Frew being able to give you about 7 rebounds per game. You've had Kenai Roofs, who's been a little bit up, down all around, give you about 5 rebounds per game. So you've got a lot of nice contributors for this team outside of Conwell, but I do think that Virginia Tech, with Amani Hansberry being able to give you 8+ rebounds per game, that's going to be just enough for this team to remain lively. So I'm going to be willing to take the points in this ordeal with Virginia Tech, and I'm going to be in on the over. I'm willing to take a 159 or less to the over. 699, 700 on the card. Memphis is on the road against Wichita State. Wichita State is a 4.5 to a 5.5 point favorite total on this game. It is 142.5 to a 143.5. So my line at 5. I'm going to be willing to lay the 4.5 here with Wichita State, mostly seeing 4.5, and I would rather lay 4.5 rather than take 5.5 because I just don't trust Penny Hardaway right now. It's a Memphis team that honestly has not been bad with their defense. For Memphis, they're 72nd in the country in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis, albeit they're giving up 23.3 points more per 100 possessions away from home rather than at home, but it's a Wichita State team that matches that, 75th in the country there. And for Memphis, they're just so sloppy with the ball. Now, Wichita State is well outside the top 200 in terms of turnovers forced on a per possession basis, but it's a Memphis group that right now they are 336th in terms of turnovers on a per possession basis. Meanwhile, you've got a Wichita State team that's running some good, clean offense. They're a top 50 team in terms of turnovers on a per possession basis, and this is a Wichita State team that's absolutely going to hammer this Memphis team on the glass. Memphis 331st in the country in terms of defensive rebound percentage. They allow teams away from them to grab 34% of their misses as an offensive rebound. Guess what Wichita State does? Offensive rebound. 5th in the country in terms of offensive rebound percentage. They grab 39.7% of their misses as an offensive rebound. And for Memphis, how strange is this to say? They've got one double-figure scorer. That'd be Doug McDaniel. Teach me how to Dougie with 14 points, 5 assists, shoots 37.5% for 3. But Memphis only shoots about 33% for 3. They're outside the top 210 with that regard. They've also been outside the top 270 with their 2-point shooting percentage. And now they have to go up against a Bergen Wilberg, who comes over from Purdue, a true 7'2" big man, 8.5 points, 8.5 rebounds per game. He's been rock solid there. Keenan Giles shoots 42% for 3 with about 18.5 points per contest. Mike Gray has been able to give you about 10 points, shoots 38% for 3. While Memphis is solid in terms of generating turnovers, Wichita State doing a great job in terms of taking care of the ball. Wichita State has actually been awful with their 2-point shooting percentage, outside the top 250 there, but these second and third chances make up for it. And I do think that Wichita State going to be able to utilize the second and third chances, and just Memphis's willingness to run to their disadvantage. Memphis 84th in the country in terms of total possessions per game. Wichita State outside the top 200 in terms of possessions per 40 minutes, and I think that Wichita State gets the job done. So my line of 5, I'm going to be willing to lay it, and made a total of 145, so here at 142.5, 143.5 in on the over. 701, 702, South Alabama versus Marshall got postponed. That'll be another day, so we go to 703, 704. San Diego State is on the road against UNLV. UNLV is a home underdog of 5.5 points. 148.5 to 149.5 is the total, and with UNLV, I made them an underdog of 6.5 points. So I'm going to be willing to lay with San Diego State. San Diego State all of a sudden has really been pushing tempo this year. 60th in the country in terms of total possessions per game. UNLV 50th in the country in terms of total possessions per game. So you're going to have a very nice up and down game. And San Diego State is a team that's okay with regards to their offensive rebound percentage. Both of these teams around 125th to 165th. So both teams are going to give themselves a few second and third chances, especially with UNLV being a team that they allow opponents to grab about 30.5% of their misses as an offensive offensive rebound outside the top 255 in all of college basketball there. And San Diego State, they've been really good in terms of generating turnovers. Top 50 team in terms of turnovers forced on a per possession basis. And San Diego State has all of a sudden been a team that's really gone bombs away from three-point range. You've got a UNLV team that right now is allowing teams to only shoot about 31.5% from three-point range at home. They've actually done a solid job there, but for San Diego State, they shoot 36.5% from three. That's a top 50 mark in all of college basketball. BJ Turner Davis being the main man, 11.5 points, shoots 42.5% from three-point range, and then Magoon shoots 58% from three, 9 points, 4.5 boards, blocking half per contest. The Bird and Miles Bird, 10.5 points, 4.5 boards. He's been able to do a nice job with regards to giving this team great versatility, a pair of steals per contest as well. And this is a San Diego State team that they're not allowing anything easy on the inside. They're a top 30 team in terms of opponent's two-point shooting percentage, which that does not help out a UNLV team that has been absolutely awful with their three-point shooting. Right now for UNLV from three-point range, they are launching it at a clip of 32%. That goes down to 30.6% at home, outside the top 285 with regards to home three-point shooting percentage. And for UNLV, they've been a little bit better here recently with regards to their perimeter play, but it's just leaving something to be desired, as we have not seen Miles Shea all season long. Trey Gibbs-Lawhorn has had to take ownership of the offense, 17 points. He shoots 80% of the free throw line, 37% from three. Other than Howie Fleming Jr., pretty much nobody else on the roster shoots above 33.3% from three. Kamani Hamilton, 12.5 points, 4.5 rebounds per game for UNLV. They're also outside the top 160 in terms of opponents' two-point shooting percentage. Relatively good shot blocking team, especially with getting back Emmanuel Stephen, the true 7-footer from Arizona. He's able to give you about 6.6 boards per contest, and Tyron Jones does give you 2 blocks per contest as well. But I think that you get an up and down game. It's a UNLV team that is very willing to put you on the free throw line. They're a top 25 team in terms of free throws allowed on a per possession basis. You've got a San Diego State team that, as a collective, they're shooting about 74.9% of the free throw line, top 125 mark there. I do think that San Diego State gets the job done in a game with quite a few possessions. Somebody told 152.5, like the over, and I'm going to lay up to 6 here with San Diego State, 7-5, 7-6 on the card. Auburn is going to be on the road against Florida. Florida is an 11.5 point favorite total on this game, 163.5. Did set a total of a 163, so at 163.5, that does become my buy point on the under, as you saw of a Florida team that's awful from three-point range right now for Florida. They are shooting from three-point range a clip of 28.6%. That is 348th in the country. And for Auburn, they're not an amazing three-point shooting team as well. They're about 235th in the country, and this falls at 29.4% when they're away from home. But you have a Florida team that currently leads the country in terms of offensive rebound percentage. 43.9% of their missed shots become an offensive rebound, and get this, 50.5% of their misses in their home games become an offensive rebound. They're still not doing the world's greatest job with regards to their two-point shooting percentage, though. They're still about 27th in the country. That's where this Auburn team has really been able to excel. This Auburn team, they are a team that ranks about 63rd in the country in terms of their own two-point shooting percentage. They do a better job in terms of keeping it clean than this Florida team as well. Right now for Florida, in terms of turnovers on a per possession basis, they've been improving recently, but they're still about 169th in all of college basketball. And Auburn, they run good clean offense. In games played away from home, only 14.5% of their possessions result in a turnover, so that's a top 55 mark in all of college basketball. And you've had Keyshawn Hall do a really good job in terms of leading the way for this Auburn team right now, supplying the team with 20 points, 7.5 boards, 3 assists per contest, and he shoots about 40% from three-point. Taj Pettiford, I know that he's getting 14 points and 3 assists per contest, just still been disappointing with him, only shooting about 27% from three. Kashawn Murphy, good versatility, 10.5 points, 6.5 rebounds per game. I don't think that they're going to be able to stand up to what Florida is able to provide down low, though, as for Florida, Ruben Chinyelu has been averaging a double-double for this team. 12 points, 11 rebounds per game. Alex Condon, 14 points, 8 rebounds. Thomas Haw, 17 points, 6.5 boards. And for Haw, he's actually been one of the top three-point shooters for this team, shooting 33.7% from three. Really the only other guy other than CJ Ingram who's been dealing with injury that's been able to shoot above like 33.5% for threes. Urban Klopsar, 9.5 points per contest. I feel like they should be giving him a little bit more time because Boogie Flying, 11.5 points, 3.5 assists per game, but he shoots 20% for threes. Xavion Lee, 11.5 points, 4 boards, 3 assists, but he's been a guy that's been a little bit of a flop from three-point range as well, so it's an interesting circumstance. You do have an Auburn team that's well outside the top 175 in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis, but they've done a nice job putting points up on the board, being 33rd in the country in terms of points scored on a per possession basis. And for this Florida team, despite their woes in the backcourt, they're actually 40th in the country in terms of points per possession. And You should get quite a few possessions in this game. It is a Florida team that is right now checking in the top 55 in terms of total possessions per game. Auburn, they're not necessarily warp speed, but 85th in the country with this regard. Did semi-total 163, though, with the lack of three-point shooting that you're going to get in this game. So at a 163.5, I'm in on the under. But with Auburn, I think that they hold in there. With Florida still being sloppy in the backcourt, semi-line at 7, I'm going to be willing to take those points. 707, 708, North Dakota is going to be on the road against Denver. And the Pioneers of Denver looking to Pioneer cover as a 4.5-point favorite. 162.5 to 164.5 is the total. I made a total of 169.5. I'm in on the over. You've got a Denver team that's been a really good offensive team in terms of points scored on a per possession basis. Right now, they are 72nd in all of college basketball. If you look at just their home games, they've been a top 50 team with that regard as well. This is a Denver team that shot it quite well from three-point range, 50th in the country in terms of overall three-point shooting percentage. Goes up to 41.8% at home. That is a top 10 mark in all of college basketball. And this is a North Dakota team as well inside the top 255 in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis. How about a top 45 team, though, in terms of turnovers forced on a per possession basis, but Denver does a nice job protecting the ball. They only turn the ball over on 11.7% of their possessions at home. That, once again, is another top 10 mark in all of college basketball, and with this Denver team, they are not going to put you under any duress whatsoever. How about 350th in the country in terms of turnovers forced on a per possession basis? Well, outside the top 320 in terms of overall points allowed on a per possession basis. Denver's given that up from 357th in the country in terms of opponent's three-point shooting percentage. North Dakota not playing quite as fast as they have in past seasons, but they're still about 142nd in the country in terms of total possessions per game. It's a Denver team that they're not like a super duper fast team, but they're not slow. 164th in the country in terms of total possessions per game, but I think that you just get a completely harebrained game on offense. I do think that North Dakota gets things going a little bit more on offense. They're only shooting about 33.5% from three outside the top 200 in all of college basketball, but since conference plays began, they've actually got up to shooting about 40% from three, and they've been leading the conference in terms of their overall rebound percentage as well, so that's been solid. They're grabbing about 11.3 offensive rebounds per game, so they're giving themselves some second and third chances, with George Nachavili being able to give you 8.5 points, 4.5 rebounds per game, and then Eli King has been super versatile with about 12 points, 5 boards, pair of assists, 2.5 steals per contest, and Garrett Anderson and Grayson Ullman have been your top three-point shooters, both shooting about 34 to 35% from three, combining for about 24 points per contest. It's sort of a just collective being able to come together for the team. 7 different guys between 6.7 to 13.5 points per contest. And then for Denver, you're getting zany for this team, as you've had Mr. Zane Nelson be able to give you about 14 points per contest, and he shoots 50.5% for three. That is zany. You've got Carson Johnson leading the way with shooting 42% for three, 18.5 points per contest. Jeremiah Burke, 6 boards, 15.5 points. So you got a lot of guys that are just firing all cylinders for this team. It's a Denver team that's also a top 20 team in terms of their free throw shooting percentage. If it does come down to a little bit of a nip and tuck spot with this North Dakota team, while they're a little bit better defensively than what you're going to be finding out of Denver, they are just getting absolutely gashed down low. As a matter of fact, they're outside the top 290 in terms of opponents' 2-point and 3-point shooting percentage, with them not coming up with the same amount of turnovers that they typically do. I think that you get a high-scoring expose and a game that Denver is able to cover in. I did set Denver as a favorite of 7.5 points. I'm going to be willing to lay the number in. With this total, I set mine at a 169.5, so I'm also in on the under. 709, 710 on the card. It is SMU, and they're going to be playing those two at Florida State. Florida State, an underdog of 11.5 to 12.5 points. Total on this game, 165.5 to 166.5. Set SMU as a 12.5 point favorite. I'm going to be willing to lay up to 12 with them. It is a pair of teams that are going to be very much looking to push tempo for Florida State. In terms of total possessions per game, they are a top 25 team in all of college basketball right now, 18th in the country in terms of total possessions per game, and SMU not too far behind. They are 29th in the country in terms of total possessions per game, and this is a Florida State team that they're taking over 52% of their shots from three-point range. That's a top 10 mark in all of college basketball. And it's an SMU team that, while they have some defensive struggles, they're well outside the top 85 in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis. Their line teams only shoot about 32.1% from three. That's a top 105 mark in all of college basketball. You do have a Florida State team that, on defense, they're really going to gamble for turnovers. Florida State is currently outside the top 175 in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis, but are 30th in the country in terms of turnovers forced on a per possession basis. At SMU, in their home games, they've been able to generate a turnover on about 20% of opponents' possessions. That is a top 75 mark in all of college basketball. And for Florida State, it's just a team that, even though they take a lot of threes, they really don't have too many great three-point shooters. Like, I like the overall versatility that you've been able to get out of Robert McRae with 14 points, 6.5 assists, 4 boards, but he shoots less than 30% from three. As a matter of fact, each of your top 4 scorers shoot less than 33% 33.6% from three-point range. Martin Somerville, he does shoot 38.5% from three. He's like the lone guy on the roster that shoots above 34% from three with about 9.5 points per contest. Lone guy that gives you over 5.3 rebounds per game is Alex Steen. So this SMU team is going to have the advantage down low as they've got a guy that comes over from Turkey and Sabat Yedoglu, who's been able to do a nice job being able to supply about 10.5 points, 8 rebounds per game. And then Corey Washington, BJ Edwards, they combine for 25 points per game. Washington shoots 42% from three. Kevin Boopy Miller, he's able to give you 20 points per contest. He boops teams with shooting 39% from three-point range. And SMU has been solid in terms of taking care of the ball. They've been a top 150 team in terms of fewest turnovers on a per possession basis. In a tight spot, they shoot 77% of the free throw line. They're, as a collective, shooting about 37% from three-point range as well. So they've been really good with their own three-point shooting. And I do think that for SMU, going up against a Florida State team, that they just see a big giant drop-off with their three-point shooting away from home as well. This Florida State team shoots 29.3% away from home. They're able to get the job done in what I think is going to be very much an up-and-down game. I'm willing to lay up to 12 here with SMU. Semi-total at a 170.5. I do think that you are going to get loads of possessions in this game, so I'm in on the over, and I'm going to be willing to lay it with SMU. 7-11, 7-12 on the card. It is Monmouth. They are going to be on the road against Campbell, and the Fighting Camels are a 5 to a 5.5 point home favorite. 149.5 is the total, and I made my total a 146.5. I'm going to be looking at the under. You've got a Campbell team that has really been pushing a little bit more tempo this year. They're now 125th in the country in terms of total possessions per game. Monmouth, they are playing quite slow and controlled, 271st in the country in terms of total possessions per game. And to the credit of Monmouth, away from home, they shoot about 34.5% from three-point range. That's a top 125 mark in all of college basketball. It's a Campbell team that they like to shoot threes. They just don't necessarily hit them. Shooting 31.6% from three, but massive home and road split. 28.3% is what they shoot away from home, 39.3% at home. So going to be interesting to look at that. And you've got a Campbell team that is outside the top 290 in terms of turnovers on a per possession basis, and a Monmouth team that's 56th in the country in terms of turnovers generated on a per possession basis. So I do think that Monmouth is going to do a pretty solid job in terms of holding in this game. That's why I set my line at a 4.5. So I'm going to be willing to take the points. You've got a Monmouth team that has also been a top 30 team in terms of shot blocking as well. Jason Rivera-Torres has been very versatile for the team. 15.5 points, 7.5 boards, 2.5 assists, about a block and a half per contest. And then you've got a lot of nice ancillary pieces. 4 different guys to give you between 8.8 and 11.6 points per contest, with Cornelius Robinson give you about 9 points, shooting 37.5% from three. Justin Ray, 40% three-point shooter, 11.5 points per contest. And then lost in the shuffle is your main facilitator. That would be Jack Collins, who's been able to supply 7.5 points, 5 boards, 5.5 assists, just does a little bit of everything. And then Doc Mortar has been able to give you about 1.4 blocks per contest down low as well. And for Campbell, you do have one really nice three-point shooter that has been able to really just light it up. DJ Turner-Smith, 20.5 points from three-point range. He's been able to shoot about 37% from three. And it's a Campbell team that has been able to do a nice job in terms of giving themselves second and third chances. Dovey Diaz, Butka, along Chris Fields, they both give you double figures, and they've been combining for between 16 to 17 rebounds per game. And if you look at percentage of their missed shots that do become an offensive rebound for Campbell, they do check in the top 115 in all of college basketball away from home. That's about 30.7%, closer to 33% at home. So been relatively balanced there, but the turnovers have been costly. This is a Campbell team that's very much looking to push teams inside, by the way. They are a top 25 team in terms of percentage of opponent shots that do come from two-point range. And this has been a Monmouth team that has not been great inside. They are outside the top 300 with regard their own two-point shooting percentage, but they're a top 75 team in terms of opponents' two-point shooting percentage as well. I do think that this Monmouth team going to be able to hold in there, and I do think that that leads to a lower scoring game. Set my line at 4.5. We'll take 5+ here with Monmouth, and I'm in on the underside by total at a 146.5. 7-13, 7-14. It is Iowa State. They're on the road against Oklahoma State. Oklahoma State is a underdog here of 9.5 to 10.5 points at home. Total on this game 161.5 to 162.5. Set a total here of 163.5. I do like the over. Now it's an Iowa State team that's back in the top 10 in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis. Top 10 team in terms of turnovers generated on a per possession basis, but Iowa State all of a sudden has become a top 10 team in terms of points scored on a per possession basis. Top 5 team with their three-point shooting percentage above 40%, and they grab a lot of second and third chances as well. 31st in the country in terms of offensive rebound percentage in games played away from them. They grab about 34.1% of their missed shots as an offensive rebound. That hovers right around 30th to 31st in all of college basketball, and it's an Oklahoma State team that has been okay in terms of grabbing second and third chances, 186 with this regard, but for Oklahoma State, they might have a tough time in terms of their ball security. This team is about 156th in the country in terms of turnovers on a per possession basis, but you look specifically at their home games, that falls well outside the top 235 in all of college basketball. Now, I love what Anthony Roy has been able to bring to the table amidst the first few games of the season due to injury. Now, he's been supplying 17.5 points, 90% the free throw line, 45% from three, and as a matter of fact, your top three scores for Oklahoma State all shoot at least 45% from three. Team as a whole, though, shoots 35% from three, as nobody outside those three guys shoots above 28.5% from three. So it's a very top-heavy team. You've been able to get about 6.5 rebounds out of Parsha. Falau has been able to give you about 14.5 points per contest, and he has one of those 40+% three-point shooters, but attempts less than a three per game. So he's not going to be able to hurt Iowa State too much from the outside. It's an Oklahoma State team that they themselves have been rather rough with regards to their defense as well. You take a look at this team in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis, and right now Oklahoma State is checking in 125th in all of college basketball, outside the top 150 in terms of opponents' 2-point and 3-point shooting percentage. And on the flip side for Iowa State, Milan Mimosilovic right now leads all of college basketball with his 3-point shooting percentage at 54%, 18 points per contest. Joshua Jefferson, one of the most versatile men in all of college basketball, 17 points, 8 boards, 5 assists. Timon Lipsby, he's able to generate about 2.5 steals per contest, and I think that Oklahoma State going to be looking to push tempo once again. They are 8th in the country in terms of total possessions per game, specifically in their home games. They are 4th in the country, and this is an Iowa State team that is playing a little bit more up-tempo than they have in the past. 188th in the country in terms of total possessions per game. I think that Iowa State going to get good looks from three. I think that Oklahoma State is going to be able to take it a little bit more to an Iowa State defense that does allow more than 20 points more per 100 possessions away from home rather than at home. So I did set my line here at a 9.5. I do think that the 3-point shooting for Oklahoma State just enough for them to remain lively. So at 10+, we'll take the points with Oklahoma State, and I'm in on the over semi-total 163.5, 715, 716. It's Missouri State on the road against UTEP. UTEP is a underdog here of 1.5 points total on this game. It is 140.5, and with UTEP, I did set them as an underdog of 4.5 points, so I'm going to be willing to lay with Missouri State. Neither team is going to be looking to push a lot of tempo here, as for Missouri State, currently 252nd in the country in terms of total possessions per game. UTEP even slower, 333rd, and for UTEP, they're a team that typically is pretty solid in terms of generating turnovers. They're back in the top 125 in terms of turnovers forced on a per possession basis, but not what it has been in past years. 255th now in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis. Missouri State, 210th in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis. It's not great. It's not awful. And for Missouri State, they've cleaned up their turnover woes from a season ago just to see their 3-point shooting percentage go down the toilet bowl. Right now, they shoot 31.1% from three. That is 298th in all of college basketball. Meanwhile, for this UTEP group, right now, they shoot about 36% from three-point range at home, but they've been wobbly all season long in terms of their offense. You do have Jamal West, who's been able to give you 6+ rebounds per game, but he is the lone man on the roster. That gives you over 5 rebounds per game. Elijah Jones has been that top scorer, 13.5 points, 4.5 rebounds per game, and it is a UTEP team that here in conference play, they've been a little bit better on the offensive side of things. They're shooting about 35% from three in Conference USA play, but still you've got a lot of question marks with this team, especially on the interior, as right now they do rank well outside the top 230 in terms of opponents' 2-point shooting percentage, and they have a right around about 300th in terms of opponents' 3-point shooting percentage as well. Meanwhile, for this Missouri State team, you've got Keith Palak, who's been your main guy, 18.5 points, 7 boards, 3.5 assists. Doesn't necessarily pop up well from three, but Trey Williams Jr. along Kobe Williams squared, they combined to shoot about 36% from three. Trey Williams Jr., 8.5 points per contest. Kobe, he's been able to give you about a 6.5, 14 points per contest. And then Michael Osi-Banusu, he was missing for a little bit of time due to injury, but he's back with about 14 points, 7 boards, 2.5 assists per contest. I think that Missouri State going to be able to pull this game out, even though they are suspect at the free throw line. They shoot 68.4% at the free throw line, but I think that it's going to be a slowdown game, and if you look at the UTEP side of things, they shoot 67.3% at the free throw line. That's even worse. So I'm going to be in on the under. I set my total at a 134.5, and with Missouri State, set them as a 4.5 point favorite. I'm going to be one to lay it. 717, 718 on the card. It is San Jose State. They are going to be on the road against Wyoming, and Old San Jose State is an underdog of 12.5 to 13 points. 145.5 is the total. I said Wyoming is a 15.5 point favorite. I'm going to be willing to lay the number. Now for Wyoming, if you look at them in terms of total possessions per game, they're about a country average team right now. They're hovering right around about 201st. They have been one of the slowest teams in the country since conference play began, and it's a Wyoming team that they're a country average team with their 3-point shooting, 207th of the country, 33.5%. San Jose State has actually been solid, shooting 34.1% from three, but it's all starting to go down the toilet bowl right now for San Jose State because they have just accrued injury after injury. Yafat Moody, their top rebounder with about 7.5 rebounds per game, is missing. Ben Rosenborough, he's been a little bit in and out of the lineup, but now you've got Kobe Garland, who's averaging 19 points per game out of the fold. Rosenborough has missed the last few games. So, that's 3 out of your top 4 scorers right there. And it means that Jermaine Washington, who's averaging 11.5 points per contest, is like the lone guy that averages more than 8.7 points per game that is currently out there on the floor. You don't have a single healthy player that's giving you over 4 rebounds per game. And to start with, they were outside the top 3 with regards to opponents' 2-point shooting percentage. And now you have to go up against a Wyoming team that has been relatively sturdy and solid on the glass. This is despite the fact that I have one guy that gives you over 5 rebounds per game, and it's Sear Meyer, and that's a guard, 13.5 points, 5 boards from 3-point range. He's been able to pop it at a clip of about 40% from 3. Lelon Walker, good versatility, steal, 15 points. He shoots 37% from 3-point range, and then Uriah Rojas has been able to be a 36% 3-point shooter himself, but for this Wyoming team, top 125 team with regards to their 2-point shooting percentage, and they should be able to absolutely own the glass in this one, as Moody was like the lone guy other than Cedric Nananana who was able to give you any sort of rebounding whatsoever for San Jose State. They are a team that ranks about 142nd in the country in terms of offensive rebound percentage, but that's starting to take a nosedive. Meanwhile, for Wyoming, they're more around about 47th in the country with this regard, and it's a San Jose State team that's been looking to play very slowly themselves in terms of total possessions per game. Old San Jose State right now 335th in the country, so I do think that possessions are going to be rather limited in this game, but I just think that Wyoming is the hammer. I think that San Jose State is the nail with all their injuries. Playing at elevation, I think takes it out of the San Jose State team. I set my line at a 15.5. I'm going to be willing to lay with Wyoming, and I'm in on the under. Semi-total at a 143.5. 719, 720 on the card. Murray State is going to be on the road against Northern Iowa. Northern Iowa between a pick'em to a 1.5 point underdog. 143.5 to 144.5 is the total. I said Northern Iowa is a 1.5 point favorite. I'm going to be one to take a shot on them on the money line. This is a Northern Iowa team that has been incredible in terms of slowing games down. I mean, their games have just been slugs recently. 359th in terms of total possessions per game. Murray State 30th in the country in terms of total possessions per game. So it's a good old situation of something's got to give. Now, Murray State is a team that forces teams inside. They are number 1 in the country in terms of percentage of opponent shots that come from inside the 3-point line. Meanwhile, Northern Iowa, they are a masterful team at not allowing good looks from 3. Northern Iowa, 2nd in the country in opponent's 3-point shooting percentage at 26.2%, and this is a Murray State team that they pride themselves on being able to win the perimeter battle. As for Murray State, right now as a collective from 3-point range, they shoot about 36.4% from 3. That does fall off to about 33.5% away from home, but you've got a guy, Mason Miller, has been able to shoot well over 42% from 3-point range. Is a little bit of a one-trick pony 3-point shooter. You've got Javon Jackson, give you 17.5 points. He shoots 42% from 3. Ramad Doman has been able to give you 12.5 points. He shoots 41% from 3-point range. And for Murray State, they're a neither here nor there team with regards to their turnovers. They're a top 225 team in terms of turnovers force and turnovers that they don't commit on a per possession basis on offense, but neither is necessarily spectacular for Murray State. They have been able to do a pretty solid job as well in terms of their offensive rebounding, but they do allow you to get a lot of second and third chances, while Northern Iowa, they are outside the top 330 in terms of offensive rebound percentage. So it's very much a situation of something's got to give. Fred King has been able to give this Murray State team right around about 8+ rebounds per game, but for Northern Iowa, they are a team that, while they don't do a great job in terms of giving themselves second and third chances, they have not been bad on the defensive glass either. In terms of percentage of opponents' missed shots that do become an offensive rebound, they're 31st in all of college basketball, and with Murray State, that's more around about 204th in the country. And for Northern Iowa, in a pressure spot, this is a unit that they shoot only about 68.2% on the free throw line. There needs to be caution there, but Drake Campbell, Leon Bond, they combine for 25 points per contest, and Bond is shooting 40% for 3 with about 6 rebounds per game. Tristan Smith, 5 boards, 10 points per contest. You've got essentially your main starting 5 for this bunch. All give between 9 and 13 points per contest. Now, they've dealt with a little bit of injury with Tristan Smith throughout the season, probably going to be out of the fold once again in this game, but in his absence, you've been able to get a little bit more out of Max Weisbrod, who's been able to give you 5 points per contest. Was a really nice Division II transfer that's come up, giving this team some versatility with the way that Northern Iowa just pounds games into oblivion, puts you into the mud. I do think that they find a way to be able to get the job done. And Northern Iowa, top 25 team, serves fewest turnovers on a per possession basis. So set my line at 1.5 with Northern Iowa the favorite. Like Northern Iowa on the money line, and I like the under semi total at a 139.5. 721, 722 on the card. It is Elon, and they're going to be on the road against Charleston. Charleston is a favorite of 3 to 3.5 points. 159.5 is the total. I made a total of 161.5. I'm going to be in on the over. Now, it's a Charleston team that has been outside the top 290 with their 3-point shooting percentage. They have ascended into being a top 150 team in terms of points scored on a per possession basis. They're now 137th in terms of total possessions per game. Elon is neither fast or slow. They're hovering right around about 162nd in terms of total possessions per game, but for Elon, their games involve a lot of second and third chances. They are 302nd in all of college basketball with regards to their defensive rebound percentage. They are 37th in terms of percentage of their missed shots that result in an offensive rebound rebound. And in games played away from home, they rebound 34.9% of their misses. That is a top 25 mark in all of college basketball. And they've got the best scorer in this game, Chandler Cottrell. He's been supplying about 21 points per contest with Cottrell. He's got some good support around him with Randall Pettis along Kapper Klonzich, combined for 25 points per contest. And these two guys both shoot over 40% for three. While Cottrell, he only shoots about 31% for three, but gives the team 6.5 rebounds, a steal per contest. And then Judge Juan Carr shoots 37% for three, 8.5 points. Bryson Cockley, he's a sixth man that gives you 12 points, 4 boards, shoots 41% from three-point range. And it's been a Charleston team that has been a little bit hit or miss with regards to their three-point shooting defense as well. And the way to really be able to take it to this Elon team is by lighting it up from three, because this Elon team has not been guarding the three-point line all season long. 321st in the country in terms of opponents' three-point shooting percentage. Meanwhile, you've got a Charleston team that they're, in terms of opponents' three-point shooting percentage, more around about 169th in the country, but in their own games, they allow opponents to shoot 35% for three. That is outside the top 235 in all of college basketball. But now for this Charleston team, now you finally have most of your guys, other than really Mr. Dean, healthy, as they were dealing with an injury to begin the season to Kobe Duggan. Ever since he's come back, he's been able to get the team double figures, thrown in there a few rebounds. Connor Hickman, 13 points, nice off the ball guard. He's been able to do a nice job in terms of creating. And then Jalen Counter shoots 35.5% for three, 6.5 points per game. I do think that the Charleston three-point shooting of 29.7% is going to see some improvement. Charleston does not force the issue. They're outside the top 3 in terms of turnovers forced on a per possession basis. And for this Charleston team, they themselves are well outside the top 240 in terms of their defensive rebound percentage. So plenty of second and third chances to be had here. I do think that Charleston gets the job done, though. They've been banged up. Their metrics are warped by the fact that they were without their guys throughout the season. And Elon just really bad on defense outside the top 275 in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis. So made a total of 161.5. I like the over-end with Charleston. I'm willing to lay up to 3 with them. 723, 724 on the card. Texas State is going to be on the road against James Madison. Texas State, they're doing more than the Texas 2-step. They're doing the 4.5 step. They're 4.5 point underdogs. Charles game, 144.5 to 145. I said a total of a 139. I'm in on the under. This James Madison team playing faster than in past seasons, but it's not like they're playing super duper fast. We're on 37th. Serves the total possessions per game. Texas State, they are 182nd. And for Texas State, they lead the country in percentage of their shots that come from inside the 3-point arc. And for Texas State, they are getting gashed from 3-point range. They are allowing teams away from home to shoot 39% from 3-point range, and that's a big reason why I did set James Madison here as a 5-point favorite. I'm willing to lay 4.5 and not a half a point more. Now for Texas State, they're a top 75 team in terms of turnovers generated on a per possession basis, and they themselves 334th in terms of their own ball security. And James Madison, they've been having a few issues with regards to taking care of the ball. 207th in terms of turnovers on a per possession basis on offense. On defense, they generate no turnovers. They're a bottom 25 team in terms of turnovers forced on a per possession basis. And a James Madison team that, under Preston Spradlin, typically his systems are based around big men being able to dominate down low. They're not doing as much of that this year. They're outside the top 235 with their 2-point shooting percentage. You do have Eddie Ricks, who's been able to give you 6.5 boards, 7.5 points per contest, but he's the lone guy on the roster that gives you over 6 rebounds per game. Justin McBride, the only other guy that gives you over 4.2 rebounds per game, and he's been able to do it all, guys. 17.5 points, 5.5 boards, shoots 42% from 3. And then Bradley Douglas along Cliff Davis in the backcourt, they combine for about 25.5 points per game. Between the two of them, they shoot 36% from 3. And overall, for this James Madison team, they're a top 125 team with their 3-point shooting percentage. They're a pretty ordinary team with regards to just their points scored on a per possession basis. They have taken a little bit of a drop off with regards to their defense. Meanwhile, for Texas State, you've got Mark Drone, who's done a nice job supplying double figures with about 13.5 points, 2.5 assists per contest. DJ Turner-Up-Hall, 14 points, 8 rebounds, not necessarily a great 3-point shooter. And for Texas State, on the low amount of attempts that they have from 3 points, they shoot about 32%. That's below country average, but it's not atrocious. They've been a top 175 team in terms of opponents' 2-point shooting percentage. They do get gashed from the outside, but I do think that for this James Madison team, they're going to be a little bit sloppy with the ball. I think that keeps them lively, but I do think that in the end, Texas State, with just not having a lot around the perimeter whatsoever, with them being a team that really doesn't take care of the ball themselves, this turns into a little bit of a grinder of a game. I think that the James Madison backcourt wins out. So set my line at 5, willing to lay up to 4.5 here with James Madison, and like the under, set my total 139, 725, 726. The Citadel and East Tennessee State is a game from Friday, so we move on to 727, 728. It is Boise State, and they're playing us at Air Force. Air Force, massive underdogs here of 23 to 23.5 points, 134.5 to 135.5 is the total, and I set a total of a 129. I'm going to be in on the under, as you've got an Air Force team that's 3 314th in the country in terms of total possessions per game. With Boise State, they become more of a mid-tempo team at 165th, but that's a warped stat. They had that triple overtime game that they played against San Diego State. So if you look in terms of possessions per 40 minutes or more, around about 200th, but this Air Force team, man, it's not good to say the least in any sort of front whatsoever. For Air Force, they're supposed to pride themselves on three-point shooting. They shoot 25.8% from three-point range away from home. That's a bottom 10 mark in all of college basketball. 356th in the country in terms of points scored on a per possession basis, all while playing slow. If you look at them away from home, they're 359th in terms of points scored on a per possession basis, and they've got a 7-footer in Wesley Chalkowski that doesn't rebound. He grabs less than 2.5 rebounds per game as a 7-foot starter. Just absolutely embarrassing. And you've got a Boise State team that they do a nice job in terms of limiting second and third chances. They're not necessarily a team that's going to haul in there a bunch of second and third chances for themselves, but in terms of their defensive rebound percentage, they do once again find themselves back in the top 15 in all of college basketball. Opponents are grabbing only about 23.5% of their missed shots as an offensive rebound. Now, I did set my line at 21. Joe Scott clearly was a problem for Air Force. They've now moved on to an interim coach. I think that might unlock a little bit more of something here for Air Force. You've got a trio of guys who are giving you double figures: Caleb Walker, Lucas Hovland, Cam Sanders, and with Hovland, he shoots about 34% from three. And Eli Robinson, to his credit, shoots 46% from three, 8.5 points, 5.5 boards, a little bit over a steal per contest, and for Air Force, man, they're bad at taking care of the ball. Bottom 10 team in terms of turnovers on a per possession basis. Boise State is not really going to put you under duress. They're outside the top 270 in terms of turnovers forced on a per possession basis, and Boise State outside the top 200 in terms of both 2-point and 3-point shooting percentage. They're solid at the free throw line. Air Force, they just don't have a lot of possessions in their game, so you're not going to be able to get to the free throw line a ton. I just don't think they get enough opportunities to score for this Boise State team to be able to cover, and it's clear that Dylan Andrews not working out for the team. 11.5 points, 3.5 assists, but 2.2 turnovers per game, only shoots 30% from three after he was a starter over at UCLA a few seasons ago, but Andrew Meadow, Drew Fielder, both of these guys give you 13.3 points per contest, combining for about 9 boards between the two of them, shoot 37.5% from three. Boise State going to be able to win this game easily, but I think that this is going to be just a sad offensive game on all fronts and a very, very slowed down game, so semi-total 129, I'm in on the under, and anything above 21 will take the points with Air Force. 729, 730, it's Lindenwood playing us to Tennessee State. Tennessee State is an underdog here of 3.5 points on this game between 160.5 to 161.5, and with Lindenwood, I actually set them as a 1-point underdog, so I'm going to be willing to take Tennessee State on the money line with Lindenwood. This is still just a really rough team with their three-point shooting. Now, you are going to get a lot of possessions in this game. Lindenwood has really cranked up their tempo in terms of total possessions per game. You're finding this team now in the top 50 in all of college basketball. And Tennessee State is a team that's not shy to run as well. They're 51st in the country in terms of total possessions per game. Tennessee State has been quite a bit more efficient than they have been in past seasons with regards to their overall scoring. They're into the top 230 in terms of points scored on a per possession basis, and it's a Lindenwood team that's just 293rd in the country in terms of points per possession. I will say, scoring about 17.5 points more per 100 possessions at home rather than away from home, but it's a Lindenwood team that has been 282nd in terms of turnovers on a per possession basis on offense. Tennessee State, they're now about 149th, and Lindenwood has been a top 155 team in terms of generating some turnovers, and Tennessee State is not necessarily a team that's going to gash you from three-point range and in a tight spot. Both of these teams have been relatively rough at the free throw line, but for Tennessee State, they are a team that has Travis Harper on their side, 17 points, shoots 39.5% from three. Pretty much your lone guy in the roster that shoots about 31% from three. As team as a collective, they shoot 31.1% from three, outside the top 300 in all of college basketball. Lindenwood's outside the top 300 in all of college basketball. Their three-point shooting, and this is a Tennessee State team that I think is going to be able to win the battle on the glass. You've got Aaron Namakura, who's been able to do a really nice job giving this team 3 steals per contest, throws in there about 5 boards, 3 assists per contest, and then you've been able to get some good production out of Jalen Petrie, who's been able to give you 6.5 rebounds per game. You take a look at percentage of missed shots, they result in an offensive rebound. Lindenwood not doing the world's greatest job in terms of being able to fight for second and third chances outside the top 125 with that regard, and it's a Tennessee State team that they themselves are hovering more around about 149th, but if you look at them in a road or neutral court venue, they do grab about 32.5% of their misses as an offensive rebound. That is a top 100 mark in all of college basketball, and for Lindenwood, you've got Jadis Jones, who's done a nice job giving you over 6 rebounds per game, throwing in there about 15 to 16 points per contest, and Aeneas Vettrell along Dontrez Williams. In the backcourt, they combine for 32 points per contest. For Vettrell, shoots 37% for three. Williams more around 32% from the outside, but still a team that shoots 29.7% from three-pointers. Lindenwood, a pretty solid team with regards to overall shooting percentages. They're a top 125 team in terms of opponents' 2-point and 3-point shooting percentage, with their forte being their 3-point shooting percentage. But this is a Tennessee State team that they're going to be looking to pile drive the ball down low, with Tennessee State 24th in the country in terms of percentage of their shots that come from inside the 3-point line. And with Tennessee State, they do shoot over 74% of the free throw line. Lindenwood, 67.3%. That is outside the top 320 in all of college basketball, and I think that wins out in this spot. So did set my line at 1. I'm going to be able to take Tennessee State on the money line. Made my total 159 with what I think is going to be a sloppier game, so I'm also in on the under. Next two games are Skips, 7:31, 7:32, Little Rock and UT Martin, 7:33, 7:34, Southern Indiana, Western Illinois. Both of those games got moved. So we go 7:35, 7:36. Bowling Green is going to be on the road facing off against Toledo, and Toledo is between a pick'em to a 1.5 point home underdog. Total on this game, 157.5 to 158.5, and with Toledo, I did set them as an underdog 3 points. I'm going to be willing to take a shot here on Bowling Green. Bowling Green has been able to do an incredible job in terms of generating turnovers, top 35 team in terms of turnovers on a per possession basis, and they're going to look to gash you inside. This Bowling Green team is a top 80 team in terms of percentage of their shots that come from inside the 3-point line. You've got a Toledo team that has really fallen off with their 3-point shooting in recent years as well. For Toledo right now, they're about 95th in the country in terms of their 3-point shooting percentage outside the top 125 in their home games. And for Bowling Green, this team does shoot about 38% from 3-point range in a road or neutral court venue, and you got a Toledo team that's been well outside the top 275 in terms of opponents' 3-point shooting percentage. Not going to have a game that's completely out of control, but both teams, they play at a pretty brisk pace. For Bowling Green, they're right around about 96th in the country in terms of total possessions per game. Toledo's 119th, and Toledo's become a team that actually gambles for turnovers a little bit. Toledo is all of a sudden a top 125 team in terms of turnovers forced on a per possession basis, and they do not allow you to get to the free throw line. Top 25 team in terms of fewest free throw attempts allowed on a per possession basis. But for this Toledo bunch, you've been having Sonny Wilson and Leroy Blyden Jr. being able to combine for about 33.5 points per contest. They, between the two of them, shoot a little bit over 41% from three, and then Kyler Vanderjagt shoots 40% from three, about 11 points per contest. Nobody else on the roster really shoots above 32% from three. Sean Craig has been able to give you about 8 rebounds, 13 points per contest, but for Bowling Green, having Javante Campbell on their side, I think is a difference. He is one of the top players in terms of steals per contest in all of college basketball. 3.4 steals, 5 boards, 5 assists, 18 points per game. Doesn't necessarily pop it well from three, but that's why you've got Meyer Wohl at 6'7", 13 points on 45% 3-point shooting. Javon Ruffin comes over from Colorado, 37% 3-point shooter, 9.5 points per game. It's a Bowling Green team that they do a pretty solid job in terms of taking care of the ball themselves. Top 155 team in terms of fewest turnovers on a per possession basis, and it's a Bowling Green team that does a good job executing down low as well. Top 75 team in terms of their own 2-point shooting percentage. Country average team in terms of opponents' 2-point and 3-point shooting percentage, but they don't allow second and third chances. Top 30 team with regards to defensive rebound percentage. I think that those lack of second and third chances do help Bowling Green get the job done. And Bowling Green shoots about 74.5% of the free throw line. It did make my total here a 159. I do think that you get just enough possessions here for the over, because I do think that it's going to be close, and you do get those late fouls. So in on the over, and I'm going to be willing to lay the small number here with Bowling Green. 737, 738. It's Ryder on the road against Mount St. Mary's, and the Mount does find themselves as an 8 to an 8.5 point favorite. 137 after 139.5 is the total line. I set Mount St. Mary's as a 10.5 point favorite. I'm going to be willing to lay the number. I am not a fan of this Mount St. Mary's team. They're a bottom 10 team in terms of turnovers on a per possession basis on offense, outside the top 275 in terms of generating turnovers on defense, but guess who's just as bad at taking care of the ball? You guessed it, Ryder. 307th in the country in terms of turnovers on a per possession basis on offense. On defense, they are generating absolutely nothing whatsoever. On defense, 360th in terms of turnovers generated on a per possession basis, and in a roadside neutral court venue, they are dead last in the country in terms of turnovers generated on a per possession basis. And for Ryder, their offense has been able to get going a little bit more. They had a nice little bit of an outburst against St. Croix, and even with them in that game against St. Croix being able to put up 85 points, they're still outside the top 335 in terms of points scored on a per possession basis. Flash Burton, Zion Crusoe, but able to combine for 25 points per game, but they combine to shoot as well 27% from three. Team as a whole shoots 26% from three. That is dead sinking last in all of college basketball. The one thing that this Ryder team actually does an okay job of is they're able to give themselves some second and third chances. If you look at them in terms of percentage of their missed shots that result in an offensive rebound, they're actually a top 140 team in all of college basketball there, but I do think that Mount St. Mary's is going to do a good job of being able to match and exceed that, as is for this bunch in Ryder. You also do have a pair of guys that are able to combine for about 14 rebounds per game. Caleb Smith and Shamari Fuller, they also combine for only about 13 points per contest, but for Mount St. Mary's, even with how sloppy they are with the ball, you've got a trio of guys that give you between 11.3 and 12 points per contest. Luke McKeldin, Trey DeVue, along with Arlondis Keys. Keys is able to give you about 2.5 assists per contest, and he shoots about 35% from three-point range. You've got a Mount St. Mary's team that shoots only about 32% from three. Not great, but again, much better than this Ryder team, and it is a bunch that they only shoot about 67.5% at the free throw line, but with this Mount St. Mary's team as well, they really do a nice job in terms of limiting you on the inside. Top 75 team in terms of opponent's 2-point shooting percentage. With how awful this Ryder team is from three-point range, that should limit the amount of scoring opportunities in this game. It is a Mount St. Mary's team that is relatively mid-tempo, 190th in terms of total possessions per game. Ryder 328th. I think that keeps us scoring low in this game. I think that Mount St. Mary's gets the job done. Set them as a 10.5-point favorite. One to lay with the Mountain. I'm in on the underside by total at a 130.5. 739, 740 on the card. Portland State is going to be on the road facing off against Idaho, and Idaho is looking to vandalize some bankrolls as a 2 to 2.5 point favorite. 144.5 to 145 is the total line. With Portland State, I made them the 1 point favorite. I do like them outright on the money line. Portland State has failed to cover in only 2 games as far this season if you take out the pushes, but I am with this Portland State team. They're just a very well-rounded team. They're a team that's like 158th in terms of offensive rebound percentage. That's probably going to be mitigated a little bit by an Idaho team that's been really good at not allowing second and third chances. Idaho right now top 100 team in terms of defensive rebound percentage, but at home they do allow opponents to grab about 29.7% of their misses as an offensive rebound. And for Portland State, overall with regards to scoring, they're hovering right around about 204th in terms of points scored on a per possession basis. Idaho is going to have a little bit of an edge there. They're more around 127th in terms of points per possession, but this is an Idaho team that year in and year out, they just always really get cash from three-point range. Right now for Idaho, they're allowing teams to shoot from three-point range in that neighborhood about 34.2% for three. That goes up to 34.7 at home. That's outside the top 250 in terms of opponents' three-point shooting percentage in their home games. And Portland State does a good job in terms of not allowing good looks from three. The opponents in a roadside shoot score venue shoot only 30% for three. That is a top 45 mark in all of college basketball. And for the Idaho team, they've been able to do a really nice job in terms of mixing and matching in the backcourt. You've got Jackson Rasmussen, who's been able to give some good versatility, right around about 14 points, mid-30s three-point shooter with about 4.7 rebounds per game. Your main rebounder, Brody Woodbury, comes over from Southeast Louisiana, 6 boards, 8.5 points per contest, and then Colton Mitchell is a 37% three-point shooter with 14.5 points per game, and Isaiah Brickner still shooting 47% from three. He's been rock solid there, but that said, this is also an Idaho team that has not been able to give themselves a ton of second and third chances outside the top 175 in terms of offensive rebound percentage. They're not going to put you under too much duress. They're outside the top 225 in terms of turnovers on a per possession basis, and that's big because for Portland State, one of the main kryptonites of this team being 291st in the country in terms of turnovers on a per possession basis, as you've got two main headline scorers, Jalen Henderson, 18 points, 6.5 assists, does not pop it well from three. Scary Terry Miller does, 19 points per contest. He shoots 42% from three-point. Trayvon Minute, he gives you 9 boards, 11.5 points per contest. A little bit of a top-heavy team, but these guys like an Alex Dupree, who only give you like 4 to 5 points per contest, have been really good, shall we say, just contributors. And Portland State, also a top 100 team in terms of opponents' 2-point shooting percentage. I think that Portland State, with their well-roundedness, just find a way to get the job done. Top 150 team in terms of turnovers forced on a per possession basis, and I like them on the road here. Set Portland State as a 1 point favorite. Like them on the money line. Set by total at a 149 as well. Portland State looking to push quite a bit of tempo. 88th in terms of total possessions per game. Like that over. 741, 742. Davidson is going to be playing us a VCU. VCU is a road favorite here of 5 to 5.5 points. Toss game 148.5. And with this total, I set mine at a 146. I do like the under. You're going to have a little bit of a tempo clash here. VCU looking to push a bit of tempo as in terms of total possessions per game, they're 91st. Davidson looking to push no tempo whatsoever. 339th in all of college basketball. And Davidson has been able to do a good job in terms of maximizing their possessions at home. They're a top 125 team in terms of fewest turnovers on a per possession basis, and the strength of this team is being able to go bombs away from three. For Davidson, they shoot 36.5% from three. That is 52nd in all of college basketball. VCU, 44th in the country. They shoot 36.6% from three. So both of these teams relatively rock solid there. And for Davidson, it's not a team that's going to give you like any sort of second and third chances outside the top 250 in terms of offensive rebound percentage. Top 175 team, though, in terms of defensive rebound percentage. They really don't give up a lot of second and third chances. And it's just a big giant collective here for Davidson. You've got 7 different guys right now, give between 6.3 and 11.2 points per contest with only one double-figure score. Robert Blums, who comes in off the bench, 11 points per contest, shoots 40% from 3, and then Parker Fredrickson has been able to shoot 42% from 3 with about 10 points, steal and a half per contest. Davidson, an okay team at generating turnovers, not amazing, not terrible. Where you can really hurt them is down low. They're outside the top 175 with their own 2-point shooting percentage, outside the top 235 with regards to opponents' 2-point shooting percentage. And then on the flip side, you got a VCU team that they have been able to find a little bit more of that go-to score in Terrence Hill, supplying 14.5 points per contest, shoots 40% for 3, and Lazar Djokovic, he shoots 36% for 3, right around 6'10", 6'11", throws in their 5.5 boards, 13.5 points per game, but it is a VCU team that they themselves are outside the top 100 with regards to their overall rebound percentage, and it's a VCU team that's going to give it up from 3-point range. They're much stronger with their interior defense rather than their exterior defense, and this is a Davidson team that they're very willing to let it fly from 3-point range, especially with having someone like Hunter Adam who's been able to shoot over 40% from 3-point range for this VCU team. When they're away from home, they allow teams to shoot about 36.5% from 3-point range. Meanwhile, for this Davidson team, even though they're not impressive with their 3-point shooting percentage at home at about 34.8%, overall it's about 32.6%. I think that it irons out a little bit more. I think Davidson is able to slow it down, and Davidson, with the way that they take care of the ball, they're going to be able to hold in this game, in my opinion. I set my line at 4, so I'm willing to take 4.5 to 5 with them. Set my total at 146. I'm also in on the under. 743, 744, Middle Tennessee versus Jacksonville State. That was played on Friday, so we go 745, 746. UC Riverside is on the road against UC Davis, and UC Davis has find themselves as a 8.5 point favorite. Your total on this game, it is 150.5, and with UC Davis, I made them an 11-point favorite, so I'm going to be willing to lay the number. Riverside is just getting absolutely bludgeoned in the turnover battle. They're outside the top 3 in terms of their own ball security. They're outside the top 275 in terms of turnovers generated on a per possession basis, and they allow opponents away from home to shoot 37.2% from 3-point range, while outside the top 255 there. And this is a UC Davis team that they're overall 253rd in opponents' 3-point shooting percentage. They allow opponents to shoot 35.4% from 3. That comes down to 29.4% at home compared to 42.1% in a road or neutral court venue, and it's a UC Davis team that's always dealt with turnover wolves themselves. They're outside the top 3 in terms of their ball security at home, but they've always been a team as well that's been pretty solid in terms of generating turnovers. UC Davis, overall 82nd in the country in terms of turnovers forced on a per possession basis. And for Riverside, you do have a few guys I do like in the backcourt. Markel Worthy, who comes over from UMass, has been pretty solid, supplying about 15 points, 4 boards, 3 assists per contest. Doesn't necessarily shoot it well from 3, but Andrew Henderson, top scorer at 16 points, 4.5 boards. He shoots 37.5% from 3. And then you got DeAndre Pertree, hopefully I said that correct, shooting, I'm not even kidding here, 62% from 3-point range, but he's been dealing with a little bit of injury, should be good to go in this one. Just returned in their last game against UC Irvine, but scored as many points as myself in that game, so that's not necessarily encouraging. You do have a pair of guys in Osiris Gary along with BJ Colley, who've been able to combine for 11 rebounds per game. As for this Riverside team, they're also outside the top 250 with regards to their offensive rebound percentage. Not too bad on the defensive glass, but this is not a UC Davis team that they themselves are going to be generating a lot of second and third chances. For Davis, by the way, cranking up their tempo a little bit more, up to about 99th in the country in terms of total possessions per game, but it's UC Davis team outside the top 260 in terms of offensive rebound percentage, but they've been able to thrive with their 3-point shooting going into the top 100 with having Connor Sevilla give you 13-point shooting, 43.5% for 3. Carl Daughtry, he's been shooting 46.5% from 3-point range when he's been out there with about 11 points per contest. Was missing for a little bit of time, but has come back 14 plus points in 4 of the last 5 games. And then Niles Cooper, your main scorer, 14 points, 5 rebounds per game. Nico Rokac, lone guy that gives you over 5 rebounds per game with 5.6 rebounds per game, should be enough in this game. And Braden Fajemi, who comes over from Central Arkansas, he only gives you 7 points per contest, but 2 steals per game. I think that this UC Davis team does a great job dominating the turnover battle, controlling the tenor of it, and is able to get the job done. So set my line at 11. I'm going to be willing to lay with UC Davis. I did set my total here at a 149. I think that the turnovers cost you an over. So in on the under, and I'm going to be willing to lay it here with UC Davis. 747, 748. Tennessee Tech is on the road against SIU Edwardsville. Edwardsville is a favorite of 7.5 to 8 points. 135.5 is the total, and I made a total of a 133.5, so I'm going to be in on the under. You got a Tennessee Tech team that is not playing at a bad rate of speed right now in terms of total possessions per game. This team is checking in right around about 152nd in the country, so slightly above country average. And then for this Edwardsville team, this is a team that is looking to play slow and control, 285th in the country in terms of total possessions per game. And for this SIU Edwardsville team, overall they're about 154th in the country in terms of of turnovers forced on a per possession basis, which it's not bad, it's not amazing, but if you look at them in their home games, they do ascend into the top 110 in terms of turnovers forced on a per possession basis, and they have been just really good on defense in general. They're a top 75 team in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis, and you've got on the flip side a Tennessee Tech team that just has not been able to get a lot of clean offense going, with the fact that they turn the ball over 14 times per contest. They're outside the top 330 in terms of turnovers on a per possession basis, and for Tennessee Tech, they also shoot 30.3% from three-point range. That's outside the top 330 in all of college basketball. You do have a pair of guys in Danny Pounds, Makai Cameron, who combine for 20.5 points per contest. Pounds bounce it out with about 41% three-point shooting, and then Brandon Montu has been able to come in there and give you about 9 points per contest. It's a collective that doesn't do the world's worst job on glass. Right now for Tennessee Tech, they're a top 250 team in terms of their defensive rebound percentage, but that said, with this Southern Illinois Edwardsville team, I do think that they're going to be able to really control this game with Ring Malaith doing a little bit of everything. 17 points, 5.5 boards, shoots in the mid-30s from three-point range. They've been dealing with a lot of injuries throughout the season, but Jack Champion has come in. He's been able to give you 4 assists per contest. They're so good to be without Miles Thompson, who was really their number 2 scorer to begin the season, but you've had in the interim someone like Darian Baker step up, be able to give you about 7.5 points, part-time starter that throws in their 4 boards, and right now it's shooting 52% from 3. I don't think that that's going to be a mainstay, but for Edwardsville, they become a relatively average team with their three-point shooting at 34.3%, which I think is going to be more than good enough in this spot, as you've got a Tennessee Tech team that has been relatively solid with regards to their interior defense. They're a top 250 team in terms of opponents' two-point shooting percentage. They get destroyed from three-point range. They allow to shoot 38% from three-point range. I do think that this is going to be a slow-down game. I think that possessions are going to be rather scarce, and I do think that Edwardsville finds a way to get the job done, but I could only set them as a 7.5 point favorite in a nip and tuck spot. Edwardsville, 331st in the country, shooting 67.3% at the free throw line, so we'll take 8+ here with Tennessee Tech, and I'm in on the under, so I total 133.5, 749, 750, UNC Greensboro, and Furman was played yesterday, so we go to 751, 752. It's Seton Hall. They're going to be on the road against DePaul, and DePaul does find themselves as a home underdog here of 2.5 points. 133.5 to 134.5 is the total. I said a total here of a 128.5. I'm in on the under, and this was an opener of more around 131.5, so we're starting to see this come up, and for the Seton Hall team, they do a nice job in terms of limiting possessions in a game, 298th in terms of total possessions per game, and DePaul's not necessarily a blazer themselves, so are in second in terms of total possessions per game, and DePaul does get gashed a little bit from three-point range. They're about 235th in the country in terms of opponents' three-point shooting percentage. Where they've really been able to shine is down low, and they've been able to generate a few turnovers as well. This DePaul team is right now a top 100 team in terms of turnovers forced on a per possession basis in their home games specifically. That does go into the top 75, and this has been a Seton Hall team that name of the game for them has been defense. Top 20 team in terms of turnovers forced on a per possession basis, 14th in the country in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis away from home. That ascends into the top 10. It's a Seton Hall team that's seen a little bit of drop off with their three-point shooting. You got AJ Sam McRae, who comes over from Miami, and also Sam Amford along TJ Simpkins leading the way with a combined about 22.5 points per contest. Between the two of them, they shoot about 37% from three-point range, and for Seton Hall, they've been solid on the glass despite only having 2 guys on the roster. They give you over 3.5 rebounds per game. Stephon Payne, the Payne train, gives you about 7.7 boards per contest, and then Najile Hines has been able to supply about 7.6 rebounds per game. And for the Seton Hall team, they've been surprisingly really, really good and giving themselves second and third chances, and they need it because they are outside the top 125 in terms of points scored on a per possession basis. Seton Hall, 30th in the country in terms of percentage of their missed shots that result in an offensive rebound. DePaul just a very pedestrian offense in general, 181st in terms of that offensive rebound percentage. Like, they're not a bad three-point shooting team, but they're not an amazing three-point shooting team. They're about 206th in the country in terms of points per possession. They average about 9.9 points more per 100 possessions at home rather than in a roadside-neutral venue. And for this DePaul team, you've been able to get a lot of production here out of CJ Gunn, top scorer with about 14.5 points per contest, shoots 34.5% from 3 for a team that shoots about 200th in the country in three-point shooting percentage at 33.8%, right around 200th with regards to their two-point shooting percentage, right around 200th with regards to ball security. I do think that Seton Hall, with that defense, with the way that they control the boards, it's going to be just enough for them to get the job done, even with having NJ Benson give you about 7 rebounds, 10.5 points per contest for DePaul, and Landon Blocker has stepped up as a pretty nice facilitator, 3.8 assists and 2.2 turnovers per game, but in the end, I just don't think that DePaul has quite the firepower to be able to match up, and I think that this is going to be a very slow and controlled game. Semi-total 128.5, like the under with Seton Hall, I'm willing to lay up to 4 with them. 753, 754, Tarleton State and Abilene Christian got postponed, so we go 755, 756. Sacramento State, they're on the road against Eastern Washington, and Eastern Washington is a 5.5 point favorite total on this game, 164.5. made Eastern Washington an 8-point favorite, so I'm going to be willing to lay it. For the Sacramento State team, they just are not the same team right now because they're dealing with an injury to Mikey Lewis, and Mikey Lewis has been Mr. Do-It-All for this team. 17.5 points, 4.5 assists, not necessarily going to light you up from three-point range, but he's been dealing with a little bit of injury. Should be good to go in this game, but might not be 100%, as I know he's been a little bit up and down. He had scored 26-plus points in the previous 3 games prior to getting hurt. He returned in that game against Idaho, and he was a little bit more limited in that game. He had only 14 points, so that's something that needs to be taken into account. It is the Sacramento State team that's very much looking to fly. They're 34th in the country in terms of total possessions per game. Eastern Washington is fast, but not necessarily warp speed fast in terms of their total possessions per game. They're checking in about 112th in all of college basketball. They've actually slowed down quite a bit at home, and Eastern Washington is only about 312th in the country in terms of points per possession. In their home games are outside the top 230 with that regard, and this Sacramento State team away from home is a team as well outside the top 275 in terms of points per possession, and neither of these teams is really going to give you a lot in terms of their interior offense, especially Sacramento State. Like, Sacramento State has been shooting about 26.5% from three-point range away from home compared to 37.9% in their home games, but when they tried to drive the ball inside because they dealt with an injury to their main big man in Jeremiah Cherry, it's just been absolutely awful. 351st in terms of their two-point shooting percentage. It's an Eastern Washington team that's right now in their home games outside the top 275 in terms of their two-point shooting percentage. So even though you're going to get possessions, I'm in on the under. I saw my total at a 160, and for Sacramento State, Prophet Johnson, he's been profitable for those that are taking a look at some of his props. 16.5 points, 8 boards, and he's been able to shoot 36% for 3. And Johnny Summers has actually shot 49.5% for 3, 9.5 points per contest. But again, this has been a Sacramento State team that's just dropped off so much at home rather than away from home. With regards to their offense, it drops when they're away from home. And for Eastern Washington, this team is allowing teams to shoot over 37% from three-point range overall. That drops to less than 31% at home. They're a much better defensive team when they're at home rather than away from home. Still outside the top 300 in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis, but you're feeling like Moses. Isaiah Moses giving you about 35% three-point shooting. He's been a 94% free throw shooter with about 18 points, 4 assists per contest. You've had Johnny Radford be able to supply about 7.5 points, throws in there an assist and a half, nearly a steal per game as well. And then Brandon Rogers, a little bit of a do-it-all guy, only about 6 points, but 5 boards, a steal per contest. So Eastern Washington has been able to step up in a relatively good way with regards to their defense when they've been at home, and I do think that that's going to be just enough to be able to get it done in a game that I think is going to be quite sloppy. Eastern Washington is outside the top 275 in terms of turnovers on a per possession basis, and to the credit of Sacramento State, only about 60th in the country in terms of turnovers on a per possession basis, but they've just flat out can't shoot, and I do think that that is going to be very, very costly here, and I do think that this bunch in Eastern Washington finds a way to get the job done. I'm in on the underside by total at a 160, and I'm going to lay with Eastern Washington, made them a favorite of 8 points. 757, 758 on the card. Utah is going to be on the road against BYU, and BYU is an 18.5 to a 19.5 point favorite total on this game, between 165.5 to a 167.5, and with BYU, I'd set them as a 17.5 point favorite. So I'm going to be one to take the points with Utah. It's been a rough year for Utah, especially defensively. Offensively, I'm not saying that it's been amazing or anything like that, but they've been a little bit better there. Utah, by the way, is not really giving themselves any sort of second and third chances. 223rd in the country in terms of offensive rebound percentage, and I think that a lot of people would be surprised to know BYU has been a little bit more efficient on defense rather than offense. BYU, top 30 team in terms of points per possession on offense, but on defense, they're 17th in the country in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis, while for this Utah team, it has not been great for them, to say the least, in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis. You've got this Utah team right now checking in 273rd in the country. That does ascend into the top 250 when they're away from home, so if you're looking for something there you go. And you've got Keno Dawes, who's been able to do a nice job in terms of hitting the glass for this team, right around about 9 boards, 12 points per contest, and Terrence Brown is a top 15 player in terms of points per game, 22.2 points per contest. Shoots about 35% for 3. And Utah, all of a sudden, top 100 team with their 3-point shooting percentage at about 36%. So do you think that you're going to get a rather up and down game? I did set my total here out of 167.5. So seeing the 166.5 or so, I'm going to be one to take a shot on the over, as you do have a Utah team that is not like blazing fast, but they're still relatively fast. 81st in the country in terms of total possessions per game. BYU, they're about 70th in the country. BYU has been playing faster and faster as the season goes along. AJ DeBances giving you 23 or so points per contest, shoots in the mid-30s from 3, 7+ rebounds per game. There's nobody that really matches up there, but Tom McHenry, 18 points, 3.5 boards, he shoots 40% from 3. Jacob Patrick, when he was out there, was giving you some 3-point shooting. He dealt with injury, and you've had in the interim Kajai Sanders be able to step up, shoot 40% from 3, 5.5 points per contest, so a little bit of depth here for Utah. And the last time these two teams played, I know that BYU was able to get a rather convincing win, but if I'm not mistaken, that was a cover. That was an 89-84 game game that Utah lost. I think that you get something relatively similar here. I do think that you might be in for a little bit less scoring, but that's it for this BYU team. They should have Kevin Kita down low, be able to control the boards with about 7 rebounds per game. And then the two guys not named AJ Demand, so they really give you double figures for BYU. Richie Saunders, Robert Wright. These two guys have been very right with a combined 37 points per game, and between the two of them, they're shooting in that neighborhood about 41.5 to 42% from three. And each of your top four scores for BYU do shoot at least 76% of the free throw line. Utah is a team that will put you on the charity stripe. But that said, for this Utah team, I do think that they're going to do just enough to hold in there. This is pretty much known as a holy war, and I do think that BYU gets a convincing win. But that said, I do think that it's going to be an overwhelming game, and I do think the Utah team that's UC elevation is able to cover. So semi-line at 17.5. We'll take the points with Utah, and I'm going to be in on this total over as well. 759, 760 on the card. It is Duke, and they're going to be playing us Wake Forest. And Wake Forest is a 17.5 to an 18.5 point underdog. 150.5 to 151.5 is the total. Made by line 15.5. So going to be one take the points with Wake Forest. One thing that Wake Forest has done a really good job of is being able to generate turnovers. They're a top 30 team in terms of turnovers forced on a per possession basis, and they've also done a really good job in terms of guarding the 3-point line as well. Teams are shooting less than 31% for 3-point range against Wake Forest overall. 105th in the country in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis. If you take a look at that in a road or neutral court venue, that actually does ascend into the top 45, so they've been able to do a solid job. And this is still a Duke team that's been one of the better defensive teams in all of college basketball. They're 5th in the country in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis. But I will say this is a Duke team that has given up at least 73 points, and now 5 out of their last 7 games. They really restored order in their last 2 games, and now they go up against Wake Forest team that has been having a lot of versatility. I love what Duke Harris brings to the table. 20.5 points, shoots 35.5% from 3. Wake Forest country average 33.5% 3-point shooting team, but they do a relatively solid job in terms of keeping things clean themselves, and it's a Wake Forest team that's going to be very much looking to bump up tempo in terms of total possessions per game. 48th in all of college basketball, and Duke is a little bit faster than the last few years, but still a team that's relatively moderate with that tempo. 145th in the country in terms of total possessions per game, and you've got to love what Cameron Boozer is able to provide. Over 4 assists, 20 plus points, plus rebounds per game. It's a Duke team that is overall 18th in the country in terms of points per possession, but it's not necessarily a Duke team that's going to go into flamethrower mode from 3-point range. I do like what Patrick Ngangba is able to give you down low. He's been able to give you a block and a half, 6 rebounds per game, and then Isaiah Evans, 14.5 points per contest in the backcourt, shoots about 36% from 3, but Duke shoots about 34.7% from 3. That's a top 175 mark in all of college basketball. Where they really get you is on the inside. They're a top 10 team in terms of opponents' 2-point shooting percentage, and this has been a Wake Forest team that's been outside the top 250 with regards to opponents' 2-point shooting percentage, but I do think that even with that, they're going to hold in there, and all of a sudden, Duke has been generating a lot more turnovers than they have in the past as well. Duke is typically not a team that's really going to be pushing the issue with that regard, but they've now become a top 75 team in terms of turnovers forced on a per possession basis. So I do think that you get a little bit of sloppiness there, but I do think that Wake Forest is going to be able to do a good enough job of holding in there and covering this number, so I'm going to be willing to take the points with Wake Forest, as I did set my line here at a 15.5, and I do like the over with Wake Forest playing a very up and down style. Semi-total 153.5, 761, 762. Northwestern is going to be on the road against UCLA. UCLA a 7.5 point favorite total on this game, 143.5 to 144.5, and with UCLA, it did set them as a favorite of 9.5 points. I'm going to be willing to lay the number with Northwestern. Credit to them, top 2 team in the country in terms of fewest turnovers on a per possession basis. This is a Northwestern team that's going to get it handed to them down low, though, because Northwestern is a really good perimeter defense. They don't allow good looks from 3-point range currently in terms of opponents' 3-point shooting percentage, 33rd in the country, but away from home, teams shoot just 27.8% from 3. That is a top 10 mark in all of college basketball. And UCLA, they're a good 3-point shooting team as well. Teams are shooting 26.5% from 3-point range at home against them. Overall, if you look at home and neutral court games and road games, top 25 team in all of college basketball. So that's going to figure into this one. And neither team is necessarily overly pushing tempo. UCLA is 295th in the country in terms of total possessions per game. Northwestern is 283rd. But what I think is going to be able to help out this UCLA team is they should be able to get some nice second and third chances here. Northwestern is 282nd in terms of defensive rebound percentage. About 36% of opponents' mid shots become an offensive rebound. And while UCLA is not necessarily the world's greatest offensive rebound rate team, they're outside the top 200 with that regard. You've got good size with the Daily Show. Eric Daly gives you 10.5 points, 5.5 boards. He's not shooting it from 3 the way that he did last year, but Sky Clark shoots 48.5% from 3 with 13.5 points per contest. Tyler Billadu, 44% 3-point shooter. He's able to give you 18 points per contest. Now, Sky Clark has been dealing with an injury. We last saw him on January 3rd, and unless if something unexpected happens, he's going to be out of the fold here. But Donovan Dent has done a nice job in terms of running the point ever since then. 6.8 assists to 2.5 turnovers per game. Not a guy that's really giving you any sort of 3-point shooting here, but that said, Trent Perry has been. In conference play, he's shooting 46% from 3-point range, and for this UCLA team. They're back to being a top 75 team in terms of points scored on a per possession basis. Meanwhile, for Northwestern, they've got one of the best scorers in the country. Nick Martinelli, 23.5 points per contest. He shoots 52% for three with about 6.5 rebounds per game. Arrington Page, 12.5 points, 5.5 rebounds per game. But for Northwestern, they're also outside the top 200 with regards to their own defensive rebound percentage. Again, they play slowly, but they play very cleanly. They're only shooting 31% for three, but they've been a top 125 team with regards to their two-point shooting percentage. They're giving up a lot of looks on the inside. They're outside the top 135 in terms of opponents' two-point shooting percentage. They give up a lot of free throws as well. This Northwestern team outside the top 275 in terms of free throw attempts allowed on a per possession basis. It's a UCLA team that they shoot 76% of the free throw line, top 75 mark in the country, and I do think that UCLA is going to be able to take it to a Northwestern team that I think just gets gashed down low, and I think that you get just enough possessions for the over. So I did set my total here at a 145.5. I do like the over, and with UCLA, we'll lay up to 9 with them. 763, 764 on the card. It is Baylor. They play TCU. TCU is an underdog of 3.5 to 4 points. 147.5 to 149.5 is the total. I set my total here at a 147. I'm in on the under. This opened up more around about a 150, 151, and very rightfully this is being driven downward. Even though TCU is about 113th of the country in terms of total possessions, Baylor is 120th, but Baylor is just not scoring here in conference play. Ever since Big 12 conference play has began, for one, they're playing at a rate about 3.5 to 4 possessions per game slower than they did in non-conference play. And for two, the offensive production has just went down the toilet bowl. As right now they're averaging 67.8 points per contest here in conference play. James Nanji has been one of the biggest flops in all of college basketball. He's right now averaging 1.7 points per contest. So that means that you pretty much have like a 6.5-man rotation right now for this Baylor team. And Baylor overall has been able to shoot 36.5% from three-point range. And there's no debating it. They've been a much better team when they've been at home rather than away from home. For Baylor overall for the season, they're 36th in the country in terms of points per possession and average about 10.5 points more per 100 possessions at home rather than away from home. And it's a TCU team that, in terms of their overall offensive production, they're about 118th in the country in terms of points per possession, but it's a rock-solid TCU defense. They're a top 45 team in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis, top 50 team in terms of generating turnovers, and I mean the name of the game right now for Baylor is being able to grab second and third chances. Their offensive rebound percentage is off the charts, even with Mr. Nanji giving absolutely nothing whatsoever. 8th in the country in terms of percentage of their missed shots that result in an offensive rebound, but it's a TCU team that has David Punch down low, is able to give you over a block and a half per contest. He's giving you 7+ rebounds per game, and he really sets the tone for a TCU team that has been pretty solid in terms of defensive rebound percentage. Only about 26.9% of opponents' missed shots result in an offensive rebound, while for Baylor, Tonde Yusufu, Dan Skillings have been pretty solid for the team. Skillings about 10.5 points, 6.5 boards, shoots 32% for three. Yusufu, 17.5 points, 6 boards, but neither guy really shoots it well from three. Obi Ejim does. She shoots 39% for three, 10.5 points per contest. Cameron Carr, 20.5 points. He's been driving this team with a block and a half. Shoots 43% from three-point range, and it actually feels like this Baylor defense has gotten a little bit better as the season has went along, but still, they've been giving up over 77 points per contest here in conference play, but they don't have to go up against a TCU team that's necessarily going to go into flamethrower mode from three-point range or anything like that. It's a TCU team that has Brock Harding doing a nice job being able to dole it out. 6.3 assists, 8.5 points per contest. Overall for this team, they shoot about 34% from three-point range in conference play. That has pretty much been a constant for this team. They're not necessarily the most efficient team down low. They're outside the top 125 with regards to their own two-point shooting percentage, but it's a TCU team that they generate the turnovers. They do a nice job just creating a lot of havoc in general, and then you've got a pair of guys in Xavier Edmonds along Jaden Pierre that both shoot above 40% per three. They combine for 21.5 points per contest, with Punch supplying 14.5 points per game. I think that TCU remains very lively in this game against a Baylor team that, since they brought in James Nanji, their metrics have fallen down the toilet. So I set my line at 1. I'm going to be willing to take the points, but not the money line here with TCU, and I'm in on the underside. My total at a 147. 765, 766. It's Battle of Michigan, as Central Michigan is on the road against Western Michigan, and Western Michigan does find themselves as a mid-tier favorite here. You're going to be laying 4.5 to 5.5 with them. 150.5 is the total, and semi-total 149.5. So at a 150 plus, I'm going to be in on the under. You've got a Central Michigan team that's playing at a very slow rate right now, about 267th in terms of total possessions per game, and for this Western Michigan team, they've been bumping it up a little bit more, 136th in terms of total possessions per game, and Justice Williams, he is really an X-factor for this Western Michigan team. He was a former recruit of LSU. He was one of the top guys for Robert Morris 2 years ago, missed about a year and a half due to injury, but ever since he made his return, he's been back for 6 games, 19 points per contest, shoots 39% per three for a Western Michigan team that last year was dead last in the country in terms of three-point shooting percentage at home. The kryptonite that you still have with this team is that they don't take care of the ball. They're outside the top 300 in terms of turnovers generated on a per possession basis, outside the top 300 in terms of turnovers on a per possession basis on offense. And with this Western Michigan team, they can very much be had down low. They're outside the top 300 in terms of opponents' 2-point shooting percentage, but have a Central Michigan team that's really not doing a whole heck of a lot on offense. They're 218th with regards to their offensive rebound percentage. If you look at just points scored on a per possession basis, 289th in all of college basketball. So they're one of the most wretched 3-point shooting teams in all of college basketball. Now, they do have a 7-footer down low in Nathan Kleebot, who's been able to give you 12.5 points, 6.5 rebounds per game. But on the flip side, Max Burton for this Western Michigan team is able to give you 6+ rebounds per game. So they'll be able to match up there. In Central Michigan, a bottom 25 team with their 3-point shooting percentage below 30%. They've actually been a country average team with their 2-point shooting percentage, but much like Western Michigan, they're not taking care of the ball outside the top 250 in terms of turnovers on a per possession basis. They're getting destroyed down low outside the top 300 with regards to opponents' 2-point shooting percentage. And with this Central Michigan team, one thing that they've been an okay team at is being able to limit 3-point shot attempts and being able to guard the 3-point line. Right now for Central Michigan, they allow opponents to shoot about 36.5% from 3-point range. That's been even falling off as well here in conference play. I do think that Western Michigan is going to be able to do a nice job taking it to them. I set this line at 7.5, so I'm going to be willing to lay the number. And did set my total at 149.5. You do have a slower Central Michigan team, and I think that the sloppiness costs you the over. So in on the under, and I'm going to be willing to lay it here with Western Michigan, 767, 768. It's Dayton on the road against St. Joe's. St. Joe's hopes to not be average. Shows as 5.5 to 6.0 underdogs. 138.5 to 139.5 is the total. Set my line at 6.5. So I'm going to be willing to lay it. Dayton has been a top 10 team in the country in terms of turnovers forced on a per possession basis, and I think that that's going to be able to win out here because their main kryptonite is 3-point shooting defense. Right now, they're allowing teams to shoot over 35% for 3, about 246th in all of college basketball in that regard. St. Joe's has been a little bit better with their 3-point shooting here recently, and it's been a defense that has actually been able to hold up quite well here at home. Overall for the season, St. Joe's about 140th in the country in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis. That goes into the top 85 at home, and it's a Dayton team that it's not a great 3-point shooting team, about 258th in the country. They shoot only about 32% for 3, but St. Joe's, even though it's been better recently, 350th with their 3-point shooting percentage at 28%, has gone above 30% here in conference play, but still, you've got a lot to be desired there. It's a St. Joe's team that has been without their top scorer in Deuce Jones over the last 5 or 6 games, so they've had Jaden Glover step up with about 15 points. He shoots 37% from 3, and then Austin Wofford shoots about 35.5% from 3. Lone 2 guys on the roster that shoot above 30% from 3. Derek Simpson does give you about 12.5 points per game, and this team is very rock solid down low. Justice Ajabor give you only about 5 points, 5 boards, but throws in their 2 blocks per contest. In terms of block shot percentage, it's a top 25 team in all of college basketball. Meanwhile, for Dayton, you do have the 7-footer and Emil Latang, who's actually able to pop it from 3-point range. He's been supplying the team with about 11 points from 3-point range. He does shoot about 34% from 3, so he's able to help out, but he's been dealing with injury recently, played only 5 minutes in that game against LaSalle, so I pretty much have him out in this game. But you still have other guys that are able to step up, like Javon Bennett along to Sean Montgomery. These 2 guys are combining for over 31 points per contest. Montgomery shoots 35% for 3-point range. Keontae Jones has been able to shoot 39% from 3. He supplies the team with 9.5 points, 6 rebounds per contest. It's a Dayton team that's not giving themselves any sort of second and third chances. They're outside the top 300 in terms of percentage of their missed shots that result in an offensive rebound, but with this Dayton team as well, they've been a top 125 team in terms of their own 2-point shooting percentage and opponents' 2-point shooting percentage, with the way that they should be able to just force some turnovers on St. Joe's. This is a St. Joe's team that, in terms of turnovers on a per possession basis, outside the top 225, I think that this turns into a little bit more of a slog, and I think that Dayton is really able to control the tenor of it. I do think that this is close enough for late game fouling, and Dayton shoots 76% on the free throw line. I do think that that is going to be just enough for you to be able to get the over, so somebody told 142.5. I like the over, and with Dayton, I'm willing to lay up to 6 with them. 769, 770 on the card. It is Pepperdine on the road against Washington State. Washington State, a 10.5 point favorite total on this game. It is 146, so 146.5. And with Pepperdine, I did set them here as a pretty nice size underdog myself of 9.5 points. Once you get to 10, that does become my buy point on Pepperdine, as it's a Pepperdine team that's going to be looking to slow things down a little bit more. 239th in the country in terms of total possessions per game. But Washington State not playing at the same pace that you typically expect. They're right now 224th in terms of total possessions per game. Washington State great on the defensive glass. Top 10 team in terms of fewest misses that result in an offensive rebound for opponents. And you got a Pepperdine team that's 357th in the country in 3-point shooting percentage, shooting 26.2% from 3-point away from Washington State. Meanwhile, they haven't been necessarily the 3-point shooting team that you'd expect, 128th in the country with this regard at about 34.9%. But I do think that Pepperdine is going to be able to hold in there because they're not necessarily a team that's geared around like second or third chance opportunities or anything like that. And this has been a team that has been able to do a relatively respectable job down low with this this Pepperdine team, they've been able to get quite a bit of production out of Demil Dosic. He's the guy that stands right around about 6'10". He's been supplying the team with about 10.5 points, only about 3 rebounds per game, but then you got Javon Cooley with about 12 points, 5 rebounds per game. Pepperdine is a team that is outside the top 250 with regards to their own 2-point shooting percentage, and big issue for them has been the turnovers outside the top 3 in terms of turnovers on a per possession basis, but Washington State hovering right around about 3 in terms of turnovers on a per possession basis. It is a unit in Pepperdine that has been a top 75 team in terms of not allowing free throw attempts, so that's been a positive for them. And for Washington State, you really only have one double-figure scorer. That would be Ace Glass. Break glass in case of emergency for about 17 points. Shoots 37.5% from 3. Andy Okafor, with what we've seen the last few games, is up to now 10.3 points per contest with about 5.5 boards. Emil Yato, 10 points, 5.5 boards per contest as well. And for this Washington State team, where they really just get destroyed, is with their three-point shooting defense. They allow teams to shoot 37% per three-point range, as it's outside the top 340 in all of college basketball. That's at Pepperdine, not necessarily a great three-point shooting team, but that said, it's a Washington State team that they're not making the most out of their possessions as well. They're not necessarily giving themselves a lot of second and third chances. They're outside the top 175 in terms of offensive rebound percentage, so I do think that you get more of a sloggy, grimy game in which both of these teams have a lot of sloppiness and a lot of turnovers, but I do think that for Pepperdine, having the versatility of Sile Phipps, 12.5 points, 6 boards, 4.5 assists, doesn't necessarily pop it well from 3, but I do think that's just enough for them to hold in there, and I do think that the Pepperdine three-point shooting percentage of less than 27% away from home sees a little bit of positivity. Semi-total 143.5. I like the under, and I'm willing to take anything of 10 plus here with Pepperdine, 771, 772 on the card. Idaho State, they're on the road against Montana. Montana does find themselves as a favorite of 4 to 4.5 points. 152.5 to 153 is the total, and with Montana, I set them as a 1-point underdog. I do like Idaho State here on the money line for Montana. It's just too much sloppiness with this team. Outside the top 325 in terms of turnovers on a per possession basis, they do have it taken to them on the inside. They're outside the top 210 in terms of opponents' 2-point shooting percentage. Now, it's an Idaho State team that's not necessarily the same team on the glass that they have been in the past. They are allowing teams to grab about 30.5% of their missed shots as an offensive rebound, but guess what Montana doesn't do? Grab offensive rebounds outside the top 340 in terms of offensive rebound percentage, and it's an Idaho State team that's ascended into the top 110 in terms of points scored on a per possession basis. They're a country average team with their 3-point shooting percentage, but top 125 team with their 2-point shooting percentage, so they should be able to take it to Montana. Down low, as you've got a quartet of guys in Martin Keel, Caleb Vandergreen, Colin Hellebeck, along with Jameson Guerra, who will give you between 10.4 and 13.2 points per contest. They all shoot at least 36.7% from 3-point range as well, and for Idaho State, while they do allow a few more second and third chances than they have in past seasons, they've also still been able to do a pretty solid job in terms of being able to grab some second and third chances on the glass themselves. For Idaho State, top 100 team in terms of percentage of their missed shots that result in an offensive rebound, and you're going to have a tempo war in this game. For Idaho State, 306th in the country in terms of total possessions per game. For this Montana group, they are absolutely flying at 102nd in the country in terms of total possessions per game, and for Montana, you do have on your side Money, and he is going to be the best scorer in this game, as Money Williams has been able to give this team 19 points per contest, throws in there about 5.5 assists per game, but over 4 turnovers per contest. It's a Montana team that they do shoot about 36.5% from 3-point range, but a very strange split in which they're shooting it better from 3-point range when they're away from home rather than at home. For Montana, they shoot at home 36.1% for 3 compared to 39.8% in a roadside shoot court venue. You do have a Idaho State team that has been a little bit hit or miss with regards to our perimeter defense. Right now, they're allowing teams to shoot 33.5% from 3. That's right around about country average, but I do think that for Idaho State, they're going to be able to do a nice job finding a way to get the job done, even though they're not a great turnover team. They're outside the top 275 in terms of turnovers forced on a per possession basis. I do think that Montana is going to be very sloppy with it. You've got a Montana team that they just don't do a great job on the glass themselves, as right now the lone guy that gives you over 4.5 rebounds per game is Tejon Sawyer with 5.3 rebounds per game. And for this Montana team, in a tight spot, they do shoot about 77.8% of the free throw line. They've been very solid there, but they're not necessarily so great with regards to their interior offense, and Idaho State, they themselves shoot 74% of the free throw line. So maybe at line 1, I like Idaho State here on the money line, and I'm in on the under. I said by total 145, 773, 774. North Texas and East Carolina was played yesterday, so we go 775, 776. Liberty is playing us at Delaware. Delaware is an underdog of 14.5 to 15 points on this game, 135.5, and with Delaware, I did set them as an underdog of 17 points, so I'm going to be willing to lay the number. Delaware has honestly not been the world's worst defense, top 225 team in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis, and their 3-point shooting has been great, 37.3% from 3, 37.9% away from home, but now they go up against a Liberty team that in their home games, they shoot 44.2% from 3. That is no trace in all of college basketball, and it's a Liberty team that they just do a nice job in terms of sucking the life out of you. Delaware is looking to play slow in terms of total possessions per game, 345th. Liberty, 340th. So you're going to have a very slow tempo game in this one. I did set my total at a 139. I think that the three-point shooting and the overall efficiency is going to be just good enough for the over, as you've got a Liberty team that they make the most out of their possessions. They're 14th in the country in terms of fewest turnovers on a per possession basis. You got a Delaware team that they are 243rd in the country, and Delaware and Liberty are both not giving themselves any sort of second and third chances whatsoever. With this Liberty team 365th in terms of offensive rebound percentage. Delaware is outside the top 300 themselves, but for this Liberty team, they just flat out find a way to be able to execute. And they're also a top 30 team with their 2-point shooting percentage, as well as you've got Brett Decker giving you 17.5 points, shoots 50% from 3. Colin Porter shoots 43% from 3, 11.5 points per contest. And Zach Cleveland, he's a point forward at like 6'7", 11 points, block and a half, steal and a half, 7 rebounds per contest. I absolutely love what he's able to bring to the table. And then we've got a Liberty team that they do a nice job keeping you off the free throw line. They're a top 30 team in terms of fewest free throw attempts allowed on a per possession basis, where they get gashes from the 3-point line. They are outside the top 250 in terms of opponent's 3-point shooting percentage, so Delaware should be able to find some clean looks. And for Delaware, you do have a few guys that do a solid job on the glass, as you've got McCone Emery giving you about 11.5 points, 7.5 rebounds per game, and then Tyler Hauser, Christian Blish both give you 5.5 rebounds per game. They combine for about 20.5 points per game, and with Blish, he shoots 37% from 3, Hauser 40.5% from 3, but it's also a Delaware team that they themselves have been outside the top 175 in terms of opponent's 3-point shooting percentage. They just don't do anything down low whatsoever as well, and with this Delaware team being much sloppier with the ball, and I'm not saying that Liberty is the most amazing turnover team, but in terms of turnovers forced on a per possession basis, they've been a top 225 team. I do think that Liberty on their own floor are going to be able to knock down a bunch of threes and get it done. Set my line at 17. I'm going to be willing to lay the number in on the over. Set my total at a 139, sub 77, sub 78. It is Vanderbilt. They are going to be on the road against Mississippi State. Mississippi State, a home underdog here of 7.5 to 8 points, 160 to 160.5 is the total. I am with Vanderbilt. Made them an 8.5 point favorite, so I'm going to be willing to lay the number in. With Vanderbilt, recognize that they're coming off of a trio of losses in a row, but they should be able to do a nice job in terms of taking it to a Mississippi State team that when they've been at their just peak force, they've always been a relatively solid team on the glass. Just not as good this year. They're outside the top 150 in terms of offensive rebound percentage at home, and they are not going to put you under any sort of duress whatsoever. Mississippi State is outside the top 340 in terms of turnovers forced on a per possession basis. That means good, clean possessions for Vanderbilt, and for Mississippi State, they've honestly been a relatively good perimeter defense. They're a top 55 team in terms of opponent's 3-point shooting percentage at 30.2%, and then they've got Josh Hubbard, who's able to give you 21.5 points, 3.5 assists, shoots in the mid-30s from 3, and then Jabari McGee, 40% 3-point shooter at 8.5 points per contest. They themselves, though, shoot about 30.3% from 3-point range. That is outside the top 300 in all of college basketball. As a matter of fact, Chris Jansen's never had a team above 270th with his 3-point shooting percentage in his time over at Mississippi State. Meanwhile, for Vanderbilt, they shoot 38.3% from 3-point range in a road or neutral court venue. That's a top 50 mark in the country, and I recognize that they're currently missing Frankie Collins, and they're going to be up against Quincy Ballard, who's been able to get this Mississippi State team over a block, 7+ rebounds per game, but I do think that winning that battle down low will be the duo of Jalen Washington along with Devin McLaughlin, combined about 20 points, 12 rebounds. You've been able to get over a block out of Washington as well, and then Duke Miles, Tyler Tanner. They combine for 34 points per game. They combine to shoot about 37% from 3. Tyler Nickel, 47% 3-point shooter, but between Tanner and Miles, they combine for about 5 steals per contest as well. This is a Vanderbilt team that, along with their 3-point shooting, they've also been a top 50 team with regards to their 2-point shooting percentage. They allow opponents to shoot only about 29.5% for 3, and strangely, Mississippi State has been attempting quite a few threes thus far this season, and for this Mississippi State team, they themselves are outside the top 125 in terms of their 2-point shooting percentage, and I do think that for Mississippi State, with them also being outside the top 200 in terms of defensive rebound percentage, Vanderbilt grabs those second and third chances, gets it done. I just don't know if this bunch in Mississippi State does their part with this total, especially with Vanderbilt being an underrated defense. I recognize that they're top 40 in terms of total possessions per game, but for this Vanderbilt team, in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis, they do find themselves in the top 70 in all of college basketball. So I'm in on the under, so I total 158.5, and one late update here with Vanderbilt, 779, 780 on the card. It's Boston College on the road against Notre Dame. Notre Dame finds themselves as a mid-tier favorite here. You're going to be laying 6.5 to 7.5 points with them. 134.5 to 135.5 is the total. Made a total of a 131.5. I'm going to be in on the under for both of these teams. They're slow, but they're not necessarily turtle slow. 246th for Boston College in terms of total possessions per game. Notre Dame more on about 299th. And for Notre Dame, this has been a unit that has done a great job in terms of limiting second and third chances. Top 10 team in the country in terms of defensive rebound percentage. Teams are grabbing fewer than 22.5% of their missed shots as an offensive rebound. They are still dealing with an injury to their top scorer, Marcus Spurn, but Jalen Harrelson in in the interim, 13.5 points, 3.5 boards. Doesn't necessarily pop it from three, but Notre Dame still a bunch as a collective. They shoot 36% from three. Brandon Shrewsbury, 42.5% three-point shooter with 10.5 points per contest. Cole Kurta, 9 points, shoots 37.5% from three. Heck, even Brady Kaler has been able to shoot about 41% from 3 points. Nice mixing and shaking, and Carson Towne, really no scoring with about 6.5 points per contest, but 9.7 rebounds per game. Notre Dame has had a little bit of a tough time in terms of taking care of the ball, and this is going to be mitigated by the fact that Boston College really doesn't generate a lot of turnovers. Boston College outside the top 290 in terms of turnover source on a per possession basis, and for this Notre Dame team, they're well outside the top 325 with this regard, but for Boston College, they just simply can't shoot. They're outside the top 300 in terms of their 2-point, 3-point, and free throw shooting percentages. They're honestly not the world's worst team on the glass. This Boston College team has been a top 225 team with regards to their offensive rebound percentage. Greg Payne, along with Donald Hand, have been your top 2 scorers. They combine for about 29 points per contest, and Payne shoots 37% from 3. He's able to throw in their 3 assists per contest. Donald Hand, he's shooting 22.5% from 3, and then Luka Tooze shoots 42.5% from 3, but other than Tooze along with Payne, you really don't have anyone else that gives you over 4 points per contest. That shoots over 30% from 3-point, and with Boston College, I do think that they're going to be able to do an okay job defensively. They're a top 100 team in terms of opponents' 2-point and 3-point shooting percentage, but not being able to put teams under duress with this being a game which is going to be a lot of one-and-dones without a lot of offensive rebounds. I think that Notre Dame is able to take control. Set Notre Dame as a 9.5 point favorite. I'm willing to lay it in. I'm in on the under. Somebody told 131.5, 781, 782. It's Houston. They're going to be on the road against Texas Tech. And the Rambling Wreck of Texas Tech are a 1.5 to 1.0 underdog. 140.5 to 141.5 is the total line. With Houston, I did set them as the favorite here of 3.5 points. I'm going to be willing to lay the number. Recognize that Houston had a few up-tempo games playing that Arizona State game last week. That was interesting, but Houston's still about 317th in the country in terms of total possessions per game, and in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis, they are number 1 in the country. And in their games played away from home, they're still a top 10 team with that regard as well, so they don't necessarily take too much of a drop off there. Texas Tech has been really not a great defensive team right now in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis. They find themselves about 118th in the country, and they're outside the top 125 in terms of defensive rebound percentage. And we have seen Houston give up a few second and third chances as well, even with Chris Senek doing a nice job, giving you about 7 to 8 rebounds per game. Joseph Tugler, 5.5 boards, over a block and a half per contest. And then you've got JT Toppin on the flip side for Texas Tech, 10.5 boards, 21.5 points per contest. But for Texas Tech, name of the game for them, 3-point shooting. They shoot 39.1% from 3. Donovan Atwell, 43% 3-point shooter with about 12 points per contest. Christian Anderson shoots 45% from 3, 20.5 points, 7.5 assists per contest. But this is a Houston team that they've been able to do a great job locking it down from 3-point range. And Houston, they themselves have been an interesting 3-point shooting team, with Christian Flemings being able to shoot about 40% from 3. He's been able to supply the team with 15 points per contest. And you still have Milo Suzan give you over 3 assists, 12 plus points per contest. He's been shooting less than 30% from 3-point, but even with that, it's a Houston team that away from home, they shoot about 34.5% from 3-point. That's the top 150 mark in all of college basketball. Meanwhile, for Texas Tech, they shoot about 40.5% from 3-point. But that said, I do think that having Emmanuel Sharp out there for Houston is big. He's been able to give the team 13 plus points per contest. He's really one of their top 3-point shooters, hovering right in that neighborhood about 38.5% from 3. And then with this Houston team, they do just a really, really good job in terms of guarding inside as well. They're a top 30 team in terms of opponents' 2-point shooting percentage, and Houston, where they really shine, is on the offensive glass. They do such an amazing job being able to give themselves some second and third chances in terms of percentage of their missed shots that do result in an offensive rebound. It's a Houston team that's right now clocking in 13th in the country, with Houston being a top 50 team in terms of fewest turnovers on a per possession basis on offense, top 30 team in terms of generating turnovers on defense. That allows them to control this game and get the job done. Set Houston as a 3.5 point favorite. I'm going to be willing to lay up to 3 with them, and I like the under. Somebody told at a 137.5, 783, 784. It is Manhattan, and they're going to be on the road against Iona. Iona finds themselves as a pretty good size favorite here. You're laying 8.5 points with them. 152.5 is the total line for Manhattan. I did set them as a underdog of 11 points, so I'm going to be willing to lay with Iona. This is an Iona group that has been really good with their perimeter defense. Top 65 team in terms of opponents' 3-point shooting percentage. Now, where Iona gets blitzed is on the glass. They're outside the top 275 in terms of rebound percentage. Guess who's outside the top 350 with regards to their defensive rebound percentage? That would be Manhattan. So that's going to be able to help out quite a bit, as Manhattan Quinn has been dealing with an injury / just eligibility in general with Will Cindry. He's not gotten out there this far this season. Nobody knows if he's going to play this year, but you do have pretty much 5 different guys give you between 10.2 and 15.5 points per contest. Jaden Winston, 15.5 points, 3.5 assists. He shoots 38.5% from 3, and then Terrence Jones shoots 38.5% from the outside as well. Also shoots 93% the free throw line. If you can get Manhattan to the free throw line, they're a top 15 team shooting at the charity stripe at 78.7%, but Devin Dinkins, Frazier Knight at the Roxborough, Jones, Alonth, Anthony, Isaac, they all give between 10.2 and 13 points per contest. Very top-heavy team after that. You just don't have a ton with this bunch, and for this Manhattan team, they currently find themselves outside the top 320 in terms of opponents' 3-point shooting percentage, outside the top 275 in terms of opponents' 2-point shooting percentage. Not to the credit of Manhattan, top 100 team in terms of fewest turnovers on a per possession basis, but it should be a little bit more of an up and down game for Manhattan. 158th in the country in terms of total possessions per game. Iona has been playing at a pretty good pace, 106th in the country. They've been slowed down a little bit more recently, and in conference play for this Iona bunch, they're only scoring about 66 points per contest. I do think that picks up here, though. They've been a top 125 team with their 3-point shooting percentage at about 35.5%. CJ Anthony, who comes over from Cincinnati, 14 points on 39% 3-point shooting, and Kobe Ayers, he shoots 41% for 3 for Toby Ayers, about 12 points per contest. Lone guy that gives you over 5 rebounds per game, Lamont Sullivan, has been able to give you 8 rebounds per game. He should be able to win that battle down low with this Iona team guarding from 3-point range the way that they do. And this being an Iona team that I think that they're going to be able to do a relatively solid job being able to just control the boards, even though they themselves are outside the top 250 with regards to rebound percentage. I think that Iona gets a job done in a game that should see a lot of clean possessions in this one. I did set my total 155. I like the over. And with Iona, I'm willing to lay up to 10.5 with them, 785, 786. You've got Wright State. They're going to be playing us to Northern Kentucky. Underdogs of 2.5 to 3.5 points, 153.5 is the total, and so Wright State is 5.5 point favorite. I'm going to be willing to lay the number for both of these teams. They play at a relatively good pace, but not necessarily super duper fast. Northern Kentucky up to 95th in the country in terms of total possessions per game. That's been ascending as the season goes along. Wright State, mid-tempo team. They're about 206th in the country in terms of total possessions per game, but I think that both of these teams are going to do a solid job in terms of generating turnovers with this Wright State team in terms of turnovers force on a per possession basis, about 165th in all of college basketball. Meanwhile, for Northern Kentucky, they continue to be one of the better teams with this regard, 56th in the country, and in games played away from home, they do find themselves actually in the top 20, so I think that helps out very much with regards to this total. I set my total at a 151.5, so I'm going to be in on the under, but for Northern Kentucky, where I think that they're really going to be going wrong in this game is that they themselves have just been not necessarily the world's greatest on the inside. As for Northern Kentucky, you've been able to have LJ Wells do a very well job of being able to give you about 8 boards, 14 points per contest, and then you've got a trio of other guys between 15 and 18 points per contest. Khalil Robinson, who's been shooting about 44.5% for 3 with his 15 points per contest. Donovan Ode, 18 points, about 4 boards, shoots 34% for 3. Dan Grisinger, he shoots about 34.5% for 3, and he's been able to give you about 16 points per contest as well, but for Northern Kentucky, they're outside the top 200 with regards to opponents' 2-point shooting percentage, and Northern Kentucky has been a top 150 team in terms of offensive rebound percentage, outside the top 225 in terms of defensive rebound percentage, and for Wright State, Michael Cooper has been able to step up in a big way for this team. He's a true freshman who's been able to give you 14 plus points per contest, and for Wright State, it's not necessarily a team that goes into flamethrower mode from 3 points, but they still shoot about 36.5% from 3 points, and they've been a top 100 team in terms of their 2-point shooting percentage as well. It's a Wright State team that's a top 175 team in terms of taking care of the ball, fewest turnovers on a per possession basis, and it's just a really well-rounded team in general that I think is going to be able to find a way to get the job done. And if you look at this Wright State team in terms of their overall offensive efficiency, they're right now about 82nd in the country in terms of points scored on a per possession basis. You've got TJ Birch, who's able to give you about 10.5 points, generates about 3 steals, 3.5 assists per contest as well, and Solomon Caglin being able to shoot 40% for 3 is big. Wright State country average team shooting about 72.5% at the free throw line, but they're also a top 40 team with regards to their shot block percentage, and I do think that with them being a team that is in the top 175 in terms of opponent's 3-point shooting percentage, they find a way to get it done. Semi-total at a 151.5, like the under, and with Wright State, we'll lay up to 5 with them, 787, 788. You've got Seattle. They're going to be on the road against Pacific. Let me be specific, as Pacific is a 1.5 to a 2.5 point favorite total on this game, 136.5 to 137.5. Made Pacific the 2.5 point favorite, so we'll lay up to a deuce with them. This is a pair of teams that have had issues with regards to their offense. Seattle, 268th in the country in terms of points scored on a per possession basis. Pacific is actually be 146. This is despite the fact that Pacific has really had some turnover woes. They've been turning the ball over more than 12.5 times per contest, but where this Pacific team does a great job in terms of excelling on the defensive glass. 6th in the country in terms of defensive rebound percentage. At home, teams are grabbing just 18.5% of their missed shots as an offensive rebound. That is a top 10 mark in all of college basketball. And for Seattle, they started out really well with their three-point shooting to begin the season. Now we've been seeing that fall off quite a bit. For Seattle, overall for the season, they're down to about 33.9% from the outside, and they've got Braden Maldonado, one guy in college basketball to try to block a shot with his shoe this year, giving you about 15 points per game, and he does shoot 92% of the free throw line. The rest of the team shoots less than 70%. As collective, they shoot 70.1% at the charity stripe, but he is the only their top 5 scorers that shoots about 31.5% for 3. John Succhio comes over from Gonzaga, good versatility with about 12 points per contest, shoots 31.5% for 3. Will Embright, 2.5 blocks per contest, and it's a Seattle team that is a top 65 unit in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis. Top 100 in terms of opponents, 2-point and 3-point shooting percentage, and Seattle's been really good in terms of generating turnovers as well. Top 40 team in terms of turnovers forced on a per possession basis. So a Pacific team that has had a tough time taking care of the ball. That's going to hurt them quite a bit, but it's a Pacific team that has been shooting about 38.5% from 3, top 125 mark there. Elias Rolfe has been a big reason why. 6'7", 17 points, shoots 89% of the free throw line, 40% from 3. TJ Wainwright shoots 40% from 3, 13.5 points per contest. This is a team that just dominates the glass. Out of your top 4 scorers, 3 of them, Isaac Jack and Justin Rochlin, thrown in there with Rolfe, all give you at least 6 rebounds per game. Jalen Pitt has been a nice versatile piece as well, 4.5 points, 3.5 boards. He's actually shooting 75% for 3, obviously on a very small sample size, but for Pacific, in a pressure spot, they shoot 77.2% of the free throw line, top 30 mark in all of college basketball. I think that they control the glass. Even though Pacific doesn't generate a lot of turnovers, I think that they get the job done in a more low-tempo game. Set by total 136.5 or the 137 plus in on the under, and I'm going to be willing to lay up to 2 here with Pacific, 789, 790, Louisiana versus Old Dominion. That was a game that got moved, so we move on to 791, 792 on the card. It is Cal Poly, and they're going to be playing us Cal State Fullerton. This is a pick'em game / Fullerton as a slim 1-point favorite in a lot of spots. Total on this game between 172 to 172.5, and certainly I think that this is going to be an up-tempo game. Semi-total at a 173. I'm going to be in on the over. You've got 2 of the top 10 teams in all of college basketball in terms of total possessions per game. As for Fullerton, they are number 7 in the country. Cal Poly, they are number 5, and it's a Fullerton team that, to their credit, they've been able to do a nice job in terms of generating turnovers, and that is the main pitfall that you've got for Cal Poly. Cal Poly is well outside the top 3 in terms of their ball security. Fullerton, they're 59th in the country in terms of turnovers forced on a per possession basis, but even with that, I did say Cal Poly here at the 5-point favorite. As for Fullerton, not necessarily the best shooting team in the world. You've had Josh Ward step up in a big way. He's right now your main scorer with about 14.5 points per contest. And you've got Jefferson De La Cruz Monegro. He's been able to supply the team with about 13.5 points per contest. For this Fullerton team, they're about 33% three-point shooting, and they really give it up from 3. They allow opponents to shoot over 35% from 3-pointers. You're outside the top 275 with that regard. And even though it is a Cal Poly team that's probably going to have fewer clean possessions in this game, this is a bunch that they take darn near 50% of their shots from 3. They're a top 25 team in terms of percentage of their shots that come from 3-point range. And Cal Poly has been shooting 33% from 3. Interestingly, 26.2% from 3 at home, 36.5% away from home. I do think that that's going to iron out a little bit, and they're not going to be completely outdone on the glass, as you've got a Fullerton team that, while they're not allowing a ton of second and third chances, they themselves are outside the top 275 with regards to their offensive rebound percentage. And for this Cal Poly group, you've got a guy in Hamad Musa who's been really versatile for the team, being able to supply about 20.5 points, 6 boards, pair of assists per contest from 3-point. She's shooting 39.5% from 3 for Cal Poly as well. This has been a team that's been able to do a pretty solid job in terms of limiting second and third chances as well. They have ascended into the top 225 with regards to their overall rebound percentage, as you've been able to get good production out of PJ Benjai along Caden Ward. They combine for about 29 points per contest with Benjai. He shoots 42% from 3, and it is a team that in a pressure spot, they do shoot about 75.5% the free throw line. That is a top 75 mark in all of college basketball. They get absolutely killed down low. This is a Cal Poly team that is outside the top 3 in terms of opponents' 2-point shooting percentage. Got a Fullerton team that, to their credit, they've been a top 175 team with regards to their own 2-point shooting percentage, but with this Fullerton team, they themselves are starting to fall outside the top 175 in terms of turnovers on a per possession basis, and I do think that you're going to get plenty of good looks from a pair of teams that are just allowing a lot inside. In the case of Fullerton, they allow a lot on the outside, and I do think that Fullerton, being just a 69.5% free throw shooting team, could be costly in this case. So my total at a 173. I'm in on the over. I'm with Cal Poly. Want to lay up to 5 with them, so take them as a pick'em / money line underdog. 793, 794 on the card. It is Fairfield, and the Stags are going to be playing host to Canisius. Canisius is a 10.5 point underdog to an game, 141.5 to 142.5, and with Fairfield, I did set them as an 11.5 point favorite. So going to be one to lay the 9.5 to 10.5 with Fairfield. This team just does a little things well. They're not necessarily the world's greatest shooting team. As a matter of fact, with their 2-point shooting percentage, they're outside the top 250. They've gotten better from 3-point range. They're about 208th in the country with regards to their own 3-point shooting percentage. And this is a Canisius team that they are one of the slowest teams that you're going to find in all of college basketball. They are outside the top 350 in terms of total possessions per game, but have shot it well from 3, 34.6% from the outside. That said, this is a Fairfield team that is in the top 75 in terms of fewest turnovers on a per possession basis, and they give themselves second and third chances. Fairfield 70th in the country in terms of percentage of their missed shots that result in an offensive rebound, as you've had Braden Sparks really do a great job of living up to his name. He sparks his team as he's been able to lead the way with 17 points, 2.5 assists. From 3-point, shoots about 39.5% from 3, and then you've had Declan Wolfinger along with Braden Benjamin do a nice job combining for 26 points, nearly 18 rebounds per game for Fairfield. They've been a country average team in terms of guarding on the inside. They themselves just don't really execute with regards to their 2-point shooting percentage, but on the flip side, you've got a Canisius group that they no longer have that 20-point per game score like they did a season ago with Paul McMillan, but a pair of guys in Khalil Singleton, Brian Nadanja, who have been able to combine for about 25.5 points per contest, both shoot 38+% from 3. Outside those two guys, though, you don't get a lot of 3-point shooting. Anthony Beer does shoot 47% per 3, but only on a 3 per contest, and right now he's been dealing with a little bit of an injury, so that's been a bit rough for them. And then additionally, you've got a Canisius team that they give up quite a few good looks on the inside. They're outside the top 3 in terms of opponents' 2-point shooting percentage, and they themselves outside the top 350 with their own 2-point shooting percentage. I do think that this is going to be a rather controlled game. With this Fairfield bunch, in terms of total possessions per game, they're right around about the bottom half of all of college basketball, 259th, and I do think that with this Canisius team being as rough as they are down low, and it's a Canisius team that they really don't fight too much for second and third chances in terms of percentage of their missed shots that result in an offensive rebound. They're well outside the top 275 with that regard. I do think that Fairfield goes out there, gets the job done. I did set my line at 11.5, so I'm going to be one to lay it, and maybe a total of 135.5. I do think that even though you get a lot of clean possessions for Fairfield, I do think that they buckle down and neither team hits their interior shot. So in on the under, and I'm going to be one to lay with Fairfield. 795, 796 on the card. UC Santa Barbara is going to be on the road against Long Beach State. Long Beach State is a home underdog of 4.5 points. 143.5 to 144.5 is the total. And I did set my line of 4 at 4.5. I'm going to be one to take those points with Santa Barbara. They do a nice job in terms of not allowing second and third chances. Top 50 team in terms of their overall defensive rebound percentage. They still have been an outside the top 250 team in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis. Name of the game for Long Beach State is generating turnovers. They become a top 100 team with that regard. And for Santa Barbara, they're starting to be a little bit sloppier with the ball. It's a Santa Barbara team that is just like in past years, not necessarily pushing a lot of tempo, 274th in the country in terms of total possessions per game. Long Beach State is a little bit more up tempo at about 115th in the country in terms of total possessions per game. And Long Beach State, they're not going to do anything in way of being able to give themselves too many second and third chances in terms of offensive rebound percentage. They are 317th in all of college basketball. So the Santa Barbara team being as good as they are on the offensive glass, that means a little bit less in this case. But when it comes to the Santa Barbara team, they're going to have a tough time with the Long Beach State team that has been really good in terms of just being able to buckle down in general in terms of turnovers forced on a per possession basis. They do find themselves in the top 135 in all of college basketball, and Gavin Sykes has been their main man, being able to supply about 16 points per contest for Santa Barbara. Their main kryptonite, giving it up from 3-point outside the top 275 in all of college basketball there. And Long Beach State, not an amazing 3-point shooting team. They only shoot about 32.5% from 3. That's outside the top 230 in all of college basketball. But Sykes shoots 38% from 3. And then you've got Peter Mistrovich. He comes over after he was at Syracuse to begin his career, about 15.6 boards. He's been able to shoot about 38% from 3-point as well for this Long Beach State team. Where they really get hurt is down low. They're outside the top 275 in terms of opponents' 2-point shooting percentage. And then Ada Mahaney for the Santa Barbara team has been just a really nice go-to scorer. And you've got a few guys that really light it up from 3-point. Mahaney has been able to shoot about 39.5% for 3, 14.5 points per contest. Mario Little, who's dealing with injury, he's back 12.5 points. He shoots 41% from 3. KJ Shaw shoots 46% from 3-point. But again, them just being as rough as they are on defense, as they're also outside the top 250 in terms of opponents' 2-point shooting percentage, I do think that that's going to be able to help this bunch in Long Beach State remain lively. And it is a team in Santa Barbara that in a tight spot, they do shoot more than that neighbor at about 76.5% of the free throw line. So I did set a total here of a 146, even though it's going to be low possession. I think that it's going to be high efficiency and on the over, and we'll take anything of 4.5 plus here with Long Beach State. 797, 98. It's Grand Canyon. They're going to be on the road against Fresno State. And Fresno State is a home underdog here. You're catching with them in that neighborhood of about 2.5 to 3.5 points on this game. 141.5 to 142.5. And I'm going to be willing to lay with Grand Canyon. I did set them as a 4.5 point favorite. Recognize that this Grand Canyon offense is not necessarily what it has been in the past. And Grand Canyon not pushing a lot of tempo. They're about 226th in the country in terms of total possessions per game. You've got a Fresno State team that's down to about 143rd in terms of total possessions per game. And Fresno State has been really impressive in terms of generating turnovers, especially at home. In their home games, in terms of turnovers forced on a per possession basis, they've been able to ascend into the top 55 in all of college basketball. Problem is, for one, they are outside the top 3 in terms of taking care of the ball themselves, and two, they are right now shooting at home 31.6% for three-point range, as well outside the top 285 in all of college basketball. And this is a Grand Canyon team that I think is really going to have their way down low. Now, it's a Fresno State team that doesn't have some bad rebounders of their own, but now you have to match up with a guy, Nana Wusu-Anane, who's got great versatility, 9.5 points, 8.5 boards, throws in their block, a steal per contest, shoots about 34% from three. Grand Canyon script tonight has been three-point shooting. They're only shooting about 31% as a collective, but the main strength for this bunch in Fresno State has been the fact that they've been one of the better three-point shooting defenses in all of college basketball. But Grand Canyon, they're a top 75 team in terms of opponents' three-point shooting percentage as well, with this Grand Canyon team being a top 55 team in terms of defensive rebound percentage. That means that second and third chances not going to be there for a Fresno State team that has been a top 175 team with their rebound percentage. You've got Wilkins Jacquez, who's been able to give you 7.5 points, 8.5 rebounds per game, and then Jake Heidbrider has been your main scorer, 17.5 points. Shoots only about 32% from three. Fresno State not bad at the free throw line at 75%, but shooting just 31.5% from three. That's been a big issue, and they get absolutely bludgeoned down low for a Grand Canyon team that they don't necessarily shoot it well from three. They look to prioritize driving the ball down low, being outside the top 290 in terms of opponent's two-point shooting percentage. I think that that's going to be a big issue here. So set Grand Canyon as a favorite of 4.5 points. I'm going to be willing to lay the number. Made a total of a 138.5, so I'm also in on this total under 799, 800 on the card. You've got Kansas, and they're going to be on the road against Kansas State. And in the Octagon of Doom, it is Kansas State who does find themselves as a home underdog here. You're going to be catching with them 4.5 points on this game. It is 160.5. I'm going to be in on the under. So by total at a 157. Kansas has been one of the best under teams in all of college basketball because, for one, they've really sold themselves out for past seasons. This Kansas team, in terms of total possessions per game, they're checking in just outside the top 200. If you're being specific, I believe that they're more in that neighborhood, about 218th in the country. Meanwhile, Kansas State, they very much are looking to gun it, 16th in the country, so going to have a little bit of a tempo war here. And Kansas State has been a very good three-point shooting team. Right now, they are 27th in the country, and they shoot about 37% from three-point range at home. But now you go up against a Kansas team that's allowing teams to shoot less than 27.5% from three-point range at a roadside-score venue. That is a top 15 mark in all of college basketball. And Kansas as a whole, they're a top 35 team in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis. Meanwhile, for Kansas State, it's all about what you're able to get out of PJ Haggerty. 23.5 points, 5.5 boards, 4.5 assists per contest. And from three-point, he shoots 36.5% from the outside. It is a Kansas State team that the biggest issue that you've got for this team is that you just have absolutely nothing down low. Right now, for this bunch, Haggerty is the only guy that gives you over 5 rebounds per game. And Flory Badunga on the flip side for Kansas, he's been able to give you 14 plus points, pair of blocks, 8 plus rebounds per game. Heck, even Bryson Tiller is able to give you over a block. He doesn't necessarily pop it well from three, but has the versatility to be able to give you a little bit of three-point shooting. And then Nate Johnson has been a good three-point shooter for Kansas State with about 41% three-point shooting. Kansas State, not the world's worst three-point shooting defense, or a top 150 team in terms of opponent's three-point shooting percentage, but they are outside the top 225 in terms of defensive rebound percentage. Now, this Kansas State team has been outside the top 175 in terms of ball security, and they're not going to be under duress. This Kansas team is outside the top 350 in terms of turnovers forced on a per possession basis in a roadside-score venue, but you've got Darren Peterson, who's been a bucket getter, 21.5 points, shoots 42% for three. Trey White shoots 43% for three with 15 points per contest. If you do find yourself in a little bit of a tight spot, this Kansas team, they shoot 76.1% the free throw line. That is a top 70 mark in all of college basketball, with them also being a top 25 team in terms of opponents' two-point shooting percentage. I think the Kansas goes out there, gets the job done, and I think that they slow down the tempo. So set my line at 7. I'm willing to lay it with Kansas, and I'm in on the under. Set my total at a 157, 801, 802. It is Utah Valley. They're going to be on the road against Cal Baptist, and the Lancers of Cal Baptist who find themselves as a home underdog here of 1.5 points. So on this game, 147.5 to 148.5, and I'd like the under. I set my total at 141. Recognize that Utah Valley is playing at a pretty brisk pace, 106th in the country in terms of total possessions per game. Meanwhile, Cal Baptist, they're looking to play slow and control, 257th in the country in terms of total possessions per game. But I really like the defense of both of these teams, as you got a Utah Valley team that's been able to do a nice job giving you some rough and tumble down low, 63rd in the country in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis. And away from home, that actually ascends into the top 40. Cal Baptist 61st in the country in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis. So both teams are very strong there, and Cal Baptist is actually going to have the best score in this game. That would be their 20-point per game man in Mr. Dominique Daniels. He's not necessarily the greatest three-point shooter, and this Cal Baptist team in general, they are outside the top 280 with their three-point shooting percentage at 31.2%. They're very much looking to pile drive the ball down low, but they've been one of the best teams in terms of giving themselves second and third chances in all of college basketball. You've got Thomas Endong, who's been able to pair up with Brady Henjai, pair of guys with some size. Henjai is 7 feet tall in terms of giving you about 13 points and 13 rebounds per contest. Cal Baptist, by the way, 40.7% of their missed shots at home turn into an offensive rebound. Overall, 7th in the country in terms of offensive rebound percentage. Utah Valley pretty solid with this regard as well. They're 76th, but here's the issue that you've got for this Utah Valley team: the turnovers. They currently rank 345th into the country in terms of turnovers on a per possession basis, and if you take a look at it in a roadside neutral court venue, they fall into the bottom 20 in all of college basketball. Not Cal Baptist, they themselves have had some issues with regards to turnovers, 264th in the country, but they do a much better job taking care of the ball at home. And then you've got Martell Williams. How he does it. He shoots 35% for three, giving you about 14.5 points per contest. They've dealt with some injuries with Jaden Jackson, which has been an issue. And for Utah Valley, very good three-point shooting team. They're right now shooting about 35% for three, top 175 mark in the country, with Tyler Hendricks, the transfer from Central Florida, leading the way, 12 points, shoots 48.5% for three. And Jackson Holcomb, 16.5 points, 7.5 boards, pair of steals, block and half per contest. Very versatile there. So for Utah Valley, even though they do give the ball away quite a bit, they've also been a top 50 team in terms of turnovers generated on a per possession basis. And Utah Valley down low, they're a top 50 team in terms of both their own two-point shooting percentage and opponent's two-point shooting percentage. If you do find yourself in a tight spot, this Utah Valley team, they shoot about 70% the free throw line. Cal Baptist more around 72.5% the charity stripe, but with the way that Cal Baptist has done such a great job on the boards, I do think that they find a way just barely here on their own floor to get the job done, even though they're hovering right around about 300th with their own two-point shooting percentage. Top 100 team in terms of opponent's two-point shooting percentage. I think that you get a nice defensive expose here. Semi-line at 1 with Cal Baptist, so taking them on the bleed line, and I'm in on the unders. 803, 804 on the card. North Dakota State, they find themselves on the road against Oral Roberts, and Oral Roberts is a home underdog in this ordeal of anywhere between 8.5 to 9 points on this game, 140.5, and this had a total of 145. I do like the over. It's an Oral Roberts team that just has not executed on offense. They're outside the top 330 in terms of turnovers on a per possession basis. Mid-tempo team, 167th in terms of total possessions per game, outside the top 290 in terms of points scored on a per possession basis. So that's been a little bit of an issue. Meanwhile, you've got a North Dakota State team that has been able to do a great job in terms of generating turnovers. They become a top 75 team in terms of turnovers generated on a per possession basis. Away from home, they're a top 75 team in terms of taking care of the ball as well. And with this North Dakota State team, I did set them at 9, so 8.5 is my max lay with them, but I'm going to be willing to lay it. You've got Travion Carson, who stepped up as the top scorer, and he, Makai Strickland, and Damari Wheeler-Thomas, all between 13 and 13.7 points per contest. Now, Wheeler-Thomas missed a game or two, but should be all good to go here. And with Carson, he's been your main three-point shooter at 43%. Last year, North Dakota State was a top 5 team with their three-point shooting percentage. They fall more to right around about 100th in the country, but they're doing a great job in making up for it with regards to their offensive rebounding. They become a top 100 team with regards to overall rebound percentage, and for Oral Roberts, they're just not providing too much of that. You got two Yamanachi Williams, who I remember when he was over at Portland a few seasons ago, was a guy that will give you 5+ boards, shot in the mid-30s from 3-point, and he still has been able to give this team right around about 5 or so rebounds per game, but not really popping it well from 3. Ty Harper, 15.5 points, 2.5 assists per contest, but he turns the ball over about 2.5 times per contest, shoots 32.5% for 3, and Oral Roberts as a whole, outside the top 250 in terms of their own two-point shooting percentage. They're outside the top 250 in terms of opponents' two-point shooting percentage, with having the 14 turnovers per game and being a country average team in terms of generating turnovers, being outside the top 250 in terms of their overall rebound percentage. You've got Ofi Navera, who's been able to give 12.5 points per contest along Connor Dowell, but that said, I do think that North Dakota State really going to control this game, and North Dakota State has been playing much faster this season, 178th in the country in terms of total possessions per game. I think that they do a nice job knifing through this Oral Roberts defense. I'll be out with the over, so my total 145. I like the over, and I'm going to be willing to lay up to 8.5 here with North Dakota State. 805, 806 on the card. It's Chattanooga. They're going to be on the road against Sanford, and Sanford finds themselves as a favorite here, 4.5 points, 152.5 is the total line. My total 154. I like the over, even though Chattanooga is outside the top 300 in terms of their total possessions per game. You've got a Sanford team that has been a little bit more mid-tempo. Right now, in terms of total possessions per game, they are 175th in all of college basketball, but Sanford makes the most of their possessions. They are currently a top 15 team in terms of fewest turnovers on a per possession basis, and for Sanford, you got one of the best go-to scorers that you're going to find at the mid-major ranks, as you've been getting darn near 20 points per contest, 90% free throw shooting, and 3.5 boards, 2.5 assists out of Jaden Booth. Booth also shoots 41% from 3 for a Sanford team that they only shoot 67.5% the free throw line in a pressure spot, even though that is the case, I'm going to be willing to lay with them because Chattanooga, they themselves have only really one double-figure scorer as well, and for Samford, at the very least, you've got a little bit more help with Dylan Faulkner, 17 points, 7 boards per contest. Got Caden Norris along with his brother Keaton Norris doing a nice job in the backcourt with combined about 19 points per contest, and Caden Norris, 35% three-point shooter. Keaton, he's able to give you about 5 assists per contest. Now, it is a Samford team that they get just blowtorch from three-point range outside the top 3 with regards to opponents' three-point shooting percentage. Chattanooga, top 25 team in terms of percentage of their shots that come from three. They're back in the top 100 with their three-point shooting percentage with Jordan Frinson, 15.5 points, 45% three-point shooter, but he is really the only guy in the roster that gives you double figures. Tate Darner, Billy Smith, Teddy Washington all give between 9 and 10 points per contest, and Darner does shoot 40% from three-point range himself, but this Chattanooga team outside the top 300 with regards to offensive rebound percentage as well. They don't put you under duress. They're outside the top 290 in terms of turnovers generated on a per possession basis, even though they do shoot 77.5% the free throw line. Chattanooga outside the top 270 in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis, so even though it's going to be a lower tempo game, I do like the over, and with Samford, I'm going to be willing to lay up to 5.5 with them, set them as a 6-point favorite. 807, 808 on the card. Gonzaga is going to be playing us to San Francisco, and the Dons who find themselves as a 17.5 point underdog. The Dons game 151.5 to a 152.5, and with Gonzaga, even though they've been dealing with the injury to Graham Ike, we know that Braden Huff is going to be out. I did set them as a 19.5 point favorite. I'm going to be willing to lay the number. Would be surprised if we see Graham Ike out there, and Huff, he's just been rolled out for the next month or so, but that said, you still have lots of guys who are able to step up for this team, and even in their non-cover against Pepperdine, you saw quite a few of these guys like Jalen Worley, Adam Miller do a nice job in the backcourt. They combine for about 14.5 points per contest for this Gonzaga team. Just a very well-rounded group. In general, they do find themselves in the top 12 in terms of both points scored and points allowed on a per-possession basis. They're generating a lot of turnovers as well. Top 50 team in terms of turnovers generated on a per-possession basis, and that Gonzaga defense is now top 5 in terms of points allowed on a per-possession basis. So going to look to push tempo, 41st in terms of total possessions per game. And for the San Francisco team, they're a team that they're looking to dial it back quite a bit more in terms of total possessions per game. They're only about 273rd in all of college basketball with that regard, but I do think that for San Francisco, the fact that they've been missing Bookie Cook, who's been able to give you 10 points, shoots about 40% for three. That's going to be hurting them quite a bit. This is not a team that at all puts you under duress or outside the top 300 in terms of turnovers generated on a per possession basis. And for San Francisco, where they really pride themselves is their shooting percentages. Top 125 in terms of opponents' 2-point and 3-point shooting percentage. They're relatively country average with regards to their own 2-point shooting percentage. And to the credit of San Francisco, they've been able to do a nice job not allowing a lot of second and third chances. They're not going to grab a lot of second and third chances themselves. They're outside the top 100 with regards to offensive rebound percentage, but now you go up against a Gonzaga team that's in the top 15 with regards to their defensive rebound percentage. For San Francisco, they are 28th in the country, only 24.2% of opponents' missed shots become an offensive rebound. David Futures being able to give you about 12.7 half rebounds per game, and then Tyrone Riley and Ryan Beasley have been really good in the backcourt, combined 26 points per contest, and Riley shoots 43.5% from three. Team as a whole, they're shooting about 35% from the outside, but I do think that in this case, Gonzaga, even with having just a little bit of a short-handed bunch, you've got a guy in Mario Saint-Sapri who's able to shoot 40+% from three-point range. You've got a guy in the man of steel, Theo Venters, who is able to step up. I do think that Gonzaga gets it done, and I do think that this is going to be a lower tempo game, but I do think that Gonzaga, even with the ancillary pieces, they are going to be able to step up, be able to hit some shots, and go up against a San Francisco team that's not going to put them under any duress whatsoever. So I did set my line at a 19.5. I'm going to be willing to lay the number, and I'm in on the over. So my total at a 153.5 in a 9-8-10 on the card. It's Cal, and they're going to be on the road against Stanford. Stanford does find themselves as a 4.5 to a 5-point favorite. 143.5 to 144.5 is the total, and I'm going to be willing to take the points with Cal. Cal I made as only a 1-point underdog. This Cal team is a relatively mid-tempo team, 186th in the country in terms of total possessions per game. Stanford about 213th, so neither team is going to be looking to push a ton of tempo here. I did set my total as a result at a 145, so right now seeing 143.5, 144.5. I'm in on the over mainly because I do think that Cal is going to be able to hit just enough three-pointers to be able to hold in this game. Now, it is a Cal team that they do see a little bit of a drop-off with regards to some of their metrics when they are away from home, but it's a Cal team that has been able to do a really good job in terms of their three-point shooting percentage. They're not going to give themselves any sort of second and third chances. They're outside the top 300 with regards to their offensive rebound percentage, but that said, this is a Cal team that they shoot 39.3% from three-point range. That is a top 25 mark in all of college basketball with Day-Day Ames being able to headline things. He's been able to shoot over 38% from three-point range while being able to supply in that neighborhood about 17.5 points per contest. And then you got Justin Pippen along with John Camden, who combined for 28 points per game between the two of them, shooting shoot about 37.5% from three. You get 4 assists per contest out of Pippen, and with this Cal bunch, you've got Lee Dort, who's able to give you about 8 rebounds per game. The lone guy that really gives you over 5 or so rebounds per game. It's a Samford team that they've been able to do a solid job in terms of their defensive rebound percentage. You're not necessarily a team that's going to give you a lot of second and third chances, and Samford, name of the game for them, generating turnovers. They're a top 85 team in terms of turnovers generated on a per possession basis, but Cal is in the top 50 in terms of fewest turnovers on a per possession basis. Samford has a really nice go-to scorer on Bakua Okoji, who's been able to do a nice job, 22 points. He shoots only about 32% from three, but Abuka Okoji has been really good. Benny Geeler, he's able to Geeler done, shooting about 42% from three-pointers, but strangely with the Samford team, they've had some really bad offensive performances at home. They shoot about 34.5% from three-point range. That's about country average, and this is a Samford team that has been able to do a relatively solid job in terms of their defense, keeping you off the free throw line, doing the little things there, but this is a Samford team that they can really be had from the outside. With the Samford team, they're outside the top 150 in terms of opponents' three-point shooting percentage at home. They allow opponents to shoot 34.1% from three-point range. That is outside the top 200 in all of college basketball. And tight spot, Stanford, country average, they shoot about 72% at the free throw line. This has been a Cal team that's been very exceptional at the free throw line at 79%. That's a top 10 mark in all of college basketball. I think that keeps them lively in this game, and I do think that you're going to get some late game fouls, and I think that helps out for the over. So set it to 145. I do like the over, and any sort of points here with Cal, set them as a 1-point dog. 8-11, 8-12. It's Weber State. They're going to be on the road against Montana State. Montana State does find themselves as a pretty good size favorite here of 7.5 to 8 points. It's all this game, 148.5 to 149, and with Montana State, I did set them as a 6.5 point favorite. I'm going to be 1 the points with Weber State. A little bit of a meltdown in the second half for Weber State in their last game against Montana, but still a really good perimeter defense. They allow teams to shoot just 27.2% from three-point range at a roadside shooter court venue. That is a top 20 mark in all of college basketball. Matter of fact, a top 10 mark in all of college basketball. Montana State has been a good three-point shooting defense as well. They are allowing teams to shoot only about 32.5% from three-point range, but that does go up to 35% at home. And for Weber State, they've been dealing with a little bit of injury. Now they've got most of their main men back, as you've been able to get right around about 12 to 13 points per contest out of Mati Vartinen, and he's been one of their best three-point shooters at about 40.5%. You've got Tejan Sani, who's been able to supply about 15 points, 4 assists, shoots 36% from three-point range, and then Nigel Burris, Malik Goma, these two guys have been able to combine for about 12 rebounds per game. Edwin Suarez Jr. has been able to give you about 6.5 rebounds per game. Going against a Montana State team that they're not going to give themselves a lot of second and third chances. They're outside the top 225 in terms of their offensive rebound percentage. Meanwhile, it is a Weber State team that has been pretty good in terms of being able to generate a few second and third chances. They're a top 130 team in terms of percentage of the missed shots that result in an offensive rebound. For Montana State, you just don't have a lot in terms of size, but you do have Patrick McMahon, who's been able to give you 14 plus points per contest, and it is a Montana State team that has a collective. They're shooting from three-point range about 36.5%. That's a top 65 mark in all of college basketball. You've had Jen Miller step up with about 13.5 points, 5 boards, lone guy on the roster. That gives you over 5 rebounds per game, and Montana State, they do a great job taking care of the ball. Top 65 team in terms of fewest turnovers on a per possession basis. In a pressure spot, they shoot 75% free throw line, top 100 mark in all of college basketball. But I do think that Weber State, the way that they guard the arc and the way that Montana State is a top 75 team in terms of percentage of their shots that do come from three-point range, that helps them hold in there. I did set my line at 6.5, so I'm going to be 1 the points with Weber State, and I'm in on the under. Somebody total 146.5, 813, 814 on the card. It's Omaha. They're going to be on the road against Kansas City. UMKC is a 3.5 to a 4.0 underdog. 149.5 to 150 is the total. And with the UMKC, I did set them as a underdog here of 7 points, so I'm going to be willing to lay with Omaha. This Kansas City team has been outside the top 275 in terms of both points scored and points allowed on a per possession basis. They've been a little bit better here in conference play, but some of they just don't really play a lot of defense, and this team is still outside the top 320 in terms of turnovers on a per possession basis. They're now shooting about 32.5% from three in conference play. They've actually shot about 36% from three. You've had Carmelo Birch along with Uriah Evans be able to combine for about 26 points per contest, and Branch, he is able to shoot about 36% from three-point range, and Kashim Grady, he shoots 37% from the outside, but this has been traditionally a team that's been really good on the glass. Outside the top 3 are now in terms of defensive rebound percentage. Omaha's not going to pull in there a lot of second and third chances. They're outside the top 3 with regards to offensive rebound percentage. But now you've got Paul DeBourget, who he began his career over at Miami, missed the first 12 games of the season. Since he's returned, 19.3 points per contest on 47% three-point shooting. It's helping Omaha just reach a new level in general. Tony Osborne, Lance Waddles, they both give you 14.3 points per contest. They combine to shoot 39% per three. In a pressure spot, Omaha only shoots about 72% of the free throw line, but it's a Kansas City team that they're not doing a great job with any sort of shooting whatsoever, and they shoot about 71% at the free throw line for Kansas City, outside the top 3 in terms of opponents' 2-point shooting percentage. It is an Omaha team that they themselves are well outside the top 275 in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis, and uncharacteristically, Kansas City is playing quite a bit more quickly than they have in the past. 103rd in the country in terms of total possessions per game. Omaha about 200th in the country. I do think that Omaha is going to be able to take it to a Kansas City team that just has all sorts of rough in general, with Omaha not generating a lot of turnovers that should allow for some clean possessions. I just don't think that the CMKC team is going to be able to do a great job in terms of being able to guard this Omaha team with D. Boucher back in the fold, and do think that late game fouls push you over. So set my total 151. I like the over, and I'm willing to lay with Omaha, set them as a 7-point favorite. 8-15, 8-16. Illinois, Chicago on the road against Bradley, and the Braves of Bradley are a 6.5-point favorite total on this game, 143.5, and with Bradley, made them a 6-point favorite. So at the 6.5, I'm going to be willing to take the points. Illinois, Chicago, a very unique team. 41st in the country in terms of offensive rebound percentage. And away from home, they grab 34.8% of their misses as an offensive rebound. That's a top 25 mark in the country. Outside the top 310 in terms of defensive rebound percentage as well. So they've got the best of it and they've got the worst of it. But for this Illinois, Chicago team, even though this has not been a team that has shot it well from 3, only about 30.7% from 3. Outside the top 3 are there. You've got Ahmad Anderson and Andy Johnson in the backcourt. They combine for a little bit over 25.5 points per contest. Johnson shoots 35% from 3. Both shoot over 88% at the free throw line, by the way, and the big thing for this team is protecting the ball, as you've got a pair of teams that have really been able to do a nice job in terms of generating turnovers, and Illinois, Chicago has been outside the top 200 in terms of turnovers on a per possession basis on offense. You've got a Bradley team that all of a sudden they find themselves 29th in terms of turnovers forced on a per possession basis. That said, it's an Illinois, Chicago team that, while they might not be quite on that level, they've been a top 75 team with that regard as well. For Illinois, Chicago, more around about 50th, and for Bradley, you've been able to get a lot of production out of Jaquan Johnson. He's been able to give you darn near 3 steals per contest, 3.5 assists. He's your main scorer with 17.5 points on 38% 3-point shooting, and Alex Subagerse shoots 39% for 3. Both of these guys shoot 78.5% at the free throw line. It's a Bradley team that has been pretty good on the defensive glass as well. Top 75 team in terms of defensive rebound percentage. You've got a 7'2" gentleman and Yamet Janovic, who's been able to give you 5.5 boards, right around about 7.5 points per game, but where the team gets blasted is from beyond the arc. They're outside the top 3 with regards to opponents' 3-point shooting percentage. They've been a bottom 100 team as well with regards to their own 2-point shooting percentage, so they don't necessarily do a great job there. They've been protecting the ball really well. Bradley, top 25 team in terms of fewest turnovers on a per possession basis, and Bradley is starting to crank up that tempo a little bit more. Illinois, Chicago, mid-tempo team, 227th in terms of total possessions per game. Bradley's up to 126, so it's going to be a really interesting scenario here, but that said, with Illinois, Chicago, with the way that they grab themselves some second and third chances, the way that they should be able to get to Bradley down low, I think that they hold in this game. Do think that there's a lot of sloppiness with the turnover, so by total 142, I'm in on the under, and I'm willing to take anything of 6.5 plus here with Illinois, Chicago. 8-17, 8-18, it's Nevada on the road against New Mexico. New Mexico just find themselves as 7.5-point favorite total on this game. It's between 148 to a 150, and I by total 146.5. I'm in on the under. Now, Nevada is shooting over 43% from 3-point away from home. They have the number 1 road 3-point shooting percentage in all of college basketball. I think that New Mexico is going to be able to control the tenor of this game with the way that they generate turnovers. This New Mexico team, in terms of turnovers forced on a per possession basis, 28th in all of college basketball. It is a Nevada team that's been able to do a nice job protecting the ball themselves, and to the credit of this Nevada team, top 75 team in terms of turnovers generated on a per possession basis away from home. It's a Nevada team, though, that they're not going to do the world's greatest job in terms of being able to execute down low outside the top 3 with regards to their own 2-point shooting percentage. Now, they make up for being a top 100 team with regards to their offensive rebound percentage, but for New Mexico, I absolutely love what they've been able to get out of the non-D1 transfer in Jake Hall, 14.5 points. He shoots about 40% from 3-point range. We got Antonio Charles been able to shoot about 36.5% from 3-point range, and then Toboslav Bujan, Dayton Albury, Uriah Tente. These guys have all been able to give you 10.5 to 12 points per contest. It's just a holds greater than some of its parts collective with this bunch. They have been a team that's been a top 125 team in terms of their 2-point shooting percentage, and for Nevada, it's been an interesting bunch in which has been dealing with a few injuries, but you've been able to get a lot of production out of Corey Camper when he's been out there. 16.5 points per contest, missed a few games, should be good to go in this one. He's your main 3-point shooter at about 43% from 3-point. Chuck Bailey shoots 40% from 3 as well, and for this Nevada team, top 20 team in terms of fewest turnovers on a per possession basis, but they are a team that's also outside the top 175 in terms of opponents' 2-point and 3-point shooting percentage, and I do think that this Mexico team is going to do a relatively solid job in terms of being able to guard the perimeter. Recognize that for New Mexico, obviously it's a team that's going to be gambling for turnovers a little bit, so sometimes you do leave yourself open to some open looks, but that's it for this New Mexico team. They have been a top 35 team with regards to opponents' 3-point shooting percentage at less than 30%. I think that holds up here, and I do think that New Mexico, on their own floor, they're able to get the job done, but I do think that Nevada, with the way that they protect the ball does just enough to remain lively here. I did set a total of 146.5. I'm in on the under and made my line 6.5, so I had 7+. Going to be 1 take the points with Nevada. 819, 820. It's St. Mary's on the road against Portland. Portland does find themselves as 14 to 14.5 point home underdogs. 145 to 145.5 is the total line. Set my line at a 12.5. I'm going to be 1 take the points. Now it's a Portland team that's outside the top 10 in terms of turnovers on a per possession basis, but one thing that St. Mary's really doesn't do is generate turnovers. They're well outside the top 175 in terms of turnovers generated on a per possession basis. They are going to absolutely dump truck this Portland team on the glass, so the St. Mary's team in terms of their overall rebound percentage, they're back to being number 5 in all of college basketball. For St. Mary's, they're still outside the top 10 in terms of total possessions per game. It's still a Portland team that plays quite fast. They're in the top 100 in terms of total possessions per game, but St. Mary's has been quite efficient on offense. Currently 52nd in the country in terms of points scored on a per possession basis. You've got Josh Gent along with Mikey Lewis in the backcourt who have been able to do a good job in terms of just executing as well. You've got Paulius Marsoukas, who's been the top scorer with 19.7 boards per contest. Gent and Lewis, they both give you between 13 to 13.5 points per game, and between the two of them, they shoot about 36% from 3, and if this team does go to the free throw line for St. Mary's, they are number 1 in the country, shooting 80.8% at the free throw line. And then you've got a guy in Harry Wessels that's saying 7 feet tall. He's able to give you about 4.5 rebounds per game. Andrew McKeever, 9+ boards per contest. But for Portland, they've actually been relatively good in executing inside top 125 team with their 2-point shooting percentage. They're missing one of their top scorers, though, in Timo George, who's giving you about 12.5 points, 5 rebounds per game. That means to Cameron Williams, who gives you about 12 points, 5.5 rebounds per game. He and also James O'Donnell, who gives you about 4.5 rebounds per game. One of the guys on the roster that gives you over 4 boards per contest, and Joe Foxwell, while he gives you 7 assists per game, over 3 turnovers per contest. The turnovers have been very costly for this Portland team, and they're outside the top 10 with regards to their 3-point shooting percentage, but I do think that Portland is going to be able to do just enough to be able to hold in this game. Not a team that's really going to put you under duress in terms of generating turnovers, but a top 150 team with that regard, and it is a St. Mary's team that, as good as they have been with regards to their offense, they're still not necessarily a team that's going to be able to execute too well with regards to the interior. They're outside the top 10 with regards to their own 2-point shooting percentage, which I think is just enough for Portland to remain lively. So I did set a total here of a 144.5. Especially with George currently being the full for Portland. I'm in on the under, and I'm willing to take the points here with the Pilots, 821, 822. You've got Northern Colorado on the road against Northern Arizona. Northern Arizona home underdogs of 5.5 to 6 points. 147 to 148.5 is the total line for Northern Arizona. Set them as a 5.5 point dog. So at 6+, I'm going to be 1 take the points. It is a Northern Colorado team that is doing a really good job in terms of excelling on offense, as they typically do in terms of points per possession. They're back in the top 115 in all of college basketball. And away from home, that goes into the top 75. Northern Arizona, meanwhile, they are not doing such a great job on the glass, and they have fallen to 297th in the country in terms of points scored on a per possession basis. That's a Northern Colorado team that, even though they do a good job in terms of guarding the 3-point line, they've been a top 75 team with that regard. They really do get blasted down low. And Northern Colorado, they're a top 50 team in terms of defensive rebound percentage, but they don't grab any second and third chances of their own. Now, you have to love what Quinn Danker brings to the table, over 6 assists per contest. He's a guy that shoots in the high 30s from 3-point range, and the guy that's really been able to go off and just have a lot of versatility in general, that'd be Brock Wisney. He shoots over 37.5% from 3, 16 points, 6 rebounds per game. And then with Danker, he does a nice job in terms of helping out another Colorado team that is a top 175 team in terms of protecting the ball, but for Northern Colorado, even though they do find themselves in the top 75 in terms of their own 2-point and 3-point shooting percentages, I do think that Northern Arizona going to do just enough to remain lively, as Zach Davidson has been able to do a nice job with his versatility, 14 points, 5 boards, not necessarily a great 3-point shooter, but Isaiah Shaw shoots 44% from 3, 9.5 points per contest. Ryan Abelman, 11 points. He shoots 35% from 3, and for Northern Arizona, this is a team that in a pressure spot, they shoot 66% of the free throw line. That is a bottom 25 mark in all of college basketball, but they've been able to do a relatively okay job down low. They become a top 275 team in terms of opponents' 2-point shooting percentage. They don't give up a ton of second to third chances, while they themselves are inside the top 3 with regards to their own offensive rebound percentage, but they have been a little bit of a different team at home. And here in conference play, we've seen this Northern Arizona team be able to step up a little bit more with regards to interior defense, and I do think that that's going to be just enough for them to remain in this game. So set my line at 5.5. I'm willing to take the 6+ here with Northern Arizona, and I do think that both teams execute on offense, even though Northern Arizona, lower tempo team, outside the top 275 in terms of total possessions per game. So I'm in on the over, so I make total 149.5, and the points 823, 824. Tennessee's on the road against Alabama. Alabama 5.5 point favorite, so on this game it is 167.5, and I said Alabama as a 4.5 point favorite. So at 5+, I'm going to be willing to take the points. Tennessee is still a very rock-solid defensive team, and they are currently tied with Florida in terms of offensive rebound percentage. They rebound 43.4% of their missed shots as an offensive rebound. Tennessee still 25th in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis, albeit they do give up 20 points more per 100 possessions away from home rather than at home. And you've got an Alabama bunch that certainly has been leaving something to be desired on defense outside the top 325 in terms of turnovers generated on a per possession basis, 188th in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis, but it's an Alabama team that finds themselves back in the top 25 in terms of points scored on a per possession basis, and LeBaron Filan, one of the best scorers in all of college basketball right now, 22 points on 38% three-point shooting, 5 assists per contest, and Alabama, top 20 team in terms of fewest turnovers on a per possession basis, and for Tennessee, they're outside the top 225 in terms of their ball security. Good news is Alabama generating 10 turnovers per contest with their up-tempo style. That is not great to say the least, and this is an Alabama team that they want you to drive the ball down low as well, and that's really where one of Tennessee's fortes are, because you've got an Alabama team that just doesn't have a ton of rebounding. You've been able to get right around about 7.5 boards out of Amari Allen, 6 rebounds out of Aiden Terrell, and I will say ever since Kenton Bristow came off of injury, he's been able to give the team some nice production as well. But for Tennessee, Felix Apara gives you a block, 5.5 rebounds per game. Jalen Carey, 9.5 points, 6.5 rebounds per game. For Tennessee, they do shoot about 35% per three, but also with this Tennessee team, they're able to really just nip at Alabama, a team that they are a top 25 team in terms of percentage of their shots that come from three-point range, with the fact that they're one of the best three-point shooting defenses in all of college basketball. They allow teams to shoot 30.1% from three-point range in a road/score venue that goes up to 33.8%, but I do think that that's going to be able to hold up here. You're going to have a tempo war, Alabama back in the top 25 in terms of total possessions per game. Tennessee has sped up a little bit to about 133rd, but that double overtime game against Texas A&M warped things a little bit, but I think that Tennessee holds up just enough on defense to hold in there, so I'm going to be willing to take a shot on the under. Some I told 166.5, and I like 5+ here with Tennessee, made them a 4.5 point dog. 825, 826. LSU is going to be on the road against Arkansas. Arkansas is a 9.5 to a 10.5 point favorite. Total on scheme 163.5, and I did some I told 165.5. I like the over. You know, I have De'Don Thomas coming back for LSU, was in a limited role in the last game, but he is back, and it's an LSU team that does find themselves outside the top 100 in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis, and for Arkansas, they themselves outside the top 130 with that regard. And Arkansas, if they've done one thing well, it's guard the three-point line. At home, they are allowing teams that only shoot about 30.5% from three, but this is an LSU team that's actually been a surprisingly efficient offense, 28th in the country in terms of points per possession, despite the fact that they're about a country average team with their three-point shooting percentage. As De'Don Thomas, he's going to be able to help facilitate in this game with over 5 assists per contest. He's been really their main scorer, being able to supply about 14 to 15 points per game. And then Max McKinnon, Michael Nwoko, they combine for about 29.5 points per contest. McKinnon shoots 43% from three. They lose Jalen Reed for the season with Schertzum, but Paulo Tamba has been versatile with 7.7 rebounds per game. And then on the flip side, I have an Arkansas team that I do think that backcourt is really just going to blow away this LSU team. I did set them as a result as an 11.5 point favorite. I'm going to be willing to lay the number. Arkansas is a top 35 team in terms of fewest turnovers on a per possession basis, and you just look at the efficiency on this offense. They're a top 20 team in terms of points scored on a per possession basis. The two freshmen have been able to step up in a big way, as you've had Darius Acuff supply 19.5 points, 6 assists, shoot 40% from three. Malik Thomas, 40% three-point shooter, 15 points per contest, and Trayvon Brazil. I just don't think that LSU has an answer from 6'9"-ish, 13 points, a block, a steal per contest. He's able to shoot about 40% from three-point range. As Arkansas as a whole, they shoot 38.5% from the outside, top 20 mark in all of college basketball. Arkansas has been able to do a pretty rock-solid job on the glass themselves. They are really able to be bludgeoned inside. They're outside the top 240 in terms of opponent's two-point shooting percentage. So I think that LSU does their part with this total. I made my total 165.5. I like the over, and I'm willing to lay up to 11 here with Arkansas. 827, 828. Southern Utah, they're on the road against Utah Tech, and Utah Tech does find themselves as the home favorite here of 6.5 to 7 points. 149.5 is the total, and with Utah Tech, made them a 9 point favorite. I'm going to be willing to lay the number. Southern Utah has just been one of the worst defenses in all of college basketball, and to the credit of Southern Utah, they've actually been a little bit more respectable here recently, but draw 98th in the country in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis. They're allowing teams to shoot over 40% from three-point range. That's a bottom 5 mark in all of college basketball, and Southern Utah is looking to push some tempo. They're about 65th in the country in terms of total possessions per game. Utah Tech, a little bit more of a mid-tempo team. They're about 171st in the country in terms of total possessions per game, and Utah Tech has not really been able to get it going from three-point range this season. They've really got one guy in Mr. Jashawn Holt, give you 10.5 points, shoots over 45% from three. That's been able to hit it from three, but they're outside the top 270 in terms of three-point shooting percentage. Should get some good looks here. Southern Utah, they encourage you to drive the ball down low, and for this Utah Tech team, they've been a top 125 team in terms of two-point shooting percentage. Southern Utah, top 40 team in terms of percentage of opponent shots shots. The 2 come from 2-point range, and this Utah Tech team has been actually quite good with their 3-point shooting defense. They're a top 75 team in terms of opponents' 3-point shooting percentage, while Southern Utah, they're about 20th in terms of their 2-point shooting percentage and their 3-point shooting percentage. They just don't take care of the ball. They're right now outside the top 325 in terms of turnovers on a per possession basis. I like the Holy Cross transfer in Jaden Varroa, 13 points, barrel blocks, a steal. She shoots 42% from 3, and then Dylan Jones has been able to shoot 36.5% from 3 with 10.5 points per contest as well, but it's a Southern Utah team that they find themselves well outside the top 225 in terms of points scored on a per possession basis. They're getting blown away on the glass as well. This is a Southern Utah team that they're going to give you quite a few second and third chances with Ethan Potter being able to supply this Utah Tech team with 14 plus points, 7 plus rebounds per game. That's going to be a little bit of an issue. As a matter of fact, for the Southern Utah team, they find themselves 295th in the country in terms of their defensive rebound percentage. And then for this Utah Tech team, you've also got Noah Belonga, 12 points, 6 rebounds per game. Utah Tech has not been able to give themselves a lot of second and third chances. They have been outside the top 225 in terms of their overall rebound percentage, but with the way that the Southern Utah team encourages teams to go down low, and Southern Utah should be able to find some good looks from 3-point range as well. I think that they cover this number, and I do think that you're going to get enough possessions for the over. Sub I total 153. I like the over, and I'm going to be willing to lay up to 8.5 here with Utah Tech. 829, 830. San Diego plays OC Santa Clara. Santa Clara 13.5 point road favorites. 163.5 to 164.5 is the total, and I made my total 153. I like the under. I just don't know how you're going to get enough possessions at this game for the over. Santa Clara is right around about 149th in the country in terms of total possessions per game. San Diego's 163rd, and both of these teams have been very good in terms of generating turnovers. Santa Clara by far the better defense, 64th in the country in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis. San Diego's 271st, mainly because for San Diego, they're just doing a really bad job on the glass. For San Diego, they're currently in terms of overall rebound percentage 349th in the country. Not a single guy on the roster that gives you over 5 plus rebounds per game. Meanwhile, for Santa Clara, Jake Enzinger has been able to do a nice job, about 7.7 boards per contest. They're a top 50 team with regards to their overall rebound percentage, but they've not fallen outside the top 210 with their 3-point shooting percentage, hovering right around about 33%. Christian Ammond has been very solid with this regard, though. 39% 3-point shooter, 17 points per contest. You've got he and Elijah Mai, both give you about 2.5 assists per contest. Santa Clara has been a country average team in terms of taking care of the ball. They've been a top 75 team, though, with regards to their 2-point shooting percentage, top 40 team with regards to offensive rebound percentage, with Alan Graves being able to give you a pair of steals, pair of assists, 7 boards, 7 points per contest. Do like what he's able to bring to the table with San Diego. Did set them, though, as an 11-point underdog. I'm going to be one to take a shot here because they've been able to do a pretty solid job with regards to their exterior play, being a top 40 team in terms of turnovers forced on a per possession basis. Tyler Johnson is a 16-point per game scorer that generates 2.5 steals, shoots 34% for 3, and then you got Juan Sebastian Godacito, who's been able to shoot about 40% for 3-point range. Tunari Lane has been able to shoot about 42% from the outside. Johnson was dealing with a little bit of an injury, 18 plus points in each of the last 3 games since coming back. That's been big for this team. Again, no rebounding whatsoever with San Diego. Asane Diop is the lone guy that gives you over 3.6 rebounds per game, so that's a little bit of an issue, but even with that, this is a San Diego team that has been a pretty good team in terms of guarding the perimeter, top 125 team in terms of opponent's 3-point shooting percentage. They shoot about 76.5% at the free throw line. This is a Santa Clara team that is not afraid to get physical with you, so I'm going to be one to take the points here with San Diego, set them as an 11-point dog, and on the under, semi-total at a 153, 831, 832. UC Irvine's on the road against UC San Diego. UC San Diego does find themselves as a 2.5 to a 3-point favorite. 144.5 is the total line. I did set this line at a 4, so I am going to be willing to lay with UC San Diego for Irvine. They're a top 20 team in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis away from home. Here's the issue with them, though. They're giving up a lot more second and third chances than they have in the past. Now, UC San Diego is not a team that's going to really generate a lot of second and third chances in terms of offensive rebound percentage. They're just 266th in the country, but UC Irvine is allowing more than 30% of opponents' missed shots to become an offensive rebound. It's a Irvine team that they have been a team that's just really been turning the ball over as well. In terms of turnovers on a per possession basis, for Irvine, they do find themselves about 226th in the country. That goes to 19.6% away from home. That is outside the top 275. And for the UC San Diego team, they've done a nice job in terms of just being able to take care of the ball. 75th in terms of total possessions that end in a turnover. So they've been able to do a pretty solid job there. And this team, while they have fallen off a little bit with their 3-point shooting, it's still pretty lethal. They're 135th. They shoot about 34.5% from 3-point range, with having a guy in Alex Shulkin who's been able to shoot just below 40% from 3-point range. Nice double-figure score. Guy that's been the main guy for them is Leo Beth, 15 points, 5 rebounds, shoots 37% from 3. And if you do find yourself in a tight spot, it's a San Diego team that they shoot about 70% in the free throw line, which is not impressive, but that said, for UC Irvine, it's just really hard to trust in them in a tight spot because they're only shooting about 68.5% at the free throw line, and you've been able to get quite a bit of production out of Jerry and Dixon along Darren Sarin. These two guys combined for about 28 points per contest. Dixon is able to shoot 43% from 3-point. And then Kyle Evans, 3 blocks, 8.5 rebounds per game. He's been able to do a solid job there. Irvine, very good with their defense, but even with their 2-point shooting percentage outside the top 200 with that regard, I do think that San Diego, on their own floor, they find a way to get the job done and should be able to get some second and third chances they typically don't. I do think that this is going to be a little bit of a slow down game. Irvine, about 134th in terms of total possessions per game. San Diego, well outside the top 175. So set a total here of a 142. I'm in on the under, and I'm willing to lay with San Diego. 833, 834. Cincinnati, yes, we're on to Cincinnati. They're under the road against Arizona State. Arizona State, home underdogs of 2.5 to 3.5 points. 148.5 is the total line with Cincinnati. Set them as the underdog of 2.5 points. I like Arizona State on the money line now. For Arizona State, they rank 38th in the country in terms of points per possession when they're away from home. At home, that falls outside the top 250 as their 3-point shooting percentage away from home is 38.5%. At home, closer to about 28.5%, but this is also a Cincinnati team that they are 330th in terms of their 3-point shooting percentage. They're outside the top 200 in terms of taking care of the ball. Chisel James has been able to help out this backcourt. He's been able to give the team sense coming off of like a suspension, what have you, about 10.5 points, about 2.5 assists per contest. But for Cincinnati, where they're going to look to try to win this game, it's down low. Baba Miller, along with Mustafa Thiem, have been rock solid down low, combining for 24 points per contest. Thiem, a block and a half, 6 rebounds per game. Miller, block and a half, 10.5 rebounds per game. And then Day Thomas shoot 42.5% from 3-pointers. But it is an Arizona State team that is a top 85 team in terms of turnovers generated on a per possession basis. And Mo Odom, I think, is going to be the best guard in this game. 16.5 points, 6.5 assists. He shoots about 35% from 3-point. James Johnson has been able to give you about 14 points per contest. And the one guy that can really stand up to the big men of this Cincinnati team is Masama Diop. He's been able to do a solid job. 14 points, 2 blocks, 5.5 rebounds per game. It's an Arizona State team that has been rough with their 3-point shooting defense. They're outside the top 275 in terms of opponents' 3-point shooting percentage, or overall outside the top 230 in general with regards to points allowed on a per possession basis. But Cincinnati has really been slowing down after they realized they probably shouldn't have been playing so fast to begin the season. Arizona State is a team that they're going to be willing to push a little bit of tempo in terms of total possessions per game. They rank 67th, but I just don't think that Cincinnati executes on offense, and Arizona State, I think, finds a way to get the job done in a tight spot. This Arizona team shoots 74.5% at the free throw line, top 100 mark, and Cincinnati, they shoot more around 65.5%. That's a bottom 15 mark. So semi-line at a 146.5 with the total in on the under, and I'm willing to take Arizona State on the money line. Last game on the normal Las Vegas betting board before we hit a break, and the extra games, 835, 836, CSUN, Cal State Northridge on the road against Hawaii. Hawaii does find themselves as a 9.5 to a 9-point favorite. 157.5 is the total. I'm in on the under, semi total 153. Hawaii has played all before their games through the under, and Hawaii not a team that's going to blow you away with their 3-point shooting. They shoot only about 31.5% per 3, and I will say for Hawaii, they get the favorable whistle at home. They're a top 35 team in terms of free throw attempts on a per possession basis at home, but this is a Northridge team that they've only been able to shoot about 32% from 3-point range away from home, and it's a Northridge team that is going to have a tough time with the Hawaii bunch, as currently a top 5 team in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis, top 40 team in terms of both opponents' 2-point and 3-point shooting percentage. They really don't force a lot of turnovers, but Northridge is about 251st in terms of turnovers on a per possession basis on offense. Hawaii is 316th in the country, though they do turn the ball over a little bit more. I do like Hawaii in this spot because you're going to have the 7-footer and Isaac Johnson, who's got good versatility, 12.5 points, 6 boards, and he's been able to shoot about 90% at the free throw line. Harry Rudev, Quandre Bullock, along Yati Samishka, all between 10.3 and 12 points per contest. And for Northridge, you've got Larry Hughes Jr. / a second, I don't know which one he wants to go with, who's been able to lead the way. He's been shooting over 40% per 3, 18.5 points per contest. Josh O'Gara gives you 9.5 rebounds per game. As for the CSUN team, they've been a top 50 team in terms of offensive rebound percentage, but Hawaii is a top 40 team with regards to their overall rebound percentage, so they're going to be able to neutralize much of that. And this is a CSUN team that they themselves are outside the top 200 with regards to opponents' 2-point shooting percentage, despite having Muhammad Fafana give you about 10.5 points, 8 rebounds per game. Josiah Davis is able to give you 6.5 assists per game, but with the sloppiness they're going to be seeing in this game, you're going to get a lot of dead possessions, even though CSUN is a very up-tempo team. Hawaii, they're pushing a little bit of tempo, 90th in the country in terms of total possessions per game. Northridge, they do find themselves more in the neighborhood, about 13th, but I think that the turnovers cost you an over, so in on the under, and a bowl lay up to 10.5 here with Hawaii, and we're going to hit a break, and the extra games on the flip side here on Coast to Coast Hoops with myself, Greg Peterson, now a part of the VSiN Family Podcast. Here, lovely Las Vegas, for Coast to Coast Hoops with myself, Greg Peterson, now part of the VSiN Family Podcast. We've gone through the normal Las Vegas betting board. Now let's hit those extra games.
The normal betting board picks are complete, but there are some extra games today, so we go into the bonus.
306-501, 306-502. UMass Lowell is on the road against UMBC. UMBC 3.5 to 4.5 point favorites. 148.5 is the total, and I'm going to be willing to lay with UMBC. I did set them as an 8-point favorite. Now UMBC not going to put you under too much rest or outside the top 320 in terms of turnovers generated on a per possession basis. basis, and they've really slowed themselves down to about 262nd in terms of total possessions per game. UMass a little bit more of a mid-tempo team at 161st, but I did set a total here of a 150. I'm in on the over. I do think that UMBC is going to start to speed up, and they should be able to take advantage of a UMass Lowell team that just has not been great on defense. As a matter of fact, for UMass Lowell, they're outside the top 285 in terms of both points scored and points allowed on a per possession basis, and UMBC still doing a good job in terms of executing on offense, 85th in the country with regards to their three-point shooting percentage. You look at just overall points scored on a per possession basis, they're a top 160 team in all of college basketball, which for the America East is actually really, really good. And for this UMBC bunch, you've got a pair of guys in the backcourt that I really like. DJ Turnout Armstrong, who's already hit a pair of buzzer beaters to win games this season. He's been able to give you 13 points, shoots 41.5% from three. Jalil King, 15 points, 4 boards. He's not necessarily that three-point shooter, but Ace Valentine, main facilitator, 4.5 boards, 4.5 assists, 11 points per contest. He shoots 40% from three, and UMBC has been much better on the defensive glass. Top 100 team in terms of their defensive rebound percentage. Joshua Wundu giving you about 5.5 rebounds per game has been a big race wine for this UMass Lowell team. They're still a team that's well outside the top 125 with regards to rebound percentage. When they're typically firing all cylinders, they're much stronger than that, and they've been outside the top 200 with their own 2-point shooting percentage, outside the top 250 in terms of opponent's 2-point shooting percentage, despite having Austin Green come in from Texas State, give you about 14 points, 7.5 rebounds per game. You do have Daryl Yepto, who's been able to shoot 40% from three. UMass Lowell getting a little bit better with their 3-point shooting. If you include games against non-D1 foes, they've been shooting about 34% from 3-point range. If you look at just the D1 games, they're more around about 35.5% from 3-point range away from home, so they should be able to hit a few shots here, but I do think that in the end, UMBC is going to be able to find a way to get the job done. UMass Lowell shooting less than 67% of the free throw line. UMBC more around 71.5%, which I think could be big here, and UMBC keeps you out the free throw line. So semi line at 8, willing to lay with UMBC, and I'm in on the over semi total of 153 of 6503, 306.504. Vermont is on the road against Bryan. Bryan does find themselves as a home underdog of 6.5 to 7.5 points. 133.5 to 134.5 is the total. Semi-total 134.5. Here at 133.5. I'm in on the over. This has been a total that got totally pile driven down, by the way, but for Vermont, I'm going to be willing to lay it. Vermont's not going to put you under duress. Outside the top 300 in terms of turnovers generated on a per possession basis. Same goes for Bryan, though. Bryan outside the top 300 in terms of ball security. Vermont has been a top 75 team there. Both of these teams are very slow. Bryan 327th in terms of total possessions per game. 337th for this Vermont team, but it's a Vermont team that shoots it quite well from 3-point range in games played away from home. They shoot 36% from the outside. That's a top 100 mark in all of college basketball. Bryan, they are well outside the top 300 in terms of points scored on a per possession basis. 353rd in terms of their 3-point shooting percentage. You just don't have a lot with this Bryan team, which is unfortunate because you do have a few nice athletes. You bring in Quincy Allen, who's got versatility. He's been able to supply about 9.5 points, 4.5 boards. He's dealt with a little bit of injury, but thinks that he's good here. But Timothy Rodolski, he's the lone guy that's giving you double figures, 12.5 points, 4.5 boards, shoots 36% from three, and other than Aaron Davis, he's the lone guy in the roster that really shoots about 30% from three, and that's kryptonite for this Vermont team. Vermont has been outside the top 250 in terms of opponent's 3-point shooting percentage. You've got right now TJ Long deal with a little bit of injury, but TJ Hurley 14 points per contest and Gus Yeldon 16.5 points per contest. These two guys, they combine to shoot about 36.5% from 3-point range, and in the absence of TJ Long, the team has still been fine because you've got Ben Johnson who shoots over 40% per three, only about 6 points per contest. They've seen him kick it up a little bit more. Lucas Murray has seen a few more minutes, and he's been able to give the team a little bit more rebounding with about 4 boards per contest. Vermont outside the top 300 with regards to their offensive rebound percentage, but they're allowing opponents to grab just 7.5 offensive rebounds per game. That is a top 10 mark in all of college basketball, and I think that that's going to be enough to be able to get the job done. And with the clean possessions, I think that you get just enough for the over. Semi-total 134.5. I do like the over, and I'm going to be willing to lay up to 10-year Vermont 306.505, 306.506. Navy is playing us to Army. Army is a underdog of 10.5 points, 142.5 to 143.5 is the total. Semi-total 135. I like the under. You've got a Navy team that's outside the top 300 in terms of total possessions per game. Army much more mid-tempo. Army is 177th in the country, and for Army, this team shoots 32.2% away from home, and they take over 52% of their shots from 3-point range. That is a top 5 just percentage of shots that come from 3-point range mark in all of college basketball. But now they have to go up against a Navy team that's been really good in terms of guarding the perimeter. Right now, Navy 16th in the country in their opponent's 3-point shooting percentage at 29.3%. Army is 254th, and with Army not being able to get good looks from 3-point range, I think that that's really going to derail them, and that's a big reason why I'm willing to lay with Navy. I did set Navy as an 11-point favorite. For Army, you've been able to have Ryan Curry do a nice job giving this team a bit of everything. 15 points, 5.5 boards, 5 assists, shoots about 36% per three, and then Jackson Furman, Jackson Bell, they both give you 11.3 points per contest. Between the two of them, they shoot about 38.7% from 3-point range, and Right now, Tate Lazowski with 6 boards, 2 assists per contest, and about 5 points per game is a lone guy on the roster that gives you over 5 rebounds per game. So Navy should be able to have their way down low, especially with the fact that this Army team outside the top 3 with regards to opponents' 2-point shooting percentage. Meanwhile, you've got Austin Benjini be able to really light it up for Navy. He's right now shooting 48% for 3, 18.5 points per contest. Aiden Koe right around 15 points, 10.5 rebounds per game. Don Draper, 7 points, 6 boards, a steal and a half per contest. Good versatility there. Jinwoo Kim still shooting only about 32% for 3 after last year he shot 40% for 3. That should be kicking up as well. Navy, I think, is going to control the tenor of this game. Navy is a team that they do turn the ball over a little bit more than what you'd like outside the top 10 in terms of ball security, but I think that they get the job done with the way that they guard the perimeter. I set my line at an 11, so we'll lay up to 10.5 with Navy, and on the under set my total at a 135. 306-507, 306-508. It's fully crossed. They're going to be playing us to American. American is an American size underdog of 2.5 points, 137.5 to 138.5 is the total, and with Holy Cross, I made them the underdog of 4.5 points. So I'm going to be looking at American on the money line. It's an American team that has really slowed themselves down since the first month or so of the season. Still hovering right around about 300th in terms of total possessions per game, but they had like a harebrained first few games of the season, and since then it's been super duper slow. Holy Cross 344th in terms of total possessions per game. I did set my total here at a 136.5, so I'm going to be in on the under. You've got a American team that is going to give up some open looks from 3-point range. Right now, they're allowing teams to shoot from 3-point range more in the neighborhood of about 38% away from home, but Holy Cross, after last year, they were a top 25 team with regards to their own 3-point shooting percentage. They have fallen outside the top 300 this year, despite the fact that they're bringing back a lot of their guys, and Holy Cross, they've actually become 100th in the country in terms of opponents' 3-point shooting percentage, so they're doing an okay job there. Tyler Boston, Joe Nugent, they combine for about 26 points per contest, and at 6-6, Nugent does shoot about 37.5% from 3. Boston shoots 37% for 3. Lone 2 guys on the roster that shoot about 33% from the outside. Holy Cross not going to put you under duress outside the top 300 in terms of turnovers generated on a per possession basis, and they're getting blasted down low. They're outside the top 340 in terms of opponents' 2-point shooting percentage, outside the top 250 with their own 2-point shooting percentage. And for American, Maiden Collins, Greg Jones, they both give you 12.5 points per contest. Neither shoots above 30% for 3. Team as a whole for American, they shoot about 33.5% for 3. So top 225 mark with Wyatt Needles has been able to give you about 10 points. Shoots 44% from 3. And Jalen Itaribe is the lone guy other than Collins that gives you over 5 rebounds per game, about 5.5 boards. But for American, being a top 75 team in terms of turnovers generated on a per possession basis, this American team, they're going to give it up down low. They're outside the top 250 with opponents' 2-point shooting percentage, but they themselves top 150 team with their own 2-point shooting percentage, with Holy Cross just getting blasted down low. And this American team shooting 76% the free throw line. Do you think that American gets the job done? Made American the 4.5 point favorite, like them on the money line, and I'm in on the under as well. So my total 136.5, 36.509, 36.510. It's Bellarmine. They're going to be on the road against North Florida, and North Florida, the mighty Osprey, are a underdog here of 6.5 points. Total on this game 165.5. I did set my line at 5.5, so we'll take 6+ here with North Florida. North Florida is a team that's just getting absolutely blasted on the inside, but they're not doing the worst job with their perimeter defense. Top 250 team in terms of opponents' 3-point shooting percentage. Bellarmine 354th in the country in terms of opponents' 3-point shooting percentage, and it's a North Florida team that they attempt over 51% of their field goal attempts from 3-point. And North Florida, they do find themselves about 117th with their 3-point shooting percentage at 35%. It's a Bellarmine team that has been really good down low. They're a top 35 team with their 2-point shooting percentage, and for Bellarmine, not a team that's really going to put you under duress in terms of generating turnovers outside the top 275. With that regard, you do have Jack Karzinski, though, who should be able to dominate things down low, 19 points, 5 boards. Now, for Bellarmine, they're not going to give themselves any sort of second and third chances, which that helps out a North Florida team that's in the bottom 10 in terms of defensive rebound percentage. So, good old situation of something he's got to give. Now, Bellarmine does shoot 77.5% the free throw line. That's a top 25 mark in all of college basketball. And you've got Keon Gooden, who's been able to give you 12.5 points per contest. Brian Waddell throws in there 15.5 points per contest as well. But for North Florida, I think that they remain lively because you do have Cameron Oriole, who's been able to do a nice job giving this team about 20 points per contest. He shoots 40% for 3, and then Dalton Gaiman, he shoots 42% for 3, 9.5 points per contest. It's a North Florida team that, in terms of turnovers on a per possession basis, are outside the top 250 in all of college basketball. But I do think the fact that this is a Bellarmine team that they give up so much in terms of their 3-point shooting defense, I do think that allows this North Florida team on their home floor to be able to remain lively in what I think is going to be a little bit of a slower game. Bellarmine is outside the top 275 in terms of total possessions per game. North Florida does look to push tempo. They're, in terms of total possessions per game, are 39th, but I think they get a lot of execution on offense. So my total 169.5, like the over, and 6+ here with North Florida. 306-511, 306-512. It is Albany, and they are going to be on the road facing off against New Hampshire. New Hampshire is a home underdog here of 4.5 to 5.5 points. Set on this game 134.5. I said New Hampshire is a 2-point favorite, and New Hampshire opened up as a 1-point favorite. So this has been a very interesting line move. I'm going to take New Hampshire here on the money line. Now, New Hampshire, outside the top 3 in terms of points scored on a per possession basis, a relatively controlled team. They're about 194th in terms of total possessions per game, but for this New Hampshire team, they have been a top 175 team in terms of opponents' 3-point shooting percentage, and are also not allowing a lot of second and third chances. They do find themselves in the top 75 in terms of defensive rebound percentage. A New Hampshire team that they themselves from 3-point range are only shooting about 31%. That's hovering right around 300th in the country, but I do like their good trio in Jack Graham, Kajan Robinson, and Bilal El-Shakiri. They'll give you between 10.5 to 12 points per contest, and El-Shakiri, 8 rebounds per game. He's going to be by far the best low post presence in this game. Now, on the flip side for Albany, you've been able to get quite a bit of production out of one Mr. Amir Lindsay, who's giving you about 17 points, 4.5 assists per contest. Lone guy on the roster, by the way, that is able to give you more than 10 points per game, and here's an issue that you have to have with Albany if you're taking them as a favorite. They shoot 64.5% of the free throw line. That is a bottom 15 mark in all of college basketball. I'm not saying that New Hampshire is some sort of amazing free throw shooting team, but they are better than that, currently at 68% at the charity stripe. New Hampshire outside the top 300 with regards to their 2-point shooting percentage as well, and this is an Albany team that they should be able to cook a little bit more on the inside. They've been a top 150 team with regards to their own 2-point shooting percentage, but it's also an Albany team that they themselves have been a little bit rough with regards to their just ability to take care of the ball outside the top 225 in terms of turnovers on a per possession basis on offense. They're not generating any sort of turnovers on defense, and with this Albany team, when they are in a road/score venue, they do allow opponents to grab over 33% of their missed shots as an offensive rebound, with the way that New Hampshire has been pretty solid in terms of guarding the 3-point line, and the way that Albany is looking to go bounce away from three. Zach Matalu along with Adane Fall. Fall is currently dealing with an injury, being able to shoot over 38% from 3. Matalu is able to give you about 9.5 points per contest. Okuchi Okeke has been able to give you 9.5 points, 1.8 blocks per contest. I do think that New Hampshire, despite the fact that you've got some firepower out there, they're going to be able to get the job done, especially with Nasir Muhammad for this Albany team. Deal with a little bit of injury. He's been in and out of the lineup, giving the team about 9 points per contest with a mid-30s 3-point shooting percentage. Think that this game is going to be rather slowed down. Albany, in terms of total possessions per game, 279th in all of college basketball. So I like New Hampshire here on the money line. I did set a total of a 140. I think that this is close enough for a late game foul. So I do like New Hampshire here on the money line, and I'm going to be going with this total of a 134.5 or so to the over. 306.513, 306.514. Boston U is going to be on there against Colgate. Colgate does find themselves as a 7.5 point favorite total on this game. It is 146.5 to 147.5. Make Colgate the 12-point favorite. I'm going to be willing to lay the number. Boston U is looking to play incredibly slow in terms of total possessions per game. Right now, they find themselves right in the neighborhood about 325th in the country. Colgate, not a team that's necessarily going to be pushing tempo as well. Right now, they find themselves about 250th in terms of total possessions per game. And Colgate, they are getting blasted on the glass. They're 280th in the country in terms of defensive rebounds percentage, while outside the top 275 in terms of offensive rebound percentage. Boston U, they've been a good team on the glass. They've been a top 60 team in terms of defensive rebound percentage. They don't really give themselves a lot of second and third chances, but they're outside the top 250 in terms of both opponents' 2-point and 3-point shooting percentage, and especially with the 3-point shooting defense, 348th in all of college basketball in that regard. Meanwhile, you got a Colgate team that they've been a top 200 team with regards to their opponents' 3-point shooting percentage. They don't do a bad job of guarding down low, and Jalen Cox has been very rock solid for this team. He's a do-it-all sort of guy that's been able to throw in there right around about 5 boards, 5 assists, 16 points per contest, and shoots 52% for 3. Do think that he sees a little bit of a fall off with that regard, but Sam Wright, 12.5 points, 4.5 boards. You've been able to have Ben Tweedy shoot about 37% from 3, and then Josh Ajere has been able to shoot about 39.5% from the outside end for this Boston U team. They're just all sorts of rough on the defensive side of things. They've actually been really good with their 3-point shooting. They're a top 15 team in the country, shooting 38.5% from 3-point. Michael Air McNair being the main reason why. 46% 3-point shooter, 16 points per contest, and then Ben Defty, a true 7-footer, 14 points, 7 boards. He's able to give you a block and a half per contest. You've had some mixers and shakers like a Sam Hughes be able to give you 9.5 points per contest. They've dealt with an injury to Ben Roy in the backcourt throughout the season, but that said, they've still been fine without him. I do, though, think that this Colgate team, they're going to be able to do a nice job hunkering down in a little bit of a pressure spot. Boston U, they only shoot 70.5% at the free throw line. Colgate, they've been able to shoot about 73% at the free throw line, with the way that they've been able to do a solid job in terms of executing down low. Top 125 team in terms of their 2-point shooting percentage, and they take care of the ball. Colgate, top 75 team in terms of fewest turnovers on a per possession basis, while Boston U, they have been outside the top 225 with that regard. Colgate is going to be able to win this game convincingly. I did set my line at 12. I'm willing to lay with Colgate, even though Boston U is as bad as they are on defense. I just don't think they can get enough possessions for the over. I'm going to be in on the under. Somebody total 146, 306.515, 306.516. Binghamton, they're going to be on the road against Maine. Maine hopes to not get Maine as 4.5 point favorites. Draw this game 124.5, and As Maine is a 4.5 point favorite, I'm going to be willing to lay up to 4 with them. I'm actually seeing straight 3.5 out there as I'm doing this as well. It's a Binghamton team that things are just all sorts of rough for them. They're outside the top 3 with their own 3-point shooting percentage, 321st in opponents' 3-point shooting percentage. In terms of points allowed on a per possession basis, this Binghamton team, they're checking in around 317th. And for Maine, they are a bottom 10 team in the country in terms of points scored on a per possession basis at home. But the defense has been able to hold up. 130th in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis. They're still a top 85 team in terms of turnovers generated on a per possession basis. And for this Binghamton team, they just have lost so many guys due to injury. You still have Jeremiah Quigley, comes over from Iona. He's been able to give the team right around about 13 points, 4.5 boards, 6.5 assists per game. But he and your next top scorer in Zaire Beverly, these two guys are combined to shoot less than 25% from 3 points. Beverly gives you 12.5 points, 5.5 rebounds per game, but it's just a team that is really on their last legs in terms of these guys are only able to play like a 6-man rotation. Beverly is like the lone forward right now on the team. You've been able to have Wes Peterson, great name, give you about 11 points per contest, and Jackson Bengini just has not been able to live up to his billing after he came over from Sonil a few seasons ago. Meanwhile, you've got a Maine team that it has been really rough in terms of their overall low post play. They're a bottom 25 team with regards to rebound percentage. Don't have a single guy that gives you over 5 rebounds per game, but TJ Beal, 12 points, 4.9 rebounds, shoots about 34% from 3 points. Logan Carey's able to give you 8 points per contest, and they built a little bit of confidence in the second half in that win over Albany. They held them to 16 points in the second half, so I do think that you're going to get a grimy slog of a game. It is a Maine team that's outside the top 330 with their own 3-point shooting percentage, but with the way that they allow opponents to shoot just 30.5% from 3 points and generate turnovers, while Maine, they themselves outside the top 3 in terms of ball security, I think that Maine wins the sloppy one. I said my total at a 124.5, was seeing a 124 earlier. I think that this is close enough for late game following, which will be just enough for the over, so in on the over of 124, and we'll lay up to 4 here with Maine 306.517, 306.518, UFC upstate and Gardner Webb. That was played on Friday. So now we go to 306.519, 306.520, Eastern Kentucky. They're going to be on the road against Jacksonville. Jacksonville does find themselves as a 1.5 point favorite to a 1.5 point underdog, depending upon your book. 139.5 to 140.5 is the total, and made Eastern Kentucky the 4-point favorite. So I'm going to be taking them on the money line slash as a very, very slim favorite for Eastern Kentucky. Defense has not been great. 334th in the country in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis. Jacksonville is supposed to be built on defense, and they're not a whole heck of a lot better. Right now for this Jacksonville team, they're 312th in the country in terms of total possessions per game, and going to have a little bit of tempo war. This Jacksonville team, they're playing very slow and controlled, 336th in terms of total possessions per game. Eastern Kentucky, they're looking to bump it up a little bit more at about 173rd in terms of total possessions per game, and Montavious Myrick, I think, is going to be the best full post presence in this game for Eastern Kentucky. He's been able to supply 7 boards, 11 points per contest, and then in the backcourt, Austin Ball, Juan Cranford, Turner Buttery for Eastern Kentucky. They combine for about 35 points per contest. Eastern Kentucky, top 125 team with their 3-point shooting percentage at about 35.5%, and they're a top 25 team in terms of percentage of their shots that come from 3-point range. Jacksonville, they look to pride themselves down low, but other than Donovan Rivers, you don't have a single guy that gives you over 5 rebounds per game now. So been a top 200 team with regards to their offensive rebound percentage, but this is a Jacksonville team that right now from 3-point range, they're allowing teams to shoot in that neighborhood about 37.3%, and at home 47.4%. Now, I do think that that's going to normalize just a little bit more, but still, for this Jacksonville team, you just don't have a lot of reliability for this team. As right now, Hayden Wood with his 7.1 points per contest leads way he does shoot 43.5% from 3, but team's country average shooting about 33% from 3. Eastern Kentucky not generating turnovers anymore outside the top tier in terms of turnovers forced on a per possession basis, but Jacksonville, they've been having a tough time taking care of the ball. They've been outside the top tier with their own ball security. Country average team with their 2-point shooting percentage, but outside the top 260 with regards to opponents' 2-point shooting percentage. Even though Jacksonville is not playing too fast, they just have not been too efficient on the defensive side of things. I don't know if they do their part with this total. It's right now between 139.5 to 140.5. I said my total at 140. I would rather have the 139.5 over rather than a 140.5 to the under, because I do think that you can get overtime and late game following, but in the end, I do like Eastern Kentucky in this spot, especially with this Jacksonville team shooting just 69.5% free throw line. That's outside the top 270 in all of college basketball, so I'm going to take Eastern Kentucky as a slim favorite slash underdog, and at a 139.5, I'm in on the over. 306.521, 306.522. Alabama A&M is going to be on the road against Texas Southern, and Texas Southern does find themselves here as a slim home underdog, as you're catching with them 1.5 points. 146.5 is the total, and made my total 143.5. I like the under. Now, Texas Southern is playing at a very fast pace in terms of total possessions per game, 58th in the country. Alabama A&M, they're looking to slow things down. 251st in the country with this regard, and Alabama A&M, They've been giving up some okay looks from three-point range away from them. 37.5% is what opponents shoot from three-point range against them. But Texas Southern is right now well outside the top 275 with their three-point shooting percentage. And Texas Southern just has no chemistry. All but one out of their top 10 scorers have missed multiple games thus far this season. Alex Anderson, he's back to the fold. He's been able to provide about 10.5 points per contest. You've yet to find that main facilitator, and this team is outside the top 340 in terms of ball security, 14.7 turnovers per game. They are outside the top 250 with their own two-point shooting percentage, outside the top 3 in terms of opponents' two-point shooting percentage. And Alabama A&M, a top 125 team in terms of defensive rebound percentage, they should be able to run things, even though you do have on the flip side Troy Hupseed for this Texas Southern team, give you 13.8 rebounds per game. Katavian Dozier, though, on the flip side for Alabama A&M, 15.5 points per contest, comes over with their coach and Dante Jackson from Grambling, and a lot of guys said you got PJ Eason giving you 8 points, 8.5 rebounds per game. Corin Davis has been able to supply about 13 points, 5.5 rebounds per game. It's an Alabama A&M team that is only shooting about 31% from three. That's outside the top 3 in all of college basketball. But with the way that they control the glass, it's an Alabama A&M team that does a much better job in terms of taking care of the ball. And it's a Texas Southern team that's just been all sorts of ghastly with regards to their defense. In terms of points allowed on a per possession basis, they find themselves outside the top 3. And in terms of their defensive rebound percentage, Texas Southern right now finds themselves 263rd in the country. So second and third chances will be there for Alabama A&M. I think that A&M gets the job done. I think that they slow this game down. I said my total of 143.5. I like the under, and I'm going to be willing to lay the number here with Alabama A&M. Made them a favorite of 3.5 points. 306, 523, 306, 524. Maryland Eastern Shore was supposed to be on the road against South Carolina State. This has been a game that's been postponed, so we go 306, 525, 306, 526. Jackson State is going to be on the road against Bethune-Cookman. Bethune-Cookman does find themselves as a favorite here of 8.5 points. So on this game, it is 158.5, and with this total, I did set mine at a 151.5. I'm going to be in on the under. Jackson State starting to play a little bit better defense here in conference play. As a Jackson State team that the biggest issue for them has been on the glass, 362nd in the country in terms of defensive rebound percentage. It's not like Bethune-Cookman is doing a whole lot better on the glass as well. They're about 301st in the country in terms of their defensive rebound percentage. And for Jackson State, I do think that they have the backcourt to sort of hold in this game. I did set my line at 9.5 because I do think that Bethune-Cookman getting back Dr. Bradley, who is a 19-point per game scorer over at Arkansas Pine Bluff, is a really big deal. You do have Deshaun Ruffin on the flip side for Jackson State, giving you 21.5 points, only shooting about 30% for three. And Jackson State as a whole, they're outside the top 250 with their 3-point shooting percentage and their 2-point shooting percentage outside the top 340. But we look at what they've done in conference play, and in conference play, they shoot 81% at the free throw line. They're averaging 86 points per contest. I do think that that's going to be coming down quite a bit. It is a Bethune-Cookman team that is a top 125 team in terms of total possessions per game, and Jackson State is looking to push a little bit of tempo as well. And to the credit of Jackson State, right now in conference play, they've been holding teams to shooting only about 31.5% from three-point range, but that said, with this Bethune-Cookman team, I was willing to lay with them because, for one, Dr. Bradley, I do think is going to be able to make a big impact for the team, and then you've got the Heedy brothers in the backcourt. Jacoby Eady, 17.5 points, 4.5 boards, shoots 41% for three. Quinn Eady shoots 35% for three with about 10.5 points per contest. Main kryptonite for this Bethune-Cookman team has been down low, but now you've got Daniel Rouzon, who's able to give you 4 boards per contest. Ontario Morris, 11.5 points, 3 assists per contest. I think that things are going to start to gel for this team now that you've got Dr. Bradley back. And one big thing for Bethune-Cookman, they've been right around 300th in terms of turnovers on a per possession basis. Jackson State not going to put you under duress. They've been outside the top 250 in terms of turnovers on a per possession basis generated. And I do think that the sloppiness of Jackson State, they turned the ball over 14 times per contest outside the top 350 in terms of ball security, costs you the over. So semi total at a 151.5. I'm in on the under, and with Bethune-Cookman, willing to lay up to 9 with them. 306, 527, 306, 528. Longwood and Charleston Southern was played on Friday, so we go 306, 529, 306, 530. Winthrop is on the road against Presbyterian. Presbyterian does find themselves as a 6.5 point home underdog. 145.5 to 146.5 is the total, and with Winthrop, made them an 8.5 point favorite. I'm going to be willing to lay the number. This is a Winthrop team that is a top 75 team in terms of few turnovers on a per possession basis. Presbyterian is outside the top 280, and you're going to have tempo war. You've got Winthrop about 82nd in the country in terms of total possessions per game. Presbyterian right now, they find themselves around 47th, and for Presbyterian, they've been able to do a relatively solid job on the glass in terms of defensive rebound percentage, top 140 team in the country, but you've got a Winthrop team that is a top 50 team in terms of offensive rebound percentage, with Logan Duncombe doing a really nice job supplying over 8 rebounds, 17 points per contest, and then Kareem Rozier comes over from Duquesne, 13 points on 40% 3-point shooting. Cody Cluett, he's now shooting 40% 40% from 3 points. Jalen Berry has been able to give you 11 points per contest. Just lots of good guys for Winthrop, generating a lot of offense as they're a top 100 team in terms of points scored on a per possession basis, a top 40 team in terms of getting to the free throw line. They are a top 125 team at the free throw line with regards to their percentage. And this is a Presbyterian team that will put you on the free throw line in terms of free throws a lot on a per possession basis. They're a top 75 team in the country. And for Presbyterian, they're only shooting about 32.5% from three. Have been a top 175 team with their 2-point shooting percentage with Jonah Pierce and Jalen Peterson, great name, combining for about 16.7 rebounds per game, with Pierce 16 points per contest, Peterson 10 points per game, and then Carl Parrish shoots 43% for three, 14 points per contest. But Presbyterian is just getting absolutely line-based from 3-point range. They're outside the top 3 in terms of opponents' 3-point shooting percentage. They have been doing a solid job with regards to being able to win the rebound battle, but Winthrop should be able to win that with what they've got out of Duncombe down low. I do think that this Winthrop team is going to be able to crank up the tempo a little bit more. I did set my total out of 144.5. I just don't think that Presbyterian does their part with the total with the turnover, so I'm in on the under, and I'm going to be willing to lay up to 8 here with Winthrop. 36-5-31, 36-5-32 is East Texas A&M. They're on the road against Northwestern State. Northwestern State, they are postponed. This is a game that's off the board. So 36-5-33, 36-5-34. Southeast Louisiana, they are going to be playing us to Nichols. Nichols does find themselves as a 1.5 point underdog. 141.5 is the total line. With Nichols, I did set them as a favorite of 2 points. So I'd be willing to lay up to 1.5 with them. With them being an underdog, I'm going to be willing to take them outright on the money line. It's a Nichols team that's a top 20 team in terms of turnovers forced on a per possession basis. And Southeast Louisiana, currently they're outside the top 3 in terms of points scored on a per possession basis. They are just not shooting it well from 3. Bottom 5 teams shooting 27.3% from 3-point range. You got 2 double-figure scorers, Isaiah Gaines and Jeremy Alizi, who've been able to combine for 21.5 points per contest. They combine to shoot less than 6.7% from 3-point range. Gaines is a lone guy on the roster that gives you over 4.7 rebounds per game with 6 boards per contest, and Alizi and Gaines, lone 2 guys on the roster that also give you over 3.5 rebounds per game. So they're not even great down low. Now, they don't allow a lot of second and third chances on the glass, and they've been a top 225 team in terms of opponents' 2-point shooting percentage, but for Nichols, all of a sudden, they've been able to shoot it quite a bit better from 3-point range up to about 35.5%, top 125 mark in all of college basketball, with Jalen Surreals along with Jalik Dunkley being able to combine for about 28.5 points per contest. You've got Surreal shooting 39.5% from 3-point. Trey English doesn't give you much from the outside, but 9.3 assists per contest, and does a good job taking care of the ball. This Nichols team, top 225 team in terms of fewest turnovers on a per possession basis, and for Nichols, they can be had down low. They're outside the top 3 in terms of opponents' 2-point shooting percentage, but it's not even like Southeast Louisiana is doing a great job with regards to their interior offense either. Southeast Louisiana is right now hovering right around about 300th in terms of their own 2-point shooting percentage. Now, to their credit, the Southeast Louisiana team, also a top 75 team in terms of turnovers generated on a per possession basis, so should be a lot of dead possessions in this game, despite the fact that Nichols is a team that is now about country average, 187th in terms of total possessions per game. Southeast Louisiana more around 310, so interesting scenario here, but I do think that Nichols wins out in this spot. I do think that you just have too many turnovers for the over, so somebody total out of 140, I'm in on the under, and I'd like Nichols here outright on the money line. 36-5-35, 36-5-36. Coppin State is going to be on the road against Norfolk State. Norfolk State does find themselves as 14.5 point favorites. 142.5 to 143.5 is the total. I set Norfolk State as a 12-point favorite. I'm actually going to be willing to take the points with Norfolk State. They just have not been a clean offense. They're up to being about 220th in the country in terms of total possessions per game after a super slow start to the season. Coppin State, country average team, 205th in terms of total possessions per game. Coppin State just not doing anything well. They're outside the top 340 in terms of both points scored and points allowed on a per possession basis. 345th in terms of their defensive rebound percentage as well, but it's Norfolk State team right now 323rd in the country in terms of points scored on a per possession basis. This despite the fact that you've got 2 really good guards that have been able to give you double figures, as you've got a guy that was over at UW-Milwaukee a few seasons ago in Elijah Jamison, who's been able to give you 15 points, only shooting about 31% for 3, but Anthony McComb, do-it-all guys, that steal 16.5 points, 4.5 boards. He shoots 38% from 3-point, and then Devin Ellis began his career over at Maryland Eastern Shore, 10 points, 4 boards. He's been able to shoot about 36.5% from 3, but for Norfolk State, they're outside the top 225 with their 2-point shooting percentage, outside the top 250 with their 3-point shooting percentage, and in a spot where they might need to cover, shoot 67.2% of the free throw line. That's outside the top 330 in all of college basketball. Meanwhile, their own 3-point shooting percentage defense, they've been a top 175 team there. For Coppin State, you don't have a single double-figure scorer. You don't have a single guy that gives you over 8.5 points per contest, as Khalil Horton is a lone healthy guy that gives you over 7 points per contest with 8.4 points per contest, shoots 42% for 3. Coppin State, 15.5 turnovers per game. That's a bottom 5 mark in all of college basketball. 31.8% 3-point shooting. That's outside the top 275 5 in all of college basketball. But that said, I do think that Norfolk State just too sloppy for themselves to be able to cover in this ordeal. And I do think that this Coppin State team that has been able to do an okay job in terms of giving themselves a few second and third chances. They shoot 71.5% of the free throw, and Norfolk State gives up a lot of free throws. I think that that's just enough for them to hold in there in a relatively rough game offensively. So I did set my total 138. I'm going to be in on the under, and with Coppin State, I'm willing to take anything of 12.5 plus with them. 306-537, 306-538, Delaware State and NC Central. That is a game that has been postponed. We go to 306-539, 306-540. You've got UT Rio Grande Valley on the road against Houston Christian. Houston Christian is a 1.5 point favorite. Total on this game, it is 139.5 to 140.5. And with Grand Valley, I did set them as a favorite of 4.5 points. I'm going to be willing to take a shot on them with this Grand Valley team. They've been able to do a much better job defensively than they have in the past. They're up to a top 225 mark in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis, and this Grand Valley team is actually averaging more points per possession when they're away from home rather than at home. Overall, they're about 260th in the country in terms of points scored on a per possession basis. That ascends into the top 200 when they're away from home, and Houston Christian, 216th in the country in terms of points scored on a per possession basis. They're absolutely getting blasted with regards to their defense, but they're a super slow team. They're outside the top 330 in terms of total possessions per game. For Houston Christian, 301st in the country in terms of opponents' three-point shooting percentage, and for this Grand Valley team, they've got one of the weirdest splits that you're going to find, as they, in terms of their three-point shooting defense, has been rock solid. They're actually 75th in the country in terms of opponents' three-point shooting percentage, but with their own three-point shooting percentage, right now for Grand Valley, they shoot 40.6% away from home, 30.8% at home. I don't know why, but that said, that's because they have always right on the roster. His first name is always, his last name is right. I'm not even kidding when I say that. He's been able to give the team about 3 assists per contest. Just a really nice collective of guys in general here for Grand Valley. Right now, you've got essentially 5 different guys to give you between 6.9 and 12.5 points per contest. Corey Cotton, he shoots 35% for 3, 12.5 points, 5 rebounds per game, and Grand Valley has been rebounding by committee. They've been a top 200 team with regards to rebound percentage, and Houston Christian has just been getting absolutely blown off the glass. You pretty much don't have a single guy on the roster that gives you over 5 rebounds per game. Right now, you've been having Elijah Brooks dealing with injury. He's been your top rebounder with about 4.5 boards and 12.5 points per contest. Kylan Green and DeMarco Bethea, they combine for 21 points per game, and with Green, he just shoots 34% per 3, but it's a Houston Christian team that they've been a country average team with their 2-point shooting percentage. They do an okay job with regards to on the defensive glass. They're a top 225 team with that regard, but they're not grabbing for themselves any sort of second and third chances. This team is not coming up with the turnovers that they have in the past, and they're also outside the top 300 with regards to opponents' 2-point shooting percentage as well. Now, I do think that because it's a rather slow and control game, it might be a little bit tough to get the total, but I did set mine at a 140.5 with the way the Grand Valley shoots away from home, so I'm willing to take Grand Valley as a small favorite / a small underdog, set them as a 4.5 point favorite, and I'm going to be in on the over. I did set my total here at a 140.5, so 140 or less in on the over. 306-541, 306-542. West Georgia is going to be playing us to Queens NC. Queens NC is a 7.5 point road favorite. Total on this game, 163 to 163.5, and with Queens NC, I did set them as a favorite here of 1.5 points, so I'm going to be willing to take the points with West Georgia. You've got a pair of teams that they play fast, but not necessarily warp speed fast. With Queens NC, one of our first in the country in terms of total possessions per game, and West Georgia, they have found themselves about 80th in the country here. Neither of these teams are guarding the three-point arc whatsoever. Both of these teams outside the top 300 in terms of opponents' three-point shooting percentage. Both of these teams in general are just not playing any sort of defense. Queens NC, a bottom 25 team in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis. West Georgia's 319th, but both of these teams are starting to be able to find their form on offense with Queens NC in terms of points scored on a per possession basis. Top 85 team in the country. West Georgia, they are a top 175 team with this regard. They're a country average team with their three-point shooting percentage, but they do have really good versatility. I love what Sheldon Williams-Dryden brings to the table at 6'6". He's been able to supply this team with about 20 points, 9 boards, and he's been able to throw in there about a steal per contest. You've been able to get some good three-point shooting as well out of Brady Hedwig, about 5 points. He shoots 42% from 3-point. Chaz Lulis, along with Joshua Smith, these two guys have been able to combine for about 20.5 points per contest. It is West Georgia team that's outside the top 300 in terms of ball security, but Queens NC outside the top 300 in terms of turnovers generated on a per possession basis. So they do have the Nasir man with about 14 points, 5.5 boards. Chris Ashby, he's been able to give you 11.5 points per contest, one of the more underrated guards as he shoots 37% from 3-point. And Queens NC just does a really good job executing down low. Top 25 team with regards to their 2-point shooting percentage. They're a top 175 team in terms of taking care of the ball as well. They do a nice job getting to the free throw line, but they themselves outside the top 290 in terms of opponents' 2-point and 3-point shooting percentage. With West Georgia, they've been outside the top 300 with regards to opponents' 2-point shooting percentage as well. So I do think that you're going to get a nice high-scoring expose here. Did some total 165.5. I do think that perhaps we've gone a little bit too far with regards to the love for Queens NC because they do score about 20 points fewer per 100 possessions basis away from home rather than at home. But I still think that you get enough 2.5 possessions for the over, and I do think that West Georgia holds in this game. Set my line at 1.5. We'll take the points with West Georgia, and I'm going to be in on the over. 3 of 6, 543, 3 of 6, 544, High Point and Radford, 3 of 6, 545, 3 of 6, 546, Lipscomb and Florida Gulf Coast. Those were games that were played on Friday, so we go 3 of 6, 547, 3 of 6, 548. New Orleans is on the road against McNeese. McNeese is an 18.5 point favorite, 156.5 is the total, and with McNeese, I set them as a pretty Mondo-sized favorite here of 14.5 points. I'm going to be able to take the points with New Orleans. With New Orleans, you're going to need to protect the ball as this McNeese team, top 3 team in the country in terms of turnovers generated on a per possession basis on defense, and New Orleans is going to look to push tempo. 114th in terms of total possessions per game. McNeese looks to slow it down to around 78th, and this is a McNeese team that they gave up 4 points in the final 8.5 minutes in their previous game. That was a nice win and cover for them, so they've been able to do a pretty solid job defensively. It is a McNeese team, though, that they're going to give up good looks from 3. They are allowing teams to shoot about 34% from 3. That's about 188th in all of college basketball. New Orleans, they're about 202nd with this regard. Kouari Duel, not necessarily a guy that's going to light you up from 3 or anything like that, but 8 points, 4 boards, 4 assists. He's been rock solid, and for New Orleans, you got a pair of guards I like in Jacavian Buckley along Colton Benson. They combine for 30 points per game, shoot about 35.5% from 3, with Buckley 5 assists per contest. The turnovers have been a killer. They're outside the top 330 in terms of turnovers on a per possession basis, but they're a top 100 team in terms of getting to the free throw line. They shoot 75% at the charity stripe, and they can hold up down low. Now, New Orleans outside the top 300 in terms of defensive rebound percentage, top 175 team in terms of offensive rebound percentage, with MJ Thomas about 11 points, 8.5 rebounds per game. Churchill Abis comes over from Wake Forest, and DePaul, he's been able to do a nice job, give you 5+ rebounds per game. And for McNeese, still have a few holdovers from a season ago. Javon Garcia being the main of them, 12 points per contest, shoots 38.5% from 3. DJ Turn It Up Richards shoots 40% from 3. He's able to supply the team with about 9 points per contest. As McNeese, country average team with regards to just a lot of their metrics on offense. They only shoot about 32.5% from 3, but what they do a really nice job of is being able to grab those second and third chances. They're a top 50 team with regards to their offensive rebound percentage. They're outside the top 250, though, in terms of defensive rebound percentage, so they do give up some second and third chances. It's a McNeese team that's a top 40 team in terms of fewest turnovers on a per possession basis, but I do think that New Orleans, with what they've got down low, they're going to be able to hold in this game, and I do think that you're going to have quite a few made threes in this game. I did set my total at 152.5. I think that 156.5 a little bit too high, especially with McNeese being a lower tempo team, so I'm going to be in on the under, and I'm going to take the points here with New Orleans. 3 of 6, 549, 3 of 6, 550. You've got Incarnate Word playing us to Texas A&M Corpus Christi. Corpus Christi is a favorite here of 5.5 points. So last game, it is 134 to 134.5, and I made Corpus Christi an underdog of 3.5 points. I like Incarnate Word right on the money line. Incarnate Word is outside the top 280 in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis, but you've got a Corpus Christi team that just doesn't do the world's greatest job of being able to execute with their own, shall we say, just production on offense. Now, this Corpus Christi team, really good on defense. They're 71st in the country in terms of opponents' 3-point shooting percentage away from home. Teams only shoot 29.8% from 3-point range against them, but this is an Incarnate Word team that they themselves, 69th in the country in terms of opponents' 3-point shooting percentage. Where they get blasted is down low. They're outside the top 275 in terms of opponents' 2-point shooting percentage, but it's a Corpus Christi team that right now they are 337th in the country with their own 2-point shooting percentage. Nicholas Shomboyo, he comes over after he spent some time over at Denver, and he's been pretty rock solid. He's been able to get the team about 11.5 points per contest coming off of injury, and then Sheldon Williams, 11 points, 7 rebounds per contest. But for Corpus Christi, they also go to the free throw line often, and they shoot 66.8% at the charity stripe. That's well outside the top 300 in all of college basketball. They're outside the top 250 in terms of turnovers on a per possession basis, so they themselves are a top 75 team in terms of generating turnovers, but Incarnate Word has been a top 150 team in terms of ball security. They only turn the ball over about 10 times per contest, so that's a top 100 mark. And then you got Tosh Savetsky, who comes over from Cleveland State, 39% 3-point shooter, 17.5 points per contest. Davion Bailey, he gives you 18 points. He shoots about 35.5% from 3, with Jordan Pike thrown in there, 5.5 rebounds per game, with this Incarnate Word team in general being a top 125 team in terms of offensive rebound percentage, and them being a team that is able to shoot over 37% from 3. I think that Incarnate Word is able to get the job done, and in a tight spot, they shoot closer to 71% at the free throw line. I do think that you're going to get a rather controlled game, both of these teams outside the top 200 in terms of total possessions per game, but I think that Incarnate Word executes to get the job done. So I told 139.5. I like the over, and Incarnate Word on the money line. 3 of 6, 551, 3 of 6, 552. Bucknell is going to be on the road against Loyola Maryland. Loyola Maryland is a home underdog of 2.5 points. Draw this game 147.5, and with Bucknell. I did set them as the underdog of 5.5 points. I like Loyola Maryland on the money line. This has been a Bucknell team that's just been a wreck with regards to their defense outside the top 320 in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis, and they're not even executing great on offense. They're 290th in the country with regards to their own 2-point shooting percentage. They're giving up quite a few second and third chances away from home. They allow opponents to grab about 31.5% of their misses as an offensive rebound. And Loyola Maryland, a top 150 team with regards to 2-point shooting percentage, with Braden Speed and Jacob Theodusu combining for about 29.5 points per contest. Loyola Maryland only shoots about 33.5% per three outside the top 200 there, but they've been a top 175 team in terms of opponents' 3-point shooting percentage. They get blasted down low. They're outside the top 300 with regards to opponents' 2-point shooting percentage, but again, Bucknell's not doing a great job executing there. Bucknell outside the top 300 in terms of turnovers on a per possession basis on offense, and for Bucknell, they're also right around 300 with their 3-point shooting percentage, with Amon Doris coming over from Germany. He's able to give you 13 points, but he shoots less than 30% per three. As a matter of fact, each of your top 4 scorers, that includes the injured Ruya Bajaki, all shooting less than 30% from three. Jaden Williams does shoot about 36% per three with about 8.5 points per contest, but for Bucknell, they have been a top 175 team in terms of their defense rebound percentage, outside the top 300 with their offensive rebound percentage. One thing Bucknell is going for them, top 75 team with their free throw shooting percentage right around about 76%. Loyola Maryland, not quite on that par. They are shooting about 66% of the free throw line, which makes you a little bit nervous in a money line spot. But that said, I do think that Loyola Maryland is going to be able to do a nice job in terms of being able to win the battle on the glass, being a top 225 team in terms of their offensive rebound percentage. Emmett Abadir has been dealing with a little bit of an injury. He was giving the team about 12 points, 5 rebounds per game, but should be good to go in this game. It says his return has scored in double figures in every one of those games, so I do like Loyola Maryland here on the money line. Made them a favorite of 5.5 points, and I did set a total of 145.5. This is a Loyola Maryland team that's mid-tempo, and Bucknell just giving it up on defense. I do think that 147.5, though, a little bit too high here. I'm in on the under, and I'm going to be willing to take Loyola Maryland on the money line. 306.553, 306.554. That's Skip Stetson and Austin P. That was played on Friday, so 306.555, 306.556. You've got Grambling taking on Mississippi Valley State. Currently not seeing any numbers on this game, so it might be one of those games that got postponed, but I'm going to do the handicap anyway, and I'll just keep this one really quick with Mississippi Valley State. I did set them as a very sizable underdog here, as per usual with Mississippi Valley State. I would need at least 20.5 points to take a shot on them. I made them a 20-point dog, so want to lay up to 19.5 here with Grambling, 20.5 or more. Take the points with Mississippi Valley State, 139.5 or less, and on the over 140.5 or higher. The under for Mississippi Valley State, they really have only 2 guys that are really giving them good production, as you've had a guy down low give you about 5.5 to 6 rebounds per game in Daniel Mayfield, was dealing with a little bit of an injury, but should be good to go if they do play this game. And Michael James, 20.5 points, 2.5 assists, shoots about 34.5% for three, but this is a Mississippi Valley State team that is outside the top 340 in terms of 3-point shooting percentage, rebound percentage, offensive and defensive efficiency, so they are pretty much a big giant sea of red here. And for Grambling, they have been outside the top 340 in terms of their ball security, but they're also a top 35 team in terms of turnovers generated on a per possession basis. For Grambling, they've been a top 275 team with their 2-point shooting percentage. They should be able to just blast this Mississippi Valley State team down low, and you've got a quartet of guys that have been good scorers. Roderick Coffey, he followed his coach Patrick Carrion over from Florida A&M, 9.5 points, 4.5 boards, 3 assists per contest. Antonio Muniz, Darius Ward, and Jamal Meatleap have all been able to combine for, between the 3 of them, about 34 points per contest. And with Meatleap, he shoots 35% from 3-point. In conference play, it's been a Grambling team that has seen their 3-point shooting percentage go up to about 33.5% from the outside. They've been doing an okay job on the glass. They've had a positive rebound differential here. They do allow opponents to shoot 37% from 3-point in spike play, and that's been a little bit of an issue for them. And outside the top 200 with regards to opponents' 2-point shooting percentage. But that said, I do think that this is going to be a little bit more of a mid-tempo game. Mississippi Valley State in the top 100 in terms of total possessions per game, actually now 110th with their last game. Grambling about 168, so 139.5 or less, and on the over 140.5 or higher. The under end with Mississippi Valley State need at least 20.5 to take a shot on them, 19.5 or less. Willing to lay it with Grambling. 306.557, 306.558. Alabama State, they're going to be on the road against Prairie View. Prairie View just find themselves as a very slim favorite here, as you're going to be laying between 4.5 to 5.5 with them. I actually opened up at 1. Total on this game, 157.5 to 158.5. Personally, I laid the 1 with Prairie View, but at this number, you just can't lay it. I set my number at 2, so anything above 2, want to take the points with Alabama State. It's an Alabama State team that has been a top 125 team with regards to their 3-point shooting percentage away from home being above 35%. They're 87th in the country in terms of total possessions per game. And then on the flip side, you got a Prairie View team that is looking to push all sorts of tempo right now. In terms of total possessions per game, they do find themselves 20th in the country. Now, Alabama State is outside the top 200 in terms of ball security, and Prairie View has been a top 50 team in terms of turnovers generated on a per possession basis. But Alabama State should have the leg up on the glass. This is an Alabama State team that's not necessarily the world's greatest rebound rebounding team in terms of defensive rebound percentage. They do allow opponents to grab about 33.3%. Their misses as an offensive rebound, 327th. Prairie View, 357th. But this Prairie View team does have Terrion Joseph now. He was a 20-point per game scorer 2 seasons ago over at Southern. He has brought that now to Prairie View as he's been able to give the team 21.5 points per contest. You've got Dante Horn as a nice ancillary piece, shooting 37% for 3, 15.5 points per contest. And Corey Wells, he does a Wells job of giving you a steal, a block, 14.5 points per contest from Prairie View. Country average team shooting about 34.5% from 3-point. They've been now top 275 team in terms of opponents' 3-point shooting percentage. Typically, they're absolutely awful with that regard, but they still have the propensity to get absolutely bludgeoned down low. And this is an Alabama State team that they've been doing a nice job mixing and matching with a pair of guys in the backcourt of Micah Simpson and Ashawn Anderson, who have been able to combine for about 31.5 points per contest, combined to shoot 33% from 3-point range. Alabama State has been a team that has been rather rough with regards to interior defense outside the top 275 with regards to opponents' 2-point shooting percentage, but it's a Prairie View team that doesn't look too much down low. And Alabama State, they themselves top 75 team in terms of turnovers generated on a per possession basis, which would carry a standback, being able to give you about 2 blocks, 5 rebounds per game. They should have a little bit of a nice edge down low. So at a 2+, we'll take the points with Alabama State. Do think that you get a rather up and down game. I did set my total at a 160, so I'm in on the over. This will be the last game that I hit before our final break. 306, 559, 306, 560. Morgan State is going to be on the road against Howard. Howard is a 12.5 point favorite. 146.5 is the total. And with Howard, I made them a sizable favorite here of 16 points. I'm going to be 108. Howard has been a top 55 team in terms of opponents' 3-point shooting percentage. If you look at them in terms of just points allowed on a per possession basis, they do find themselves as one of the better mid-major teams in all of college basketball, and they've really slowed themselves down. Typically, Howard is looking to play with quite a bit of tempo, down to about 236th in the country in terms of total possessions per game, and Morgan State from past seasons, they're a little bit slower as well. They're about 181st in terms of total possessions per game, which should keep the scoring a little bit lower, even with Morgan State being 340th in the country in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis. I did set a total here of a 144, so at a 146.5, I'm in on the under, mainly because I do think that Howard, who's right now 73rd in the country in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis, holds up. It's a Howard team that's been a little bit up and down with their 3-point shooting right now. They are shooting about 32.5% from 3, but that ascends to 38.5% at home. Morgan State, they shoot 27.3% away from home. I just don't think that they do their part here in terms of helping out with this total, even though they're a top 10 team in terms of percentage of their shots that come from 2-point range. And it is our team that is more around country average with regards to their opponent's 2-point shooting percentage, but they've got Bryce Harris, give you 16.5 points, 6.5 boards, shoots 33% from 3, and Ozai Okoji, he shoots over 40% from 3, 10.5 points, 4 boards per contest. Cedric Taylor, the third, was missing for the first part of the season. He's come in, give the team 12.5 points, a steal, a block, 6.5 rebounds per game, and they should be able to dominate a Morgan State team that they do have a 7-footer out there in Mr. Christian Oliver that has been able to give you a little bit of production, but only about 3 rebounds per game. You'd expect a lot more out of them. Alfred Worrell, along with Rob Lawson, they combine for 29 points per game. But Worrell does shoot 37% from 3-point range, but for as many shots as Morgan State takes from inside the arc, they're right around about 300th with their own 2-point shooting percentage outside the top 350 in terms of opponents' 2-point shooting percentage. They've actually been okay in terms of guarding the 3-point line, but they're also not putting you under too much duress outside the top 250 in terms of turnovers generated on a per possession basis. I do think that Howard goes out there, gets the job done in a little bit of a lower tempo game. I set my total 144. I like the under. I'm willing to lay up to 15.5 here with Howard, and we're going to hit our final break and the final few games on the flip side right here on Coast to Coast Hoops with myself, Craig Peters, and now a part of the Beeson Family Podcast. Side edge this college basketball season? Well, VSiN experts use CBB Analytics, the most comprehensive college basketball analytics platform in the world. See injury impact, on and off data, clutch time performance metrics, first versus second half splits, and so much more. Utilize the promo code of VSiN, that is VSIN, to get $30 off and find your betting edge over at cbbanalytics.com. That is cbbanalytics, all one word.com. For anyone that is new to VSiN, well, I wish you a friendly hello. This is an attention to anyone that is new to VSiN because you're able to get some free stuff with our daily newsletter. It's a great way to catch up on everything that's happening in the sports betting world. It's delivered straight to your inbox every single morning. VSiN's newsletter offers picks, data, strategies for the day's betting menu, and so much more. Sign up for free today over at VSiN.com/newsletter. That's VSIN.com/newsletter, and start receiving your free newsletter tomorrow morning. That is VSIN.com/newsletter. Stay ahead of the game and bet smarter with VSiN. And we're right here, loving Loving Las Vegas for Coast to Coast Hoops with myself, Greg Hoops Peterson, now part of the VSiN Family Podcast. We are down to 4 games left to break down. Let's find you guys those last 4 winners as we continue in the bonus.
The normal betting board picks are complete, but there are some extra games today, so we go into the bonus.
306-561, 306-562. Elkhorn State is going to be on the road against Florida A&M. A&M is a 7.5 point favorite. 143.5 is the total line. I'm going to be in on the over. I set my total at 155.5. You've got a pair of teams that have just not been great on defense. It is a Florida A&M team that has not been able to take care of the ball as well. Florida A&M outside the top 350 in terms of turnovers on a per possession basis. You've got a Elkhorn State team that's about 108th in the country in terms of total possessions per game. Florida A&M, they're not necessarily as up-tempo as they were in non-conference play, but still 62nd in the country in terms of total possessions per game. It is a Florida A&M team that has been not necessarily great with regards to their outside shooting right now. For Florida A&M, 255th in the country with regards to their three-point shooting percentage, but they were dealing with a little bit of an injury towards the beginning part of the season. I do think that that's going to be, I'll help them out moving forward. Now, could I set A&M as a 5.5 point favorite? I'm going to be willing to take the points, mainly because Elkhorn State has actually been quite good with their three-point shooting. Away from home, they shoot 36.8% for three-point range. That's a top 70 mark in all of college basketball. Meanwhile, for Florida A&M, you've had Jaquan Sanders come and give the team 13 points per contest. He shoots about 40% for three. Micah Octave, who missed about 9 or so games, he's been a 40% three-point shooter with about 11 points per contest. For Florida A&M, they're getting bludgeoned on the glass outside the top 275 with that regard. Elkhorn State, they're outside the top 325 with regards to rebound percentage. You don't have a single guy for Elkhorn State that gives you over 5.5 rebounds per game, and for this Florida A&M bunch, they have been a team that has been all season long having a tough time with regards to their two-point shooting defense, but they've actually been leading the SWAC with regards to their two-point shooting offense. Meanwhile, for Elkhorn State, you really have one main double-figure scorer for the team right now, as you've been able to get about 11.5 points per contest out of Shane Lancaster, but he's right now shooting 51% for three, and then you've got Davion Williams, Tyson McDaniels, who have been able to combine for about 18 points per contest. You've got a 37% three-point shooter in Nick Woodyard, who's been able to supply 8 points per game, and it's an Elkhorn State team that, while they turn the ball over a ton, so does this Florida A&M team. Neither team really generates a ton of turnovers, so I think that things are going to be a little bit cleaner. Florida A&M, the much better team in terms of generating turnovers, and if you find yourself in a tight spot, Elkhorn State shoots 68% of the free throw line. Florida A&M just 66% of the charity stripe in this game. Figures to feature a lot of fouls, as both of these teams are some of the most frequent foul rate teams in all of college basketball. So I'm in on the over. I did set my total at 155.5, and we'll take 6+ here with Elkhorn State. 306-563, 306-564. Arkansas Pine Bluff, they're on the road against Southern. Southern is a 7.5 to an 8.5 point favorite. 154.5 is the total line. I'm in on the over, so my total 156.5. You've got a Pine Bluff team that's in the top 50 in terms of total possessions per game, and Southern has been looking to push some tempo as well. 23rd in the country in terms of total possessions per game. Southern last year was one of the better teams in all of college basketball in terms of generating turnovers. This year they've been ascending a little bit more, and they're shooting over 41% from three-point range in their home games. Meanwhile, for Arkansas Pine Bluff, they are a team that shoots about 32.5% from three-point range. They do have perhaps the best two players out there in this game, and with Southern, you actually do have a 20-point per game scorer on their side as well. Michael Jacobs, who's been able to do a nice job giving you about 4 boards, 4.5 assists, shoots 39.5% from three-point range. And Malik Ashwell, he's going to be the best low post player in this game, about 12 points, 7.5 rebounds per game. And for Southern, they are starting to crank it up and generate those turnovers once again, but they do find themselves outside the top 250 in terms of opponents' two-point shooting percentage. Meanwhile, for Arkansas Pine Bluff, have to love the duo of Keon Williams along Jaquan Scott. They combine for about 32.5 points per contest, combine to shoot 35% per three, and both shoot above 73.5% at the charity stripe. Williams is able to give you 6 assists per contest. It's a Pine Bluff team that has been able to hold up a little bit better down low. They're inside the top 325 in terms of opponents' 2-point and 3-point shooting percentage, and they are a top 50 team with their free throw shooting percentage. They've been a top 275 team with regards to that 2-point shot percentage as well. Mylon Charles, along with Alex Mihansi, hopefully I got that correct, they combine for about 23 points per contest. So I do think that Pine Bluff is going to be able to hold up. I recognize that they're outside the top 10 in terms of ball security, and Southern is generating a lot of turnovers, but I do think that both of these teams are going to be able to find some good looks from three-point range. So I do think they get a higher scoring game, especially with both teams pushing tempo. So my total 156.5, like the over, and with Pine Bluff, we'll take 5+ with them. Made them a 4.5 point dog. 306-565, 306-566. Lafayette, they're going to be on the road against Lehigh, and Lehigh is a favorite of 8.5 points. 140.5 to 142.5 is the total. Made my total 143.5. I do like the over. Now, Lehigh is well outside the top 3 with regards to their overall rebound percentage, but for Lehigh, they do have some nice explosive scorers, and it's a Lehigh team that has been able to kick it up a little bit more with their three-point shooting. They're shooting about 33.8% per three, top 190 mark in all of college basketball. Meanwhile, Lafayette, they shoot 35.3% from three-point range away from home. That's right around the top 85 in all of college basketball. In Lafayette, they've got 2 nice go-to scorers. You've been able to get get about 16.5 points and 3 assists per contest out of Caleb Williams. Williams shoots 37.5% from 3, no relation to the Bears quarterback. And then Andrew Phillips, he shoots about 35% from 3, 14.5 points per contest, while Mark Butler, he's able to give you about 4 assists per game for a Lafayette team that, to their credit, they're a top 125 team. There's a few turnovers on a per possession basis. They don't generate any turnovers whatsoever. That helps a Lehigh team that's outside the top 225 in terms of ball security. And Lehigh, they're just getting blown away on the glass outside the top 3 in terms of offensive and defensive rebound percentage. But that said, this has been a team that's been a top 150 team in terms of opponents' 2-point shooting percentage. They really look to make you just push it inside as well. They're a top 10 team in terms of percentage of opponent shots that come from 2-point range. And Nasir Whitlock, he's going to be the best scorer in this game. 20 points per contest, shoots 39.5% per 3. And Hank Alvey, he's been able to give you a pair of blocks, 13 points, 7 rebounds. So even though it's not a great rebound percentage for this Lehigh team, he's been able to do a nice job down low. And for this Lehigh bunch, they've been a top 5 team in terms of both their 3-point and 2-point shooting percentage in Patriot League play, and they do shoot right around about 73.5% of the free throw line in Patriot League play. That's been about 80% at the charity stripe. I do think that this number has gone a little bit too high, especially with Lehigh having some issues on the glass, and I do think that Lafayette is going to give up some good looks from 3-point range. This is a Lafayette team that, with regards to their opponent's 3-point shooting percentage, they are outside the top 300 all of college basketball, but I think that they hit some shots to help you out with the over. So in on the over, and I'm going to take 6+ here with Lafayette, and we wrap things up with 306-587, 306-588. Stone Cold Stephen F. Austin on the road against Lamar. Lamar in a home underdog of 3.5 to 4.5 points. 134.5 is the total. Semi-total 135. I do like the over. You do have a Stephen F. Austin team that's currently a top 40 team in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis, and they've been slowing things down quite a bit in terms of total possessions per game, 281st in the country, and this is a Lamar team that they are 301st in the country in terms of total possessions per game. But you also have a Stephen F. Austin team that's a top 45 team in terms of fewest turnovers on a per possession basis. They shoot 34.5% from 3. That's a top 150 mark in all of college basketball. And you do have a Lamar group that they've been about country average shooting about 33.5% from 3-point range for Stephen F. Austin. They really don't generate turnovers anymore. They're about 200 in terms of turnovers on a per possession basis, but they're just absolutely dominating on the glass. They become a top 35 team in terms of their offensive rebound percentage, and they've got a great shot blocker on their roster. And Jerry Colonel comes over from Northwestern State, 5.5 points, 2.7 blocks, 7.5 rebounds per game. Keon Thompson, 17 points per contest. He's able to give you 5 boards, shoots 32.5% for 3. And Nared Chudanovic, hopefully I got that correct, he shoots 40.5% for 3. Now, Stephen F. Austin, you do have to be cautious of the free throw shooting, 65.5%. That is outside the top 340 in all of college basketball. Even with that, I'm going to be willing to lay it. I did set them as a 5-point favorite, as you do have a Lamar team that has been able to do a pretty rock solid job in terms of locking down on the inside, top 125 team in terms of opponent's 2-point shooting percentage, but outside the top 200 in terms of opponent's 3-point shooting percentage. Lamar as well, top 100 team with regards to offensive rebound percentage. You've got Rob Lee, Andrew Holyfield combining for 29.5 points per contest. Holyfield at 6'10", he shoots about 34.5% for 3. Lee has been able to shoot about 40% from 3-point. And it's a Lamar team that's a top 150 team in terms of turnovers generated on per possession basis, but with Stephen F. Austin doing such a great job of being able to protect the ball, and this being a Lamar team that they themselves are just leaving something to be desired in terms of taking care of it, I do think that Stephen F. Austin finds a way to get the job done. I do think that the late fouls do push you over. So, and on the overside, my total 135, and we're willing to lay up to 5 with Stephen F. Austin, and that'll wrap things up for the Saturday edition of Coast to Coast Soups, now part of the VSiN family podcast. If you do like what you're hearing from this fine podcast, Coast to Coast Soups, you're able to subscribe wherever your podcast, Apple Podcasts, Google Play, Spotify, Stitcher, and TuneIn. If you have a question, comment, segment idea, what have you for this podcast, you have one of 2 ways we offer those in. First one is my Twitter/X timeline at gunit_81. Keep in mind, letters EM, they mean does not matter, so as per usual, please do send these into the timeline. The other way is find an Apple Podcast review. If you rate this podcast 5 stars, it is very much appreciated. From there, you're able to fire in whatever you'd like to hear on this podcast, find that 5-star review, and I'm with you guys every single day on this podcast, give you picks and analysis on every game every day, so I'll be back with you once again tomorrow. Thank you.